let's have our own. Yeah, thanks. See you in a bit.
Oh, that will work. Yes, great. Oh, we wait until.
I can also just start it.
Oh, that would be awesome. Are you here all the time during the talk?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. No, let's wait when he.
Vivian, we're just
Yeah.
gonna always one of us.
Yeah, very good.
If there isn't any problem with microphone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I always film as a precaution, but maybe it's possible that we also get that I get the original, and then we can push on social media in the next days.
They will turn off the music and start.
Yes. Maybe I rip it from there and republish it there too, and then you can.
Ja, lang iets gezien.
Good.
Ready to go? I just checked with Mike. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Goed gezien, Jeroen.
Ja, is gelijk.
Hi. Thanks. So everyone, can I please ask you to take a seat because we're about to start. There's plenty of space here, so pick a spot and I'd love to see you here. Starting in 1 minute. Yeah, you have to be a bit tough, right? Of course. You want me to jump, salto, anything? Cool. So, thank you all for coming, everyone. Good morning. Amsterdam FinTech Week Summit. We're very much ready to have a great day today together with you. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. We've got some great speakers for you. And I've already feel very good energy, so it seems like you've all got your coffee already. Please, I really hope you will enjoy the day. We're going to give, of course, a program here on the main stage. We've got 2 rooms here on the side that you may have seen as well, where in the afternoon we'll have a full program as well. We've got startup pitches, we've got a speaker lounge, we've got a great expo room where there's all room for meetings and everyone. And I hope that you're all already started on the Brella app, where you can actually start your networking also digitally, plan meetings, and make life very easy for you to meet at least everyone who's here today. So, my name is Don Ginsel. I'm the founder and CEO of Holland's FinTech. And so with our team, we've been working for, I think, about half a year to actually get this all done for you. We're very much looking forward to everything with you in the program. The speakers, the sponsors, we'd very much like to thank them for their contribution today, because I think we've got some great people and great energy to share with you. And to start with that, and I think we particularly need to address the energy here, Robin. Please give a big welcome to Robin Kira.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Don, to be quite honest, before we start, I need some marriage counsel from you.
What happened?
Yes, because I told my wife that I was going to a conference in Amsterdam, and she was like, "Did you hear about this Zoom and Skype thing?" So my question to you is, and I'd love to be here and see and hug you all. Who is right, my wife or I am?
Well, I would say it's always difficult to say when you're going to Amsterdam. I think it's a pretty bad alibi for a lot of cases. But in general, I think you're right to come here.
All right.
Yeah.
And who else is happy to finally be here and not need to unmute your microphone on the screen?
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
Very good. I can't wait it either.
Yeah. I do have one household measure, by the way, because my picture, I mean, I look pretty good here in this picture.
That's true.
But I must say that, of course, you were expecting Davy Mohan, but I'm afraid she was sick. She called in sick this morning. Really sad, so we wish her well. Hope she gets better soon. Probably on the streaming right now. Hi, Davy. Get well soon.
Get well.
Yeah, we have to do with me and Robin today. But, well, I think we could have a bit of fun.
I think so too, yeah. You mentioned fire before the chat. I didn't get it.
Now, so indeed, so
So we are on fire already.
We're on fire,
Yeah.
and we only get hotter here today.
Yes.
But what I really mean is that we want to talk about what customers want these days. And I find this very funny term of what the youngsters these days are looking for, and it's FIRE, right?
Yeah.
Financial independence, retire early. Have
Yes.
you guys heard about that? Yeah? So that's the thing now, right? So that's actually when people that are even, they haven't started work just yet. But what are they striving for? Financial independence and retire early.
And the big question is, what does the finance industry actually do to help them achieve it?
Well, they sell them crypto.
You know, I just looked at my MetaMask this morning and my SafeMoon investment minus 99%, so probably I'm not the best advisor on stage on this topic.
Yeah. No, that's a bit tougher. But I think it's a funny thing because it does, I think, really gives an example of a twist
Yep.
in the way that people appreciate, well, the way you should earn your money, the way you should spend your money, the way you should save, the way you should lend. I think the world is changing, but the question is, are we aware of that? Are we fully conscious of actually how that shift is moving at the moment?
And I think one of the biggest shifts is how do we as an industry actually react to it? I think there are two big philosophies. How do we actually see the customer? Do we see the person, you know, as, you know, he's there, he or she, for 10, 20 years, and actually we don't want to interact so many times with them, except when they, you know, come in or, you know, buy a product from us, or when we have, you know, we need to sell some certain products and we call them and please can you buy our product? Or do we want to become parts of the daily lives of our customers? And this has a dramatic consequence for marketing, for sales, for products, and also for FIRE, I think.
I fully agree. I think one of the challenges of the financial industry is that it's not just what you want, it's also what you're able to do, right?
Sure.
And I think we also need to make some smart choices there. So I very often use the example of Coca-Cola. For one of you that has spoken to me before, you probably heard this, right? So Coca-Cola is in charge of their value chain, but they don't talk to their customers. They don't even make Coke, right? They don't do anything except marketing, and they're in control, and they make the money. And so I find it always an interesting example to explore because I see that very often financial institutions want to be at the table with their customer, but it's a difficult role to play, right?
Yeah, but you know, it's a product that makes addictive a little bit. So, you know, I'm not sure if we have financial products for that. But I want to have a counterexample. The counterexample is Red Bull, which took significant market share over the last 25 years from Coca-Cola. And they did it by tremendously thinking about the customer. What do they want? They're listening to the customers. What do they want? And they produce, you mean, they invented sports teams
But they're not inviting them into their branch office.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, crazy idea. And let's talk about the other thing, not only about FIRE and, you know, the new generation and different philosophy about the clients. Let's talk about ESG. Do you want to share your portfolio? How much ESG is in there?
I don't know exactly. But it's an interesting question, I think, to actually ask here, perhaps also to the audience. We can actually vote by hand, perhaps.
Yes.
Who is actively investing in ESG or making their spend actually work in that direction? Yeah, can we see hands? Who's actively putting it in there?
20%?
Something like that?
Cool.
But it's pretty tough, right? Because I think it's a hot topic in the industry. Everyone's talking about it, and I think there's a good cause to talk about it.
Yeah.
But the question is, are the customers actually asking for it? Are they are they aware and are they capable of making the decisions for it?
And especially when you as an industry make multi-billion-dollar decisions on this topic about your whole strategy, about products, about the construction of products, about the runoff of certain products. I recently was on vacation in a very rural area in Germany. If you have not noticed yet with my accent, I'm German, okay?
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
I'm half Dutch too, so you could also talk Dutch. But I was at this farm and I saw a poster there, and it says, and the farmer obviously was very mad because there was a very mad, angry smiley on this too. And it's this, the sign said, talk about what you eat and eat what you talk about. You know, because farmers are a lot of criticism in Germany from certain groups, and I think that's super interesting. I think if you look at as an analogy about food, sustainable food, and which probably is better and more healthier, and look at which segments are actually able to afford it and buy it. Maybe there are some parallels with also financial products and strategies in ESG to see how many people are actually. How big is the target group actually?
No, I think that's a really interesting topic because let's say it's really hard to actually convince the story, right? There's a lot of greenwashing going on as well that we know across different industries, which is a big challenge. And I think we're trying to get better at, first of all, do we understand what we're talking about? Are we speaking the same language? And can we actually make it actionable? Because one of the challenges as well is that it's just really hard to actually do the right thing. And I think a lot of people are struggling with that. And you get a bit of a polarized discussion there as well, right? I think that's where you see that people are sometimes feeling that they're not allowed to take the plane anymore, or they can't do a barbecue because that's bad for the environment.
But isn't the question, is we as an industry, how can we find out actually what is the customer trend? What do they really want? Is it just a very loud minority, or is it actually majority? Is it a group that's growing?
But you need to continuously keep a feel with that, and also realize that not all humans are alike.
Another hot topic, I think, currently is not ESG. And by the way, we have a whole ESG track here. So
exactly.
Please go when you're more interested in it. So the 20%.
We just ask questions. Menno has all the answers.
Yeah, exactly. And another topic is, I'm not sure, did you see, or can I ask everybody, did you see the picture of Mark Zuckerberg in his new metaverse in front of the Eiffel Tower? Did you see this?
Anyone?
No? It was actually pretty much... one person? Okay. So he presented, he did like a screenshot of the new metaverse he invested $10 billion into, and it more looked like, I don't know, Second Life or something. So is metaverse an example of a very wise strategic move, or a billionaire going rogue?
I think it's a really interesting play because let's say it's a platform play, basically. Right? So I think, because I think there are already multiple metaverses available, but it seems like now might be the time to invest in the metaverse. And I think one company in particular made a very strong bet on it. But I think across the board you'll see that a lot of parties are willing to go for it again, just like they thought when Second Life came out, that also that might be the place where everyone would go.
A lot of people ask me, is metaverse the next thing? So for the people who don't know, I have a consulting company, marketing agency in the insurance and finance industry, and we also do strategy work for, where is the industry going? And one thing is, they ask me, Robin, should we go metaverse? Should we go blockchain? Should we go NFT? Should we go to the moon? And then I always, that makes me very unpopular in that boardroom at that moment. I'm always asking, I had a look at your website, and it looks like 1986, and how many followers do you have on TikTok? And they're like, on what? And I'm like, let's not talk about Web 3.0 and all these topics when you don't have the things right that are currently super important to the customer. Look at the data. Look, how are people spending their time? I don't know, for example, if you look on TikTok, the average time spent there is 51 minutes compared to 11 minutes on Facebook. People open this app 10 times. Okay, banking apps are opened also a lot, but I think that's also discussion we need to have in the industry. Where do we allocate our money, and does it actually make sense to spend some money in vanity projects?
No, exactly. I think that's a funny thing, right? That sometimes you see that everyone follows the trends, and the big money goes to like projects that go way, way ahead into the future and potentially have a good outcome, but very nearby, actually, customers are actually wanted to see something
But we have a problem, The problem is that it's actually on camera, and if this metaverse thing goes through the roof and Mark Zuckerberg becomes the hecto-trillionaire, we're like the two dumbest people in the industry. But I can live with that.
Yeah, sure. Well, we already talked about it, right? You have a very good investment advice, right?
Not in crypto. Real estate is my thing. And another big thing I see,
By the way, to wrap up on the meta, Funds is going to come back on that just a minute in the next talk, where he's going to talk all about metaverse, so definitely stay tuned. He has, fortunately, the answers at that topic, right?
Very good. So Luca's super excited for that. Another topic is, what we have seen as a change, or actually a place where we can listen to our clients, is social media. We have seen over the last 2 years, I think the change of the guard in social media from at least the Facebook platform to TikTok.
Is everyone, I'm curious as well, how many of you are on TikTok?
All right.
We got some work to do here, right?
Wow.
So, because I think you might, if you especially I see some people that could have kids, or at least in that age. You might see it there as a playful thing, but it's actually education, it's branding, it's everything, right? I mean.
Okay. I can tell you a funny story. We started a TikTok channel in the summer of 2020, and I know I have more a face for a career in radio, not in TV. And I'm not your typical, teenage bodybuilder dancing person there, but we talk about insurance and finance all day long.
I probably wouldn't buy bikinis from you. No.
Yeah, very good, very good. And we reach up to 10 to 20 million people each month with organic content. So it's like, if you're a marketeer, it's like being a kid in the candy store. The reach is tremendous. I think in B2C, if you have a B2B, who of you has a B2C model? B2C model to end consumer? One, all right.
Yeah, a few. Yeah,
a few. So I think that's, if you have a B2C model, it's the place to be right now, or actually yesterday. And if you have a B2B model, I think we need to see how that plays out. But we see the first B2B players there too. And banks for sure need to go there. I'm 100% convinced. If, when you come to the philosophy, if you actually want to become close to your customer.
Exactly. I think, but that's indeed a challenge, right? So I think because within the financial industry, the rules of the game are pretty clear how they are. But indeed, they are changing, I think, bottom up, with new generations coming and actually expecting something else as well on how the B2B should go.
Another topic, a little bit older. My question to you is, what are your finance apps on your phone?
So, if you got a couple of minutes, then I'll go through, I've got, I think, 6 banking apps, I've got 5 investment apps, I've got a few Forex, I got a couple.
Okay, who has more than 5 finance and insurance app on his or her phone? Yeah. Wow. Who has more like 7? All right. Yeah, and I think that's super interesting because it shows that despite PSD2, open banking, legislative possibilities, we have not seen the super app in the finance industry yet.
No, exactly. I think there you see that open banking has brought quite a bit, but especially I think from the creativity. And I think the biggest adoption we've seen so far and traction is in the B2B space, where you see that other players are actually picking up the data to enhance it and bring it into a customer experience. But direct to consumer, it just didn't pick up that well. No. For a couple of reasons on more practical level, but also on, I think a very important notion is that the customer just doesn't know what it's about and why they should care. Right?
But I think there we have the loop to the FIRE example at the beginning, financial independence, retire early. I always say to the young people, maybe start working before that.
Yeah, exactly.
But all kidding aside, sorry, I don't want to start the Gen Z bashing right now, but I think we could fill the 10 minutes with that. What I want to say is that we
weren't invited.
We have the loop to the beginning, to FIRE, that you have this the connection to really provide also digital products and services actually to your customers. I mean, actually you could say as in the finance industry, it's not our job to do apps. But if you have the philosophy of actually we want to be closer to our customers, we want to be in daily contact with them, and then having such platforms is super, super smart.
But I think as well, I think it resonates with the very origin of what financial services is about, right? Because in the end, if you look at all the products of all the financial service providers, basically they're all the same, right? They're heavily regulated, determined by the central banks and the policymakers. This is what your products look like.
So we're selling commodities.
Very much.
All right.
Very much. And so what it's actually about is actually the community.
Yeah.
So it started out with like mutual funds and with basically excess money being invested in other people that were actually looking for money on a community basis, right? Sort of cooperative model. Yeah. And I think actually technology allows us to reinvent that again and make money more social by actually creating communities that people feel relevant, are relevant, and they feel they belong to. And that's actually much more important because the products indeed are commodities.
And I think community is not only the B2C space, where of course it's better to sell something to a fan than to a person that you get a call once a year. But also in the B2B space, community is super important because people buy from people who they actually like. And by the way, that's why Holland FinTech is such a great thing, to build a community over long years and to see such a conference at the end of COVID finally having place again. So I think that community is so important. not only because it's nicer in life, but actually you can sell things there. Now let's talk about XFW22. What is the talk you're looking forward the most?
Ooh, that's a tough question because there's really a lot going on today. So I'm very much looking forward actually to Vance's story after this, because I think we had a funny joke here at the beginning when he was talking that he was speaking in all kinds of different industries and now in the financial industry, and Robin happily joked that he wasn't aware of any other industries.
No, I don't know.
But it's so sometimes actually within the financial industry we can be very much occupied because there's new legislation coming all the time and there's trouble and there's a lot of things we can spend our time on and our attention. But there's actually a very big world outside as well, where we could actually spend a bit more time on. And that's, I think, what we definitely try to do today, is also trigger you with that. So can we actually give you a bit of an outside-in perspective? Because it might be more relevant to actually ask customers about what they would want from a bank, rather than to keep on talking about open banking and what it could do, potentially, for example. Right? And I think that's where we have to bridge those two worlds, I think, where we actually let customers speak up about what they need, what they want, and at the same time then figure out, as a result, how do we make this?
And for example, you had the Coca-Cola or the Red Bull example, also look at outside role models. I mean, we do a good job at certain things in this industry, but look also outside. Yep. Super interesting. Fun story, where there are you can do a lot of research on customer, what they really, really want. In a lot of cases, also, do not talk so much about it. We once, in front of a pitch, we went actually to the street and, asked, and it was about, how can we reach the Gen Z? And we were like, why don't we just, ask them? So we went there and we did some, and we actually have a super young team, and then they went there and they did the interviews, and we didn't actually have a presentation, it was just the video, and it's it was really funny. So actually you can go out there and talk to the clients. When you look at the next years, what are the 3 tips or trends or things we as an industry should address? What do you think?
So I think in principle we have to reinvent financial inclusion and financial literacy.
Yeah.
Because I think it's been a topic of very much developing markets where we want to focus and give everyone a bank account and an insurance. I think we're beyond that point, and we figured out that they actually don't want a bank account and have got better means of taking care of their finances. But I think in general, also if we look in Europe, I think we've looked at, for example, displaced people across Europe, for example, due to war in Ukraine, but also for other reasons. And we actually figure out that a lot of the financial systems are actually not catered for that, and actually become a tougher environment because of sanctions, because of anti-money laundering regulations. It actually isn't that easy for everyone to actually get a bank account, or on one hand. And on the other hand, you actually see that, for example, the understanding of financial products is also walking backwards, I think. Yeah. Because it has become pretty complex with all the data sharing, data exchange, security measures, privacy regulations. I think it's pretty hard for consumers to follow what's going on. Yeah. And I think there's a role as well for the industry to educate. So not just about financial products, but take a more, I would say, governing role, a mentoring role maybe towards your customers.
And when you start to educate your customers, you go into the direction of we want to be part of their lives. Exactly. We want to provide knowledge. Yep. We want to help them and not just provide financial products and some bank accounts. So I think that's a super interesting thing. So what I take away is first is glad to be back here. Glad to be here, and I will tell my wife there are a lot of witnesses that said.
She's watching the live stream.
I think so. And so I think I'm super happy to be here, that we are here. I wish everybody, build work on this community, on Holland FinTech, and make a lot of friends here, at least get 3 business cards from people you don't know yet. And I think let's make
or their TikTok account. Or their TikTok account.
Or when you need help with your corporate TikTok account, we are happy to do that as a company. All kidding aside, let's have a great FinTech week. Let's have a great FinTech conference here. And let's give Don and his team a round of applause for putting it together.
Thank you, Robin. Yeah, really nice. Well, thanks, Robin, and thank you very much for coming over. It's great to have you here. I think it's a great inspiration. So I think it definitely, let's say, the social angle, I think you're really bringing that, and the way that you're able to set an example, I think, on how financial industry could actually use social channels. So
thank you very much.
Definitely talk to Robin. Give him a big hand, everyone. So I think I see some people standing at the back, so please move in. We've got plenty of chairs here at the front, so have a go. And then we're ready for our next speaker. I'd like to announce Fons Jacobs from Media Monks. Fons, are you ready? Yes. The deck is ready? Yeah, I think the deck is ready. Can we get a thumbs up from the tech? Yeah, I think we're going all right. All right. Let's give Fons a big hand, everyone. It's going to be a lot of fun. Enjoy the metaverse, right? Tell us all about it.
Yes. Thank you, thank you. First of all, thanks for the lovely introduction. Happy to be here. My name is Fons Jacobs. I am category lead gaming for Media Monks. And as was mentioned in the intro, I speak at a lot of different conferences about this topic, which I find fabulous because that means there's more interest than just, people doing cool stuff. And why that is, I think, is because we're talking about a changing consumer. That is basically the foundation of what we're going to talk about. And that is going to hit every industry. It doesn't matter which one you're in. So today it's financial tech. Tomorrow it's medical equipment. I've been at broadcasting conferences, all these different things. But again, we're talking about a changing consumer, which makes it interesting for every industry. There we go. Okay, I can skip over a lot of stuff. So this is me. Before we dive in, I would like to give you some context as how we got here. I think we've all witnessed the digital transformation starting in the 90s. Life went digital. I mean, I don't have to talk too much about that because we've all witnessed it up close. But what we're seeing now is what we're calling the transformation of digital. Something that got definitely accelerated by COVID. We all know that in 2020, we had to stay at home, and we all grabbed our devices, right? We went more on the internet, which resulted in, again, an acceleration of certain trends, technologies, and platforms. Here's some examples. Netflix went through the roof. Twitch, which is, of course, the main gaming stream platform, broke records. Gaming in general broke records. Again, we got locked up in our homes, right? So it makes sense that we started going more digital. Here then are some examples of things, events that really defined these 2 years of, okay, this is stuff we haven't seen before. I don't know how many people of you are familiar with the game Fortnite. There was a live concert by Travis Scott in the game Fortnite, and there were 27.8 million people watching this live all over the world. So there was a moment in time in your specific time zone. I think there was 5 or 6 different moments for every time zone. You could log on and you could one time see this interactive show. A thing that I want to highlight here, if we talk about digital experiences, is that these are not here to take over from physical experience. The question I always receive is, yeah, but why don't you want to go to a physical Travis Scott concert? I think the digital version is an addition to a physical version. If you look at it, I've seen both. I've seen him live, I've seen him in Fortnite, and it's not that because I've seen him in Fortnite, I don't want to buy a ticket to his stadium show. The interesting element of this though, is that how many of these 27.8 million people that watched him live had the ability to go see him in person, right? In terms of money, in terms of travel, whatever it may be the situation of this person. And this fan did now get a beautiful experience of their favorite artist. Esports took over. I'm a proud investor in FaZe Clan, which is at the moment the top 3 esports team in the world, who most recently went public for $750 million. It started with just some kids playing video games and posting videos on YouTube, which is now a New York Stock Exchange traded company. And viewership numbers are there, right? It's big and it's definitely taking over. But we're also seeing financial companies moving into the space. I think, interesting enough, of course, we just talked about crypto a little bit. As we all know, we're definitely in a little bit of a bear market right now. But the interesting thing of that is that the money, it didn't stop in terms of investing venture capital. They're still pouring money into the space because we all think it's still going to be the future for all of us. But perhaps most significantly, the one thing everyone in the history of digital has always agreed holds no value in and of itself, which is the JPEG. Change forever, because we can all agree that the Mona Lisa is worth 860 million or more, but the JPEG version is worth nothing, right? And then there were NFTs. Then there was blockchain, and we all witnessed the boom of NFTs a couple months ago, which really kicked off with digital art. But what is this? Well, it's digital ownership, and that might sound super normal to a lot of people, but it's not. I mean, if we think about the fact that we live so much of our lives on the internet, in digital, and until there was blockchain, we couldn't actually own anything on the internet. So again, people built lives, businesses, whatever it may be on there, but again, talking about Mark Zuckerberg, if he decides to take away an Instagram account that gives you 100 grand a month, he can do that, which is scary. Again, you don't own anything. Now, with blockchain technology, this is going to change forever, because now we can actually own something on the internet. So yes, we're looking at a $23.7 million CryptoPunk here. I think we might be looking at the virtual Mona Lisa, but call me in 50 years and we'll see what happens. So again, this next era, this next evolution of digital, we're calling virtualization. And a big word in that, of course, is the metaverse. What is the metaverse? I think it's the million-dollar question. I think if you ask 5 different people, you're going to get 5 different answers, that's what makes it so hard to comprehend for a lot of people. So what I would like to share with you today is our perspective as media monks on this word or whatever. But again, I think most importantly, you can name it whatever you want. What is happening is a change in consumer, a trend, a change in technology with a rapid pace we've never seen before. Therefore, when we talk about the metaverse, is one part, it's a so-called 3D version of the web. And the other part is, let's use it as an overarching word for a lot of new trends, technologies, and things that are changing in consumer behavior at the moment. So to start, again, new tools and technologies. There's a lot of things changing. And again, the adoption of these technologies have been accelerated again by COVID. Also VR, for example, in the technology space is an interesting one. I just saw that there was a full-blown NFL game being launched in VR at the moment. So the technology is getting there, right? The adoption of VR glasses is getting there. Again, it's changing rapidly. 5G is, of course, needs to be an important topic here, but I don't think it's going to be enough if we want to live in gigantic digital worlds altogether. AR glasses are going to be a big topic. There is rumors that Apple is going to announce them anytime soon. So this is not an insight. I have no idea, but it's going to happen eventually. And with that, we already mentioned consumers, right? And with these changing consumers, they are coming new experiences and expectations, and especially the last one is, again, relevant for every industry, every company, because they're going to grow older and become even more important. So when I talk about expectations, for example, immersive content. Now we look at content in a 2D way. How can we, for example, educational help this generation better with financial literacy? We're talking actually to a lot of insurance and finance companies about the same topic, because they all, of course, struggle with trying to get this new generation to understand how to manage their money, how to invest, et cetera, et cetera. And again, how can immersive environments play a role in that? An interesting one, again, if you talk about finance, is the video games. Roblox has an in-game economy. I don't have kids. There must be people here that do. So you're probably experts on the Roblox and all the digital coins that they're using. But again, the interesting thing is that they are learning about money and financials through video games. A good example of that is we did a project with a bank from the US where we built an island in Animal Crossing, which is a game that also has an in-game economy. And we built financial products in that game. So kids could actually go there, take a loan out, but also pay rent and from their own coins. So again, to make them understand how these products actually work inside the game and therefore also in real life. But even more interesting, with all the stuff that's happening right now, where a new culture is arising. In the intro, there was already a word bottoms up. That's on my slide as well. This is really driven by people, by communities. I think there's a new way of understanding data and privacy, for example. I think it's a very big one that, especially, again, next gen are going to be more aware of their own data and privacy. And hopefully, because of blockchain, we can have more control over our own data and privacy. But the fact that they're already more aware is something that is going to drive a change for every industry. So with that, the Discord, again, community building, decentralization, personalization, all these values are going to be expected of companies and brands moving forward. But then again, altogether, this also opens up a whole new level of potential for growth, potential for new revenue streams. We've seen it with clients. I think Nike is a great example, of course, completely selling. I think they made $160 million on digital fashion in the last couple of months. So again, a complete new digital revenue stream for big brands. That's what this metaverse is bringing us today. So what exactly is changing? Because again, these are all very, they brought me here to talk about all the buzzwords. There is a lot of buzz. There is a lot of hype. Before we dive in, I do want to say, again, there is a hype, there is a bubble. Maybe the bubble is already exploding if we look at crypto and NFT prices. But then again, the internet bubble was also a bubble, right? I think we can all agree. It exploded hard. There was blood on the street. But then again, internet still changed our lives. We feel, I'm personally heavily convinced that we're talking about the same major shift in the world in general. It doesn't matter if we call it Web3 or blockchain or the metaverse, this stuff won't go away. Interestingly enough, to reiterate that point, I was wondering what would happen to the interest of brands coming, like our clients coming to us about these topics, if we, like after the crypto crash of like 2 or 3 months ago. I can tell you nothing changed. Even better, they're taking more time to properly do this, strategize first, but the interest is still there. Because again, we agree that the stuff that is changing and that will change is going to be impacted, is going to be impacting all of us. So again, what exactly is changing? Well, the metaverse is set to change identity forever. I saw a statistics that the Gen Z, for example, feel that their real identity is actually their online identity. That doesn't mean that they're scary, that they don't talk to people on the street anymore, but it's more that they can actually completely self-express themselves, right? Because this virtual identity is giving you 100,000 of options to actually express yourself. We see that in the form of PFPs, which we use on Web2 social media platforms like Twitter. I'm actually in the picture. It's the blue lizard. That's my beautiful little creature with the rest of our Web3 team at Media Monks. So again, talking about self-expression and having this digital identity, you can have multiple. Like, again, why not? The topic of gender identity, does that even exist in a digital world? Virtual apparel, again, and props are super important. Every brand, like if I want to support my favorite team, which is Ajax, then why can I not have an Ajax jersey in my favorite game? Like these expectations, again, are coming slowly. So we're going to see eventually that Ajax is going to sell digital avatar clothing or apparel. Beyond human avatars, we don't have to stick to being a person. You can be a dragon, you can be a fish, whatever you like. But also business to avatar. Can we market directly to avatars? Like how will that look in the future? But again, the point here is identity and digital identity. Gen Z is not seeing a difference between a physical experience and a digital experience. In the terms of memories, sorry, so before you think that they can't see the difference between real and digital, they can, but it's about the memory. And that's very interesting, right? Because if they have a birthday party in Fortnite, that actually happens, or in Roblox, that memory for them is as vivid and as real as a physical version. And we can all find that very strange, or we can accept that this is actually true. We were already talking a little bit about value chains. Well, user-generated content has been taken to a new level when it comes to this digital evolution. Excuse me. Basically because of two things. One, fashion in the metaverse. Again, if we want to... So first of all, I think when some people talk about the metaverse, they talk about one big digital world, like the movie Ready Player Me, sitting with VR glasses at home, and we're all going to meet in the same world. I personally don't believe in that. I think there's going to be 100,000s, maybe even millions of digital worlds that we can then seamlessly go to with our own package of virtual items, etc. So for these worlds, we want to show up in a certain way. Like I said, the Ajax jersey, people are going to have to create that. So creators making digital items for the metaverse from their own homes, users being able to buy and wear digital items, but then again, creators getting paid in cryptocurrency for that. And I think the interesting part here is that blockchain technology is actually making it possible to truly cut out the middleman when it comes to the Spotifys, Shopifys of these worlds. So again, a brand new value chain is upon us. Virtual meets physical. I think, again, virtual is not here to take over from digital, from physical, but there's a lot of examples of intertwining ways to connect both, which is, again, super relevant and interesting. Nike is a great example. On the right, you're looking at Nike Land on Roblox, which is basically their creation, their platform. They're looking at this as a new platform, right? It's about where is this consumer playing, where are they spending their time? Well, TikTok is definitely one of them, but the rest of it is in video games. So Nike said, okay, we want to have a dedicated space where our people can come and enjoy and experience the brand Nike. They had pop-up events with LeBron James there, so they could meet the avatar of LeBron James. But the interesting part of that is that I always quote my colleague here who had a daughter who went to here, and then they walked into a store, which unfortunately they didn't see this store installation because this is happening in all over the world in Nike stores. But she did say, hey, Dad, I've seen those sneakers. Like, I have them for my avatar. Like, can I also buy them in real life? Yeah, Dad was happy with that. So again, building the bridge. NFTs, we already talked about a little bit. I think I can tell I'm pretty short on time, but the one thing I want to say about NFTs is they're way more than what we've seen right now. I think when I say the word NFTs, we'll think about the hundreds of thousands of dollars of monkey pictures and all the crazy stuff and the scams that are happening. And yes, I've lost money and stupid stuff, I'll confess. I see that as learning educational money. But this is only like 5% of what is possible with NFTs. I'll give you an example of, again, building bridges between virtual and physical. What you're seeing here on the screen is a Nike crypto kick. They actually patented that name in 2016. This is how early they were thinking about this. This thing is an NFT. It's virtual. It's, as you can tell, it's on my screen. But the rumors are, I probably have one. The rumors are that these are going to be physical sneakers, which, again, because they first got released as the first NFT by Nike, and everyone was like, oh, is that the coolest thing you could come up with, is a virtual sneaker, like as Nike? Wow. So people were impressed. Then the internet started digging, of course, as the internet does, and they found all these things. These sneakers, the community is thinking they're going to be real, that they're going to have screen technology on the outside of your shoes, and with that, you can change your skin of your sneaker through your phone. The skins are then again going to be NFTs built and designed by creators. I strongly believe this is going to happen. That's why I bought one. There's only 20,000 pairs of these. Again, the foldable screens on phones, it's already there. It's not that crazy. But the fact that we can then buy an NFT, I can upload that in my app, and I can click and I can change the color of my shoes while I'm standing here, I think it's going to happen. which is, again, one part is, I mean, it's super cool. I'm a geek. I absolutely love it. But then if we think about the next step is, so what does it mean for supply chains, right? Like, why do I have to buy 8 pairs of sneakers of the same ones because I love my Jordan 1s and because I want 8 different colors? It's ridiculous if we think about if shipments and all the stuff that is in the value chain of this shoe, which is bad for the environment. I can now just buy 1 pair of shoes and can just switch on my phone through skins. And then last but not least, because I'm seeing a big red screen here that says stop, please. I'm almost done. The days of brand protection might be over in terms of marketing. Quick example, this is Fortnite, for the people that have never seen it. You can see here Goku, which is, of course, the main character of Dragon Ball Z. He's flying around the map like a Spider-Man, with Spider-Man webs, and he's killing his opponent with a Darth Vader sword in Fortnite. Basically bridging 4 IPs in one 10-second video. You can imagine going to George Lucas 10 years ago saying, you know what we're going to do? We're going to add Goku. We're going to add Spider-Man into your TV shows, and then he'll probably think you're absolutely crazy, right? Well, if we, again, talk about consumer behaviors that are changing, Gen Z is saying, why not? Like, what's so weird about this? Why can we not do this? Like, give us, my favorite line about what's happening and Gen Z and Gen Alpha is give them tools, not rules. And if you're not willing to play by their rules in their worlds, they're going to forget about you. It's that harsh and it's that simple. And that's also what these big IPs are agreeing upon, because, again, they're giving away their IP. They're giving the tools for players to play around these worlds with their favorite characters. And yes, then you see stuff like this, that Goku is flying like Spider-Man and killing people with Darth Vader's lightsaber. I've played, it's a lot of fun. Communication also is changing rapidly, right? It's not about, we all started back in the day with letters or emails, and then there was social media, which made it multi-platform, and now we go in 360. Discord is a good example of that. It's 24/7 channel with your customers, right? It's scary, but it also brings a lot of opportunity. So to end this off, it is important to keep in mind that it's early days for the metaverse. Whilst the space will evolve, new consumer segments emerge, and behaviors will continue to change. At this point, it's not about perfection. Every brand that I talk to, I say it's about showing intent and humbleness, because nobody knows. I think that's like, don't go and as a bank or as a financial institution, we're saying the same to the government. Sometimes it's good to say, we're building this together with you, because nobody has an idea what this is exactly going to be. We can only help to make sure that we do it better than we did with Web 2. But that's a whole nother conversation that I won't start here. So with that, thank you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Fons. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you.
I'll join you on stage. Let's move over to this side for a minute.
Yes.
Come on over. Because we need to do a bit of a hustle here. We prepared the stage for our next speakers. And we actually might do a little hustle here with the chairs. So please, my colleague Alexia there is trying to get some things done on the room. But I had a question to you, Fons.
Yes.
I think a really interesting presentation, really nice perspective, I think, to sort of discover what next generations are wanting and how we could play into that.
Yep.
But one question that popped up to me, and that might be sort of a traditional reflex to all this, if you're going to mix up all these IPs, right, what's going to do with the business models, right? So I think because the protection of IP is very often has a strong case of protecting revenue streams. What is your expectation at that level?
I think there's a difference between giving up IP and marketing and like the actual legal part of it.
Yep.
So yes, I totally agree. I think when we look at the Dragon Ball Z example here, they did it to promote their new movie, right? So the revenue stream is still the movie, is still the TV shows, but to, again, get people excited again about Dragon Ball Z, get the new generation excited about these characters that they've never seen before, it's very important. I think a cool anecdote that Keanu Reeves was actually the first real character that was inside Fortnite, and then kids started walking up to him and said, oh, that's the guy from Fortnite, because they have no idea who Keanu Reeves was,
exactly.
But they just know he's the guy from Fortnite, right?
Yeah.
Then they want to go see the movie, because that was about John Wick, et cetera, et cetera. So again, it's about showing up in their worlds and playing by their rules to make sure that you still sell your products in the end.
Cool, cool. I think that's a really nice invitation that you do there, I think, and quite relevant to see already by the hands of the number of TikTok hands we saw at the beginning that there's some work to do here. But I hope in any case you got some inspiration from Fons for that. Let's give another big hand. Thank you very much, Fons.
Thank you.
All right, yeah. Thanks. Then I'm going to call to forward here as a next speaker. We got Semi Technologies and Google, Rafael Neuhaus and Byron Vorbach. Can you please come here? Looking forward to have you here. Come on up. Yeah, of course. I think you may have heard of Google before. It's a tiny startup from California. They're doing pretty well these days. And Semi Technologies is an AI-driven platform that also supports companies globally. So I'm really curious to hear about your talk today. So please take it away.
All right, thank you very much.
Let's give him a big hand first, right? Okay, let's warm them up.
Just getting the clicker. So we're just setting up here. All right. So hello and welcome everybody to the last day of Amsterdam FinTech Week and to the first of 2 talks by Google Cloud. My name is Rafael and I work with technology companies like Semi Technologies to help make them successful on our platform. And I also work with our VC and startup programs. This talk focuses on collaboration between us and technology companies. But before we get there, I want to lead you all up to Google Cloud and start by asking who of you uses Google services daily? Okay, it's a lot of hands also from my Google colleagues, so I'm not sure how that counts. So I also use Google services daily. I assume as do you. My favorite functionalities are, for example, the speed of maps and the AI-guided recommendations in YouTube. And what Google Cloud is Google technology being outsourced and being made available to businesses to digitally transform, particularly for tech startups. There's nobody better to tell you about that than Byron.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Byron Vorbach. I'm head of customer success and solution engineering at Semi Technologies. I come from a technical background. I've only joined Semi Technologies about 4 months ago. Before that, I was working as a software engineer and a consultant, and I've been working together with, for instance, Albert Heijn and Bol.com for the last few years to build enterprise search solutions.
All right, thanks for the intro. I guess the enterprise search background led you up to Semi Technologies. So maybe from there we can take a bridge to the actual company. Can you tell us more about Semi Technologies, one of the most interesting Amsterdam-based tech startups in my opinion?
Yeah, definitely. So I'll come back to the search part a little bit later on when we explain what kind of product we have and what kind of services we are offering. But Semi Technologies is a Dutch-based startup, originated from 2019, coming from the ING Labs incubator program. We create open source AI-first infrastructure. What that exactly means, I'll elaborate a little bit further. But what in general, we believe that the next wave of software infrastructure is AI-first, and that a strong open source community is the basis for creating high-value software.
I guess that's really what connects us, Semi and Google, the focus on AI first and the focus on open source technology. And to get closer to talking about the product, could you tell us a little bit about what kind of problem you see and how you solve it?
Yes, definitely. So we have our flagship product called Weaviate, which is an open source vector search engine. Now, just a question to the audience, who knows what a vector search engine is? Can anyone raise a hand? Not a lot. But actually, you're using this every day. By coming here, by using Google products, by using Google Search, you're actually interacting with a vector search engine on a daily basis. With vector search and Google, you're able to send an image, and it finds products or documents or content related based on those images. If you ask Google a question, it will show you a box with your actual answer of the question that you answered. If you search for certain topics within Google, for instance about wine, you will get different types of wine without actually documents having to state that it's about wine. Now, all of this is powered by vector search. One thing we set out to do originally was to create a product to bring these kind of capabilities to companies. So Google is very good in creating these search engines, but these are not accessible to use on your own data set. So what we do is we created an open source vector search engine, which allows companies to ingest their own type of data and create these kind of search capabilities on top of their own domain.
Okay, thanks for the intro. And how do you do that under the hood? What is the technology behind it like?
Yeah, I can explain. Are there any wine enthusiasts in the audience? A few. I hope not this early in the morning, though. But I can tell you a little bit about how this works with an example. So in order to figure out how a vector search engine works, you have to understand what vectors are and what embeddings are. Now, for instance, we have a document, which is a Covey Run 2005 Chardonnay. I don't know if anyone knows this specific bottle or whether it's good, but it's just an example. And what we do with this data is we run it through a machine learning model. There's a lot of different types of machine learning models available, but what that machine learning model has as an output is a vector. Now, a vector is just a number representation of a coordinate in a hyperdimensional space. Sounds super vague, but you can imagine it as a sort of a 2D or a 3D plane where you create a coordinate for this type of text, and you plot that document within that coordinate space. Now, if you would ingest more types of wines and more types of data, these coordinates of these type of wines would be located very closely together, so they would be very near each other. So what this looks like as an example, if we have on the left side our document, which is about wine in the Covey 2005 example, if we plot that into this dimensional space, we can see on the right that it finds Riesling wines, other types of Chardonnay wines, without actually having to explain that this document is about wine. So within this vector space, you can add all different types of data and then allow users or allow companies to extract business value by searching through this hyperdimensional space and retrieve relevant information.
All right, thanks for the explanation. The more we go through this, the more clear this becomes to me as well. This is obviously complicated for someone not coming from a technical background. And for the people not coming from a technical background, could you maybe summarize once more what this looks like for a company, how people from companies here in the audience can consume Weaviate?
Yep, definitely. So we're in essence a database, so a storage for your data. And what we allow to do is search and filter on these vectors. So traditional search engines allow you to search on text, and with adding additional information, you can enrich that data for improving the amount of business value you can extract from that data. But with our vectors and structured filters, you're able to create an experience or extract business value very easily. It's easy to run in the cloud. It's cloud native. Again, it's open source. We prefer to share our technology with everyone, and also would like input on improving this and extending on it to create more business value. And it has the basic properties of any database, which allows you to read, create, and update data on a large scale.
All right. And seeing that this is Amsterdam FinTech Week, of course, can you tell us a little bit about applications for Weaviate in the financial space, in FinTech?
Yeah, definitely. So we're looking for more companies. So if there's anyone very interested in unlocking new business value based on the data that you have, we would be happy to work with you. We're currently working with one customer in the FinTech industry, with which we're analyzing payments done. So they're a payment processor. And what they do is they use Weaviate to categorize and extract business information from transactional data. So we have companies that have a point of sale system. Every time receipts are being generated, all that transactional information is sent to Weaviate, and then analysis is done to determine trends, to figure out, could be used for fraud detection and other type of applications. Another example of how vector search could fit within FinTech is, I don't know if anyone is familiar with the ABN AMRO app called Grip. It's a household tooling which allows you to analyze your expenditures, and it's able to categorize these expenditures into either going out for dinner, having mortgage payment, utility costs, supermarket purchases, and it's able to classify these transactions based on the data that's within it. Now, what you could do with Weaviate is, on top of that, you could give the possibility to users to search through that data. So if they would link up their data with, for instance, receipts, they could search for how much did I spend on wine in the last month. Maybe that's not something you would want to see. But there are capabilities to give more information back to users and give more control to figure out what they are actually spending their money on or what kind of business value they can create from that.
Okay, very cool. I really like that functionality in my banking app, that it gives me the overview of how much I'm spending on restaurants, etc. But I never thought about what it looks like under the hood. And then, besides FinTech, could you give us a quick overview of other industries where Weaviate can contribute something?
Yeah, so FinTech, like I mentioned, is sort of a new area for us. We're still exploring what we could add as a business value there. But we're already working with a lot of other industries. A big one is e-commerce. You can imagine that if you search for, if you're on a supermarket website and you search for barbecue, right now all of these documents need to be related to barbecue, but we know semantically that if you have a barbecue, you want to have plates, you want to have maybe tablecloths, you want to have ice cream for desserts. Specific barbecue-related products we are able to retrieve because they are semantically similar to this kind of data. Next to e-commerce, there's a lot of other industries where classification or machine learning really adds benefit, and those are industries that we are active in as well.
Okay, cool. And then we've talked a lot about the product. We talked about the company behind the product. Of course, you're a tech startup as well, so I think there's also some interesting things to talk about there. First, we were interested who of you works for a startup or with startups. Okay, quite a few. Then there's something exciting that recently happened for Semi. You raised your Series A. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, definitely. So we are very happy that we started this year with an investment from Cortical Venture and NEA investment company for our Series A. So we received a 60 million Series A venture for further development of the project. We started out with nothing, but it started without any capital. And we were introduced to Google and the Google Cloud Startup Program, which allowed us to get a head start on the development of our software and our services, and really propelled us towards getting to this Series A.
All right, yeah, thanks for summarizing it like that. You are one of our favorite graduates of the Google Cloud for Startups program. But before we dive more into that, NEA is the investor that also invested in Elastic and MongoDB, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So for me, that was a very exciting signal to join Semi. Since I've been working with search technology in the past, and Elasticsearch being one of the biggest companies in the Netherlands, tech companies, that is mostly focused on this industry, we're expecting to get into a new realm of this search capabilities. So for me, that was very interesting to join the company and to be backed by such a large VC as well.
Yeah, it's definitely very exciting. And yeah, of course, you weren't always at this stage. You just mentioned your beginnings in 2019 with the Google Cloud for Startups program. I think our audience is not super technical, right? So maybe could you explain in simple terms why cloud is necessary for a ML-heavy company like Semi, and how the startup cloud program, the credits, then helped you?
Yeah, so starting up this company, we created our database and search engine to be open source, which means that companies can just download our software, run it themselves, use it without us even knowing that they're using it, because we really like adding value in this kind of way. Next to that, we also have to think about how we want to turn this into a profitable company. So over a multi-year program, we want to slowly switch from building on top of this open source solution by offering managed service around it. So there's a lot of companies that are interested in using Weaviate, but they don't want to have the knowledge in-house to, for instance, run it themselves, run it in the cloud, manage it, do upgrades, and be technical support on the project itself. So we're developing a business around it by creating support programs and building our own solution as a service, which means that without any interaction by us, you can go to a website, request a Weaviate cluster, and start using it today. Now, in order to build that, we need to deploy this in the cloud so that it's accessible by a lot of users. We need to have fault tolerance. In case something breaks down, we need to have this data available in other locations of the world, which means that we have to build quite a large technical infrastructure. And we're currently using Google Cloud for building that complete solution on.
All right, thanks for wrapping that up. Since the theme of the conversation is collaboration, maybe we can take a look into the future. How are you planning to do that together with us? There's some of our engineers in the audience, for instance. Do you already have a vision around that?
Yeah, so we definitely need some help with taking this development further. Who knows best but Google to build products on top of their own ecosystem. We started out back in 2019 with some investment credits, but now we want to take the next step into really building out our solution as a service, and we really can use Google's helps and its engineers to develop this into a platform that's usable by companies all over the world.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. You were at our office yesterday. We're looking forward to having you there again and diving deeper into the next step for Semi and the upcoming SaaS version. We have 4 minutes left on the clock, so we wanted to wrap it up by showing you how to get in touch with Semi, how to join the Slack channel, but also how to join the Google Cloud for Startups program, just like Semi did back in the days. And with that, we have some time left for questions, if there are any.
Anyone in the room with a question for distinct guests? Anyone? Still waking up? I think it's time for a coffee break, perhaps, right? We may have to reanimate everyone here a bit.
If there's no questions from the audience, then I have one. So coming from a quiet office culture-focused company, you mentioned you're remote first. What is that like, and are there any challenges? I think it's an interesting one to talk about, especially in this era.
Yeah, definitely. So on a personal level, I think COVID had its downsides, but it also had its upsides. Working as a software engineer at home, being stuck in home all day, I noticed that myself. I think it's quite nice to work remote and be able to work wherever you want. This is also incorporated in our beliefs as a company because we feel like we can work with anyone, anywhere, and any time. Next to that, we're a globally available company, so we need to be able to deliver support across multiple time zones, which means that we have a distributed team of people working in Australia, working in San Francisco, all over the globe, and having to manage that. So it is kind of a struggle in some ways, because we're always used to just go into a room, grab a whiteboard, draw some things out, and move further from that. But I think COVID sort of helped us get to a stage where we're using more collaborative online tooling to do this. So Google Jamboard for us is something we use, for instance, for online collaboration with the whiteboard, which takes some time to transition into and get everyone used to. But if as a company you take this as a value straight from the beginning, everyone who is onboarding from that moment on can take that into their culture and their DNA as well.
Okay, thanks for summarizing. And with that, we give you 2 minutes back. Last remark that I have, the next Google Cloud session is happening here on the main stage at 1:30, and it's about the transition of green and digital. So be there, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's give Rafael and Byron a very big hand. Thank you very much, guys. Really interesting talk, and I think quite nice to hear from you how you make the transition. I think especially quite useful tooling that I think a lot of people here would love to get their hands on and try. So thanks for sharing that. Have a great one. I think just for a good one. I think a couple of faces I see already now for about an hour sitting here at least. You may want to get a coffee or not, but let me give you 5 minutes in any case to do that before we announce the next speaker, right? We haven't got a full break in the program, but I'd like to make sure you're all well rested before you receive the next input that we'd like to give you. So I hope to see you back in 5 minutes, and then everyone else who was at the back could actually take a seat. So see you in a bit. Hurry up, hurry up. We're almost about to get started again. We're going to listen to a great speaker here, Bas Winkel from bol.com. Is going to start any minute now. So please grab your coffee, grab your friends if you're having a nice talk, bring them over, take a seat, and we'll get started in a bit. Yes. Oh, sorry. All right. There we go again. That's always what when you do events, you actually get events at you, right? So we see a little bit of change of program. I'm afraid we have to switch a little bit to accommodate some travel arrangements. So we're first going to listen to Constijn van Oranje and Sonja Barlow. If they're at the back, they should be coming any moment. When are we expecting them, Vivian? They're coming in, right? 1 minute. Okay, they're coming. Okay, just 1 minute. Everyone, please take a seat, and then we'll get started again. So everyone, we're going to start now with a very nice conversation between Sonja Barlow and Constijn van Oranje. Constijn you might know as the envoy of TechLeap. He's taking care of the whole startup and scale-up ecosystem in the Dutch market. And Sonja Barlow is an entrepreneur from the UK, quite well known with her own radio show, podcast. I think you speak in a lot of places, so I think you should definitely know her. So that's why we think she should be on stage here. And I'm very much inviting you here to take a seat and looking forward to your conversation. Let's give him a big hand, everyone.
Cool. Okay, it's on. Perfect. Well, thank you so much. And you can definitely connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm a big LinkedIn connector, so please, you just find my name and you can be there. I'm going to invite my panel guest onto the stage, if that's okay. I know that we've swapped in terms of agenda, so I'm just going to give our team a minute just to go and rack more people up before we begin, if that's okay. Because we've had to swap based on timelines and agendas. We could take a seat. Oh.
We can fill this.
Yeah, we can fill this gap, absolutely. Can you sing?
Competing with coffee is difficult, but we'll manage.
Actually, the tea's outside, the coffee's inside.
Okay.
Just a FYI, I had to find that out. I'm from England. We drink a lot of tea, so I had to figure out where to get that. Also, just a side note before I begin, when I get super passionate about things, I tend to speak a little bit fast. If that happens, honestly, just put your hand up, and I'll rein it back a little bit. because sometimes you can't really understand the accent, and we want to have a really good conversation. So feel free to hand up and push it back. Are you good to go?
Yep.
Amazing. So as a point of introduction, my name is Sonia Barlow. Just a brief interview and overview about me. I graduated in 2015. I fell into the fintech space. I really want to say fell in, because no one really says, hey, go and work in fintech or go and work in tech. It's about aligning your skills. I absolutely loved it until I didn't love it. And a lot of reasons as to why I didn't love it comes back down to the lack of diversity, the lack of inclusion, and the lack of community that really was built. Some of those topics we're going to cover today. But in 2020, I got excited and I said, I'm going to start my own business. I know how to fix this space. I can bridge the skills gap. And in the last 2 years, myself, through my company, LMF Network, we've upskilled 20,000 people. We've launched Europe's largest mentoring program with a 98% success rate. We've designed and delivered over 20,000 hours of diversity and inclusion training, supporting businesses. I currently have a following over 50,000. I was LinkedIn's change maker in Europe and UK, as well as Top Voice. I have my own BBC radio show, a best-selling book, and my side hustle is presenting. So I really know my stuff, and I love the work I do. And that's what happens when you annoy women in the workspace, because they're going to go and smash their goals, and you're going to be like, wait, I wish they did this for me, because commercially it would have been more viable, right? And this is really the kind of demographic, the kind of conversation we're going to touch on. I want it to be fun. I want it to be interactive. Feel free to put your hand up and shout out questions, but it needs to be really value-led, because you're investing your time and your money to be here. So we need to leave with some real action points. And on that note, I'm going to proudly present Constantine.
Yep.
I tried. We were practicing from TechLeap, and please empower you to introduce yourself before we kick off.
Yeah, so my name is Constantine van Oranje. I lead TechLeap. This is because I think I really believe in the Netherlands as a really strong place for tech, and that there's much more potential than actually comes out. So I've been working on this for the last 6 years, first through Startup Delta, and then through TechLeap, and before that, Startup Fest Europe. So and that's my drive, and we've been moving from trying to identify barriers in the ecosystem to and working to address those, to building a community of entrepreneurs, because we believe that in the end entrepreneurs are the best suited to help each other. So the more we can make this a self-sustained system, because the communities of entrepreneurs are systems as well, the stronger it will get. And now we're moving more from supporting fintech, SaaS, and those kind of companies to deep tech companies, which have a whole different set of complications, but also a massive potential to make impact.
Thank you so much for sharing. We're going to touch on entrepreneurship and community in just a second, but before that, I'd love to ask you, we're here in person post-COVID pandemic. Of course, there's still some pandemic going on, but we are back in person, we're doing the work. How do you think tech and innovation has changed given the pandemic, and what have some of the kind of positives been?
Yeah, well, I think there's continuous change. So COVID was one change. I mean, it accelerated a lot of the online stuff, and there were many business models that were very that were supported by COVID, and were very helpful in fighting COVID and dealing with the fallout. Of course, we saw a bit of a backlash. There's been in tech. I don't think we need to kind of elaborate on that, for we did that quite a lot this week already. But I truly believe that some of the main underlying trends and transformative trends in food, energy, logistics, also some key technologies that are kind of all now coming together and producing really powerful outputs, that those are still valid and going forward. So I foresee a period of volatility because of obviously the supply chain problems and political instabilities and of course the whole financial markets as they're operating currently. But on the whole, pretty positive going forward.
I definitely think volatility brings its own innovation. It disrupts the ecosystem, and we've seen some great businesses come out of this change. in TechLeap, one of the programs that you run are very much for scale-ups, for founders, for entrepreneurs. What are some of the lessons that founders have really learned throughout this journey and that you can share with us? Not just starting a business, but often it's the scaling the business which is the most difficult.
Yeah, so we run this program to support entrepreneurs, but also to learn much more about what's happening in that scaling phase. And there's a whole set of issues, basically. That's why that period is so interesting, because it really defines a company. Is it going to go into kind of this kind of mode, or are you really going to hit this more exponential curve? And it's the range of hiring the right people, having the right culture, and we might come back to that. So companies that have been, basically, to put it simply, too white, too masculine, and too only highly educated people, and only speaking Dutch, it's kind of not the best environment to attract the best international talent. So you see companies that have made that mistake early on to stay very much within their comfort zone. Then there's a whole piece around investment. So obviously depending a bit on the sector, but when do you get a foreign investor on board, or a Dutch investor? What kind of investor? Some companies have gone with private equity too early and have got stalled because of that. Others have chosen venture capital, but basically at the wrong valuation and stalled. Others did a really good job in that. So there's a whole set of questions around that. Our companies typically have already solved most of that. I mean, they've done rounds of 10 million and beyond, mostly. But in some sectors that we're also covering, that's not the case yet. Like in health tech, it's a much more difficult environment to invest in. Then there is the whole internationalization. When do you go abroad? How do you start international from the start? Which country do you go to? How vested do you need to be as a founder? Do you need to actually go to the country and establish yourself there for a time to make sure that the culture gets conveyed?
I mean, there's a lot of questions when it comes to starting and running a business.
Yes, and this is actually probably one of the most important findings. It's the discipline that is required from a founder to grow a business through the scaling period, and then and the capabilities that you need to develop that you didn't know you had in you, or but that's something that you can need you can need advice. Advice is out there, and that's what we try to mobilize. And advice is mostly among other entrepreneurs. So bringing these people in a community where they find people that have done it before and that maybe are just 1 or 2 years ahead of them, not that much, not kind of the icons. But,
the stories you can't attain. As a founder who's actually looking to scale her business, I have to admit that I agree with everything you're saying. I woke up this morning and I was like, I don't know if I can do it. I don't know how to build the capabilities. I'm not sure that I have all the skill sets within me. And you start to have that doubt, and that's where you do look for community advisors, sponsors, mentors, just to say, you know what, it's okay, because everyone goes through that journey, and you have to overcome those hurdles. The topic, or I guess the key word that we've touched on quite a lot, is community. And of course, I did an introduction where I interview, and I'm a podcast host, but so are you. And I watched your interview online with LinkedIn's co-founder, Reid Hoffman, where you spoke about community, where you thought about the ecosystem. And most importantly, you discussed what was important for that movement. What I would say is maybe the answers were a little bit diplomatic and could have been slightly deeper. But when you're running a massive business like LinkedIn, I think you have to be media trained, right, to say the least, and know what's coming up. So when we say the term community, what does that really mean to you? And from that discussion, how can we really foster communities when, touching on what you've mentioned before, maybe the talent isn't there, maybe the culture isn't there, maybe we don't have the capabilities. And fundamentally, it comes down to the 3 C's, right? The confidence, the capabilities, and the community.
Yeah, I think, Brad Feld in his book about startup communities actually described it pretty neatly. You have the community of founders is at the core, but it's a system as well. And then you have, the whole thing is an ecosystem, but it goes, the end is your society, you have the economy, and you have basically different concentric circles. And but at the core is the community of entrepreneurs. And that actually, the feedback we are getting is it's very precise, you know. So it's not. So we wanted to also grow the group with CXOs, you know, people that have a lot of experience. But the founders are looking for people that actually share the pain and that have the sleepless nights, and that's the kind of topics they want to talk about. So they really say, well, we want to talk to people that are like us, in the similar phase as us, maybe a little bit ahead, and we want to learn from each other. And that's, I think, what is the strongest in the community. So you have to keep looking at things that bind the community, but also the things that push them a bit further. So, for instance, we're trying to do this for the Netherlands. So the communities that exist are maybe in Amsterdam and Rotterdam and Groningen. You know, they all have their little communities, and it might be a SaaS community or a FinTech community. But actually, SaaS and FinTech obviously learn a lot from each other. But also, a medtech company can learn a lot about the kind of the entrepreneurial challenges that a leader in FinTech has, that has gone much faster, has much more access to venture capital and experience. So we're trying to kind of curate that community so that it's relevant for all of the founders. But it's important that they are actually founders, or at least behave as them.
I mean, communities is such a buzzword, right? It was actually one of the most trending words in 2020 and 2021, according to Google. Amongst that, the idea of community, I think there's a difference between social following and community. So community, from what I'm hearing you say, is really about those foundership, those relationships that you're building, that you're bringing together, and you're exchanging views and learning from one another. But it's damn expensive to create and fund a community. Some people don't want to pay to play. Others want to kind of grasp that value. And generally, I do see a commercialization of communities. But going back to Techly, you are government funded. How does that work in the business model, the work that you're doing, and also the communities that you're building moving forward? Will you be asking them to pay? Do you think that's a kind of model that generally companies should be using? You said I could ask you difficult questions.
No. Because that's actually the point where we are now. So we're publicly funded, and we have enough money, so it's pretty easy. We can organize events. We can't support others, but we can have enough means to do whatever we want. You know, we can start a podcast, or we can hire the studio. Every time that's like 10,000, 15,000, all the little amounts that most people then find the barrier not to do things. So that's a luxury position, and we're actually looking to, because the government doesn't really like they like what we're doing, but they think they're very uncomfortable with us supporting companies in that way, and so we kind of have this. We chose the form of an experiment, so these companies are giving us a lot of feedback, and it helps us make better policies. So, but in fact, this is something that should be probably organized and funded privately. But we have realized that there's a problem in the Netherlands. People don't reach out that much. People don't actually look for that community and are pretty transactional. So, and are used to getting everything for free. So how do you start something that people actually start paying? So we're actually right at that point. So we might, I don't know how expensive you are, but I might hire you. But we are looking now to engage a number of founders, and really with that question, like, what is the proposition that people would be willing to pay for? Maybe first through philanthropy, but also to get a paying community. And it's a very delicate balance, because what they like in TechLeap is that we don't commercialize and that we are a neutral, objective player. So, and there's quite a dislike of commercialization of these communities. So, how to do it in a way that is kind of fair value, fair value for the product and the service we're providing, and not doubling what's already going on in the market, and still staying objective, and so we're in a luxury position now that the government still pays for this. We don't know exactly what's going to happen going forward, but we think the community should be strong enough, and we can offer, and if you look at our NPS scores of our programs, I think there is enough demand for what we're doing, so we're quite positive and hopeful that we can take this forward, whatever the government decides.
Thank you also for that very honest answer, right? I also want to say that if you're a business person, if you're companies, if you're looking to build communities or work with communities within your business, your organization, be that for talent or hiring or engagement or events like this, you need to have an investment budget. You need to be able to add value. There needs to be a clear strategy plan, as there would be with anything. Communities aren't just there for nice to haves. They're there to add value. They're there to exchange services. They should be considered like a business, even if there's not a commercial monetary point on top of that, or a kind of access point that you have to pay for.
And bitterballen and beer. Sorry. That's Dutch community. So if you don't have if you know bitterballen
let's touch on
beer,
that, actually. Let's touch on that. So beer, very good one, right? Let's touch on that slightly. It can be alcohol-free, but what about the talent that isn't comfortable in these spaces, but they want to engage, they want to enter? So you made a great point earlier about diversity inclusion. I saw all the heads nod when that question came up, when the topic came up. You wanted that discussion. The reality is that companies want to be inclusive, they want to be diverse, but potentially they're not changing things in the way that they should. The pace of change or innovation isn't fast enough, and we're going back to what we already know. So I'm not saying you shouldn't drink alcohol, right? That's not the point. But I am saying that not everything has to revolve around this one thing that brings a lot of us together. And of course, it's friendly banter. But you also spoke about culture. Now, you know, the question is, are you hiring for culture? Are you hiring for skills? Are you hiring so someone can come in and disrupt your business and say, hey, wait, actually, this is a gap that I can see, and this is how it's going to support you commercially. And I know before the session, we were talking about diversity inclusion and just making sure that we can diversify the ecosystem. But again, we look around in this beautiful event, and I'm not going to pretend like we're not thinking, hey, actually, we've probably seen these faces before, or it's kind of the same or similar faces that show up. Where's maybe the other individuals that should be here? What do you think we can do to really speed up the change when it comes to the innovation, the ecosystem, and the inclusion in the space versus just sit on another panel and have the same discussion and go away with the same notes and put it on LinkedIn and be like, here's what I learned today, but not actually execute much of that in the workspace?
Whoa. That was,
Wow,
was that a question or, yeah, no. So I think just as an observation, if a room like this is not diverse, it's a sign of maturity or lack of maturity of an ecosystem or of a community, because we know that that all of the successful tech companies are completely international and will have to be international, notwithstanding, you know, what's going on in your office here. But if you have a completely Dutch office here, it's very hard to be very attractive to your colleagues that are in Silicon Valley or in London or in other places or, you know, India. So it's important. And what we found is that it is actually a very strategic issue. And so having an inclusive culture, being able to attract that talent is really strategic. And if you don't get it right, you're basically, you will feel it in your bottom line or in your growth trajectory. So before we looked at it, the easiest part is gender or sex. You know, sex is still pretty binary, so and you can measure for it. Whereas ethnicity in some countries, especially in Europe, you can't. So to know, at least to look at it from that perspective, and then we took the venture capital angle, because men invest in men, and we saw that there are very low numbers of investment in female-led teams. So that was actually our approach, and we tried, well, we set up a fund right to create more diversity in the venture capital system. That kind of helped. We saw that some have gone really fast forward, and they've been very successful in actually finding teams to invest in and diversifying their portfolio. There's been more activity in actually the funds themselves, hiring more women and people of color, but we also saw that there were laggards and people saying, okay, this is now, we've done this now, and you know, we kind of integrated it, and okay, now we go back to our business, and COVID didn't really help much there. So we've seen that it doesn't, it still is something that you need to keep communicating about, and for myself, you know, I've been involved in this for a while. It started basically with a conversation. What's the easiest thing we do? We say, okay, I will never be on a fully male panel anymore. It's a simple gesture, but it kind of it radiates. And then from that moment on, I've just been learning every single day. And because if you basically, I think the mindset should be that you don't know, but you know there's just massive amounts of experience and really interesting knowledge, insight out there. And if you have a questioning, kind of curious mindset, and you keep asking, then every person, it doesn't matter, you know, if they're from color, if they are LGBTQ, if they are white, straight, everything, they all will have a lot behind the facade and a lot to bring to the business, to your community, and actually it's being interested in your people makes you more interested in your customers, makes you more interested in your suppliers, makes you able to build relationships that go much further than they would otherwise do. So I think it's more than a sanity check. It really should be something that we're integrating in our culture, and I'm trying to do that in my team. We found that we had more women than men, so we felt, hey, we're in tech, we've got more women than men, but then we saw that actually these women all looked pretty much the same. They were all kind of go-getting, very practical, and we said, well, wait, and they're all, it was for us easier to find that kind of woman from Australia than to find someone from a Turkish background, a man from Turkish background from Rotterdam. So that did help us kind of think about, okay, what is that? What is the bias that we have in our system, in our HR? And we started looking from how to address that. And there are many ways to do that. And you got people like you that can support.
Absolutely. And what I'm really hearing you say is think of it like a strategy. Go back, observe what you have, document it, audit it, then make recommendations, bring in the right people. Some stats just to throw at you, right? If you invest in women, just from a kind of a standard women, male, binary perspective, you can bring 3 trillion into your economy. 50% of women feel like they need mentors to help them enter or progress in the workspace versus 5% of men, so you can bring mentoring programs. We as a company run career programs, so it's where you build their confidence, not just technical skills, but soft skills. The 3 reasons as to why the lack of diversity might exist is the lack of community, which we've discussed, the lack of confidence, and the lack of career knowledge. A really simple example in tech, there's account managers, but when you're coming out of university, that sounds like you're going into accounting, because we haven't quite explained what those terms, what those definitions mean. And like you've mentioned, you're going into this space, make sure, maybe it's a tally where we're like, for every ticket you get, you have to bring someone along with you that doesn't look like you, that doesn't feel like you. Maybe it's a student, maybe it's a young professional, maybe it's someone who's new in your business, but you bring them into these spaces, you open the doors, you sponsor, you become that ally. And I know that you've spoken about that before this session, is that allyship is a doing word, and it makes such a big difference. I'm mindful of time, and it's clocking down at me, so I'm going to ask you just some random questions to start kind of ending the session. What is a book you're reading?
It was a book. I'm bad with names. It's called The Garden of Finzi Constini. But it's an Italian novel. I just read that. Really impressive book. So it's not a business book. I am supposed to read Amp It Up from Frank Slootman, also because we are seriously amping up our organization. We still have 10 months left, so we got our kind of roadmap laid out for us. So that would be the next book that I would read.
And my final question, I'd love to ask you all to ask the people that you're sitting next to, the colleagues that you've come with, this same question and keep them accountable. What is the one thing that we can keep you accountable on when it comes to community, culture, building confidence? And there's like 500 people in this space. So we can check up on you and say, you said this on stage, that you were going to make that difference in a year. What can that be? It could be something small. So I can check on you over the next 6-12 months and just say, hey, you made that statement. Let's see how you're going with that.
Well, what I want to do in the next year is to see if we can align the government around and an organization like ours or something, whatever that may be, to turn the Netherlands into a kind of a deep tech engine and make sure that the universities, communities, also capital will come together to much more effectively produce deep tech startups and scale-ups. So I don't know if we're going to succeed, but that's what I'm aiming for, and we'll see what happens.
You have to have a North Star. How can people keep in touch with you, and where can they connect with you?
LinkedIn is easy. You can connect through Twitter or I guess email as well. I do respond usually to most of the communication I get, but LinkedIn is probably the easiest.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you everyone who joined us. Thank you. You can clap if you want. It's fine.
Yes.
We'll take the claps.
Let's give Sonia and Constant a big hand indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Do connect with us online. Ask the questions. I'm here all day presenting, doing interviews, and just having kind of random discussions. So reach out. Do reach out to both of us, and have a great rest of your experience on Friday.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you can leave it. Thank you. Enjoy your day. Have a good flight, Constantine. I understand indeed you have to take off very, very soon. But thanks indeed also for your speaking out your ambition, because I believe that's definitely something that we'll collaborate on very happily going forward between TechLeap and Holland FinTech. So with that said, we're going to move a couple of chairs here. And finally, I've announced it already before, but he's completely warmed up. Well, I hope he's not cooled down too much already in the meanwhile while he was sitting here. But we're very much looking forward to hearing from Bas Winkel. He's the head of FinTech at bol.com, big e-commerce platform in the Netherlands, basically making sure that Amazon is actually having a pretty hard time actually gaining market share. But also very much see that e-commerce players are moving into FinTech. So I'm curious to hear more from Bas. What's happening on his end? Let's give him a big hand, everyone.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, very glad to be here and talk a bit about FinTech at bol.com. My name is Bas. I'm the product director of FinTech at bol.com. Going to talk a bit to you about what FinTech is at bol.com. I've been working at the company for 18 years now, so I've been through the rise of e-commerce in the zeros and the rise of the platforms in the decade after that. So glad to be here and talk a bit to you about it. I'm going to dive a bit deeper into the company, FinTech at bol.com, talk a bit about our customers, and I'm going to ask you 2 questions, so be ready to use the Mentimeter and answer some stuff on the polls that I'm going to throw at you. And I'm going to leave you at the end with 3 things to remember. All right. So a little bit about the company. So we started out in '98 as an e-commerce website selling books. And today we are a platform mostly run via third-party sellers, offering a lot of millions of products, 41 million, rising each day. 13 million customers active on our website and our app, 152 million visits a month, and over 50,000 sellers that are active on our platform selling products to our customers. And the rise of e-commerce and the rise of platforms is a journey that we went through very close by. So we started, like I said, in '98 as an online bookstore and offering a wide variety of items. And we grew in 2007, expanding that offering to second-hand books. And discovered later on that if we wanted to expand even more in our offerings, it was not sufficient to connect a supplier to our own website to be able to sell these goods. A much faster way was to connect third-party sellers offering their items via our platform for us to focus on the core activities that we're good at. So we did that in 2011, opened up our website to third-party sellers offering new items on our site. And that really transformed our business, because currently, this day in time, we have around 70% of our top line is being generated by third-party sellers, and we are a retail tech platform, as we call it. And what is tech at bol.com? So if you look at our business, we have of course, the customer-facing business on the left, offering all these items and making sure that people can buy the things they need. And on the right side, you see the opening for third-party sellers to be able to sell via our platform. And our tech is in the middle, and of course, FinTech is in the heart of our business. On the left side, you have domains like buying and customer service, and on the selling side, assortment and selling, making sure that all the tools are made for people to sell their goods via our platform. And the more enabling domains in the middle, like logistics and all other stuff that needs to be done to run the business. And FinTech is one of them. And what we do is some kind of a tagline or a why, is that first and foremost, we responsibly handle the customers and the platform users' money while being a front runner in financial services. So always start with safely and responsibly handle the platform's money, because that's something that users first and foremost expect from us. But we also want to be extremely convenient in user experience, and talk a bit about that later on. So when I talk about domains and how tech is organized, we have around 1,500 people working in tech within our company, all in these different domains that I showed you. And these domains are divided in several products, so parts of the business that need further development and need running in the business. And FinTech is made up of 4 of these products. So we have the payments product that focuses on offering payment methods to our customers. Payment after delivery is one of them. The fraud and risk product focusing on offering these payment methods with the least amount of risk for us as a company. Invoicing, the name says it, I think, invoicing all users with the stuff they bought or the services they collected from us. And collection focuses on all invoices that are not paid and making sure that they eventually will be paid via debt collection or even the bailiff when applicable. So that's a whole chain of activities. Our definition of FinTech, I realize these definitions, they vary a lot across the space, but this is our definition. And when I talk about users or customers, in our definition, that's a wide variety. Normally when you talk about customers, you mean the end customer buying stuff at our platform. From our perspective, customers is a wide variety of different users. So you have, of course, our internal use of our processes, the accounts department, our account managers, like Sonia said. The buyers, the people actively buying stuff at our platform. Retailers that are active selling on our platform. We have people not really active on our platform, either selling or buying, but advertising on our platform via our advertising business model. We have ecosystem partners connecting to us via product APIs and opening up to the further world around us. And of course, there are authorities and collecting agencies that need connecting as well. So then we come to the first question that I need you to pull up your Mentimeter with a QR code. You can scan this and join me. And the question is, what do you think these customers, this wide variety of users, find most important about our FinTech products? I'm really curious of what you find. Can we pull up the answers on the screen, or do we need to? Okay, sorry. We're working on to get the answers on screen. I'm really curious about what you think. Is it working, or should I? It's coming up. A lot of tension building up in the room. Right? This is an experiment, right? This is indeed a good exercise for the second question I'm going to ask you later on. or just shout, yeah, just shout. It's a good idea. What do you think these customers find most important about our products? Just shout out. Good idea. Integration, yeah. Ease of use. Security. Here we go. Security, reliability, trust, instant payouts, fast payments, different payment options. Yeah. Safety. Yeah. Cool, cool. Yeah, okay. Really good answer. So if we can go back to the presentation, then I can continue, because I was really curious if your thoughts were in line with the way we look at it. Yeah. So first and foremost, customers are expecting stuff to work, right? No customer or people buying at our platform, they don't usually call us telling us, wow, this is really, really cool, the way I paid at bol.com. It's not how it works, right? People expect it to work, and work efficiently, and work with the least amount of boundaries possible. And all these other users, they also focus mostly on reliability, on scalability and ease of use. Scalability in terms of product APIs and scaling volume, and ease of use in the least amount of barriers available to making a payment or receiving a payment. And on the selling side of the business, it's not only about receiving money, it's also being able to connect to our platform and downloading, for instance, all your different sales that you made in order to be able to do the accounting yourselves. And it's really important. So I'm really talking about this security and these high standards that we have on reliability. And it's really important because if these processes fail to work, or if they are negatively affected, then we have serious risk, not only for our users, but also for us as a company as well. Negative effects are in different areas of the business, right? So you have direct financial losses, of course, like orders cannot be completed, or there's something needed to cover financial fraud, or we have to do write-offs because stuff didn't work for our customers, which costs direct money. But also reputation damage in the news when you are hit by some kind of a fraud scam, or well, something happening. Then we lose trust of our users, which is not something that is beneficiary for us in the long run. And of course, there are other negative effects as well, like customers abandoning baskets, becoming disloyal, distrusting the platform, and it also limits us with innovation as well, having much of these kind of disruptions. So we do focus a lot on security, reliability, and all these dull things that you might find not really interesting. But yeah, we take pride in dullness, I always say. But of course, next to the basics, being trustworthy and security, of course we also look at customer demand and the way users look at our platform and how they want to interact with us. And there are three key trends in the customer demands that I wanted to share with you. So we, first and foremost, people active on our platform, they want personalized FinTech services. What the heck is that? So what we mean with that is that we come from a period in time where it was a one-size-fits-all scaling business, right? So we wanted, and we're not the only one, but it's all about a volume game, getting as most customers on your platform, and they are all serviced in the same way. We're behind that era right now. So people want personalized offerings, personalized processes, and personalized FinTech as well. With low friction, I call it embedded, but what it means is that when you have some kind of payment offering, you want it active on the point that you're at in the platform at that moment in time. The easiest example, for instance, is a subscription model with reading digital books via our Kobo system. Partnership with Kobo. You don't really recognize that you have some kind of subscription process going on behind the screens, but we are there when it's needed. And buy now, pay later, really a buzzword in the market. We have been offering buy now, pay later since '98. It's the reason why we exist, I always say. At the time, there were no online payment methods at all available. But yeah, we have grown that, and almost 40% of our customers use buy now, pay later to buy goods at our platform. And that also is on the verge of getting more personalized in the whole journey from not only buying, but also the follow-up processes. And the ecosystem that plays a key role in supporting us now and in the future. There are different elements in that, and when I talked about earlier, what I talked about earlier is that we have a huge tech community working on all these different types of areas within the company. It may seem a bit odd that I'm standing on stage here and shouting out that the industry and the ecosystem needs to step up in order to make offerings to customers even better, or users even better. It's in different areas like payment processing. A recent innovation called debit card tokenization, you may have heard of it, which really makes these boundaries or these payment processes even easier for users. Also expanding offerings to our partners. We have a simple payout system to partners, but of course they always want their money faster. Maybe there are lending opportunities or stuff like that can be available. And it's also supported with all kinds of data models and data services that we can provide. I see the time's up, so I'm going to skip the next one. I'm really interested in what you think are key innovation areas for FinTech at bol.com, but you can drop me a line later on or via LinkedIn or...
We can also do the Menti and send you the results later.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
And I would like to talk to you actually about this. So I think I'm also happy to give you some answers already to chew on.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you scan the QR and put in your answers, then maybe I'll put
if
a link.
I may, because I
sure.
think that's actually really interesting, Bas. Because actually I was just, one of my big ambitions always as an entrepreneur myself is actually I just want to be taken care of, right, with the tools that I get. And so actually I just want, for example, if I would actually do my business on bol.com, why can't I just get my P&L from bol.com at the end of the year?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Or so basically be completely facilitated in that. Is that also how far your ambition reaches?
Yeah, so it's always difficult in these topics to talk in timelines, but that is the North Star, yes. So, and of course that requires a lot of innovation and a lot of investment in time to be able to get there. But our aim is to mostly, to make ease of use as most as possible to all users. And indeed, this is one of the topics that we're looking at. Yeah.
But I think you're then really taking a role like an orchestrator, right? So you're not going to build all these payment engine, lending engines, accounting, bookkeeping systems, and so on.
No.
So how do you see that, like from an ecosystem perspective? How do you see collaboration there?
Yeah. So yeah, one of the reasons why I'm here. So we need the whole space to participate and to standardize connections between different types of parts of the business and connect them to really help users in all the areas that they're active in. So one concrete example is business sellers. They find it difficult to put up a VAT invoice to customers. Number one complaint from business sellers. And of course, we can make some kind of process or thing to generate VAT invoices, but why not have a third party, which is in the market currently already, offering these type of services to our sellers, and it means that we don't have to actively build these types of services, and it really helps the community to grow. So yeah.
I really like that concept. And I think that's also where I truly believe that if you, it's not the individual financial services per se, but if you can able to bring them together and solve a customer issue, you can create such economic power and value. I think that's I think that's really beneficial. That's also why I think getting together like this and collaborate within the industry as well as outside the industry, I think that's a really big benefit.
Really important. Yeah. So look at quick look at the system. So, security, supply chain, pay installments or with crypto. With crypto, yeah, that's way ahead, I guess. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to close off. Can I get back to the presentation? I'm going to leave you with 3 things to remember, and then I'm ready. Right. So, first and foremost, high expectations regarding reliability and security, scalability and ease of use. And when there's stuff going wrong in the ecosystem, there's an immediate risk of negative issues and reputation damage. And yeah, like Don already discussed, you know, the ecosystem plays a key role in supporting us to address the customer demand and play a real fine role in differentiating services to help our users. Thank you.
Thank you, Bas. Yeah, very nice talk. So thanks for coming here to share. And yeah, I think inspirational and definitely also the call for collaboration, I think is well heard here. So thanks again. Looking forward to see you again soon. Yep. And so I think we already, when we started today, we already began with a bit of a discussion on how hot is ESG now actually. And actually, are we willing to spend time and money on it? So here's the question, right? So we can either go to lunch or we can talk about ESG. No, of course, I'm kidding, right? But I do want to really emphasize it's a really important topic, I think, to discuss. So I'm really glad we've got the one and only Menno van Leeuwen here to guide us through the process here and help us understand better how to deal with ESG topics.
Yeah, you have a veggie lunch ready for us, I assume?
Of course, all locally produced, recycled actually, right? So it's straight from the toilets, back up to the table. So no harm done to the environment. No.
That's a little bit greenwashing. Be careful. Yeah. No, so you might get penalized on that.
But it's a really important topic. So yeah. Menno, I wish you much luck with your panel, who you'll probably introduce. And thank you for joining us here.
Yeah,
let's give you a big hand already.
Thank you. Let's talk and walk about sustainability. Let me take you back 10 years in time. I was standing on a stage. At that time, I was working for ABN AMRO, and I was pitching. And I was pitching a topic about technology startups entering our market, wanting to disrupt us. And I was pitching in front of an audience of senior, middle-aged bankers. And I was telling, well, this is where we can learn from. Maybe we can collaborate. And at that time, their response was, well, not so enthusiastic. But if you take back now in time and see what happened in 10 years in time, it's been amazing, right, Don? We met each other in this FinTech wave. And now, today, I'm pitching a next wave which is coming. And that is sustainability. And sustainability also as opportunity era for banks, financial companies, and FinTechs specifically. I'm Menno van Leeuwen. I will be presenting, moderating today the sustainability and ESG panels. I will give an introduction to this topic. I saw in the first polling that 20% of you are involved in ESG. So let me take some time to introduce this topic. And then I will be introducing 3 powerful ladies who will each deep dive into a specific element of ESG and share their experience and practical examples. Of course, it's about getting interaction. So we have arranged this after this session and after the lunch. We have a breakout and breakout number 2. And the four of us will be available there for an intense Q&A. So please take your questions and join us later on. But first, the introduction to this topic. Well, if you talk about sustainability, I've experienced you have to make it personal. Otherwise, people will keep on guessing, but why is he into sustainability? What's behind it? What's his motive? What's his footprint? So let me give you a little bit of a wrap-up how I ended up from being a banker in the financial industry to doing lots of my work in sustainability. Well, it started actually, I was quite entrepreneurial with the bank, so then you end up in an innovation department, and I learned how to innovate successfully there. And the one thing that I took into account, it's about really, really understanding the problem you are trying to solve. and if I look back, all the innovations I was part of had most of the times a sustainability topic as a big problem to solve. And I got the opportunity after my innovation period to make a new product, a banking platform in the retail market, mobile only. The trigger was we see these challenger banks coming up, we should do this as well. But together with our team, we really invested deeply in understanding the customer needs. Nobody was waiting for yet another bank account, right? So from customer testing, from prototype testing, MVP testing, live testing, we found out that a lot of people, they were just not secure about their finances. They were uncomfortable. How do I manage my money? Will I get it? Will I get through this month? And actually, when you got into deeper talks, they were stressed. And of course, we know there are customer groups who are very vulnerable, are getting into debt problems. But we saw it at a very broader group, of financial stress. Lots of these young professionals who are in the metaverse of media monks, they spend money easily and they don't have this overview over their finances. So this brought me on the social impact topic of financial stress, financial well-being. I tried to learn lots of this, joined network groups, partnerships, and also internally in ABN AMRO, this was a topic. And at that time, I think it's 5 years ago, ABN AMRO put sustainability central in their strategy. And that was about social impact, that was about the climate and the energy change, and it was about the circular economy. So I became part of a bigger challenge, is how to deal with sustainability. And I think it's a good thing. So one of the advices is to put sustainability, if you're serious about it, not aside, but make it part of your strategy. The hard part about that, like ABN AMRO experienced, when it was so strong, focused in their strategy, it's also about, well, what are you doing? What are your proof points? And many service companies, for instance, if you take a look at their own footprint, it's just really like limited. Maybe it's 1% of the footprint you have in the entire value chain. So getting back to a bank, to do something on sustainability, it's all about how do you engage with your clients. They have to take steps. They have to invest in sustainable projects and not become the laggards. So together with the team, I got the opportunity to set up a program to help entrepreneurs. We focused on mid-sized companies to take steps into sustainability. So focus on a specific problem, topic, and then we search the market for innovations, which solutions are already there to solve your sustainability challenge. And we facilitated pilots so we could really prove the value. Well, this program was called Impact Nation. I spent 2 years, the past 2 years on this, and engaged with over 15 companies with each a specific challenge and each a specific innovation to find for them. And at that time I thought, hey, this is something I want to do the rest of my life, helping companies to accelerate on sustainability by connecting to innovation. So I went as an entrepreneur, started my own business, but also deep dived into education because I was curious what is like the best way for a company to take these steps. It's like innovation we learned in practice. How is this with sustainability? So I did a course, got connected to great professors, to experienced former CEOs of Paul Polman of Unilever, Fijke Siebesma of DSM, and they explained what they did and what they think is very important. And they got back to this, you have to really understand the problem. You really have to spend time, so even if you're CEO, on understanding the problem, speaking to innovation companies in your industry, if to discover if there are solutions. This is what they directed. And they also said it's about not one silver bullet, it's about like a big chessboard you have, and all actors have to chip in. So you need to be playing on that chessboard with multiple pieces to change the game. Well, this is what I'm trying to do in practice. So I'm advising several kinds of companies. I'm working for Holland FinTech for these events. I'm coaching sustainability startups for Startup Bootcamp. I've advised a cleaning company. I've advised an ICT company. And now I'm working for Nationale Nederlanden on their sustainability strategy and to put that into practice, to accelerate. And that is, of course, very good, meaningful for me to do. That's why I do it. I like it, to do something good. But it's also like I've entered a new space because two things I want to give to you. It is about this sense of urgency. So if you spend time on sustainability each day, you read all these articles, sometimes conflicting, you get like a little bit depressed. Because yes, indeed, I'm afraid it is so. Our planet is finite, and we all have this infinite desires. And the examples of where it goes wrong, we can see around us, right? So last summer, about the heats and the droughts and the fires, it's just taking place. And the most scary thing that I learned is not only like what's going on now, but if you take a look at all the calculations, what is going wrong, we're entering to several tipping points. So if you're a climate risk analyst, you are calculating on these tipping points where things go worse from here. I have an example. But what it also gave me is also this insight. We always talk about sustainability it's for the future generation to come, and the future generation, Gen Z, they are also aware of sustainability, so that's good news. But it's also about, well, if you analyze what has happened, why there's so much greenhouse now in the air and pollution, it is because of what happened in my lifetime. So about 3/4 of all the damage done has occurred in my lifetime. And this is something Marianne Minnesma, for instance, taught to our Prime Minister. It happened in your lifetime, all these greenhouse gases. So if you break it, you own it. Businesses need to take responsibility, not only government. So just to give you a little bit that stomach pain, just some examples of these tipping points. So everybody is talking about the global warming. We want to contain it to preferably maximum 1.5 degrees higher than before the industrial age. Because scientists made various scenarios calculations, then we can keep things not getting out of hand. And then you get forecasts that maybe will become 2 degrees, or even worse, 3 or 4 degrees higher. What does that mean, right? It's like abstract. So just a few examples. If we don't contain it to 1.5 degrees, but it will become 2, then we'll be having serious problems, and the tipping point will reach of permafrost. So the ice which is under the land in the tundras, it is very important. I did not know this before I went into sustainability, but they are not only melting, so you have water rise if they melt. No, they are capturing a lot of methanes, so the greenhouse gases. So if this melting process takes place faster, we're having serious problems, because then the storage capacity also decreases. So 38% extra permafrost loss, just if we keep it to 0.5% extra, so the 2%. Also on heat waves, it will be more than doubled, and also crops if in your agriculture. Well, I can go on and on and on of these kind of worrying examples. And even all the examples we saw being not in Europe, it will come close to us. So the picture you see is about Pakistan, the floods. Well, it's in the distance. There are claims it has to do with the climate change. Scientists yesterday already presented to deliver scientific-based proofs. Yes, it is because of the climate change. And the footprint of Pakistan is quite small. The footprint created these weather effects is created in the Western world. So we will have to help them now. We'll have to put money in. So everything is getting close to us. So who now feels a little bit more depressed than in the beginning? Raise your hand. I'm sorry. More than the half. I will flip it for you. because I'm also a very optimistic guy. And there is so much innovation power already available. So I saw this in all these Impact Nation challenges, but also now in my work with NN, I showed you a picture. It was of the campus in Delft, where they literally already are having live the solution to collect the heat in the summer, to store it, and to use it in winter. That's like the biggest help we can get here in the Netherlands. Only it's a little big machine, so it has to become more scalable. It's not affordable yet for everyone, but the technology is already there. Well, you will see tens, hundreds of these kind of solutions. Do visit We Will Change Climate Change. You can Google it, and you will see all these examples. So the biggest point there are so many people working on sustainability challenges now. So if you have so many people, smart people, you have some investments, great things can happen. And if you read this book, maybe for Constantine, it's a nice one also, and you read about what happened in the second industrial time frame, where all the big innovations happened on the energy, on the way we build, on all the household goods we now have. It just happened in 25 years. So in 25 years, a lot can happen, but we need this really risk-taking attitude, the urgency, and to inspire each other. And then my call to FinTech. All of these innovations, they're like make do. We call in the Netherlands houtje touwtje. It's not really connected to each other from a data perspective, a digital perspective. The financing part is not really integrated yet. We need the scalability. We need the inclusiveness to be repaired. All challenges, I think, the FinTech industry can really help. And for that, we are introducing today sustainability to you. We will present some opportunity areas where we see value, but I do recognize that it is just like one big container, right? Lots of words, lots of regulation, and just little action. So be aware of that. On behalf of time, I will just skip a little bit through it, but you really need to see a little bit through all these, containers like sustainability. I've explained a little bit what transitions are in that. But you also have sustainable development goals set by the UN. A lot of companies have used this framework centrally in their strategy. So you can learn from them what they are focusing on. But for companies specifically, you also now have ESG. So we will be talking more about ESG during this session and panels. And that is something that started from a company perspective, for companies to use a framework to see how are you doing on the environmental, on the social, and on the governance side. And the good news is there are a lot of commitments already being made. So it's not, of course, everything is uncertain what will happen. It's like the metaverse we saw earlier, yet already the stakes have been put in the ground. So the big commitments between business leaders, government leaders have been made to go in this direction. And also in the financial industry, this means, for instance, with the EU taxonomy, maybe Wendy, you will address this also in your part. It will become like a play group. I don't know why they called it taxonomy, because it's another complex word. But it's like a rule book, just a rule book. When is something sustainable, an activity, or not? So there will be rules presented in there. And it will be the big anti-greenwashing. So that will be interesting to also look into the next coming years. How can you help companies and prevent this greenwashing? On the reporting side, lots will be done. And you will see lots of companies, because of this reporting needs for all companies as of 250 employees, it will be about not only publishing your own footprint, so your own operations footprint, but you have to take care of the whole value chain. And this is where the opportunity area of sustainability will become very big because it will move value chains. And for now, I would like to go to the second part of this presentation and introduce the 3 letters of ESG to you. And for this, I have asked 3 powerful women I know in my network to highlight each one of them, one of these letters, and zoom into a certain challenge we see. And I would like to start with Wendy from PwC. And of course, I would say the accounting part is your part. Please talk us through compliance. But what I liked about our talk is that you said, yeah, it is compliance side, but I also see the business opportunity side. And it also drills down to, well, who am I? Who are we as PwC? What's our purpose? So please share your story to the crowd. Yeah.
Thank you, Menno. Thank you. And maybe a disappointment, but I'm not actually an accountant. I'm a sociologist by background. My name is Wendy van Tol. I work for PwC in the advisory business, and I am responsible for what we call ESG. Now, let me demystify this land of ESG a little bit for you, because there is so much behind it. Who of you would believe when you hear the term ESG, the acronym, this is a reporting framework? None of you? Who believes this is a transformation framework? Yeah, good, good, thank you. Then we're already at the right start of this presentation, because I strongly believe this is much more a transformation framework. It is the business language for sustainability. It is the business language for the E, how do we take care of the environment? It's the business language of the S, how do we take care of our ecosystem? Who is dependent on us as a business, and who are we dependent on for terms of welfare, well-being, and care? And in terms of governance, how are we as a business playing a role in stopping greenwashing, stopping corruption, stopping fraud, and making sure that we have ethical behavior in our whole ecosystem of our operations? So there is so much behind ESG, and like Menno said, it's really a thinking framework for you as a business to see not only where you have to be compliant, because yes, there is a lot of reporting coming at you, any businesses that you're in. In the Netherlands only, the current scope of businesses that are being able to comply to the rules of ESG is just 250. If you look at the size, the amount of employees that you employ, the industry that you're in, and financial service, of course, is in there. But if you look at the law that is coming up and the regulation that is coming up, actually, within 1.5 years, 3,500 businesses just in the Netherlands will have to comply with this regulation. So yes, there is regulation behind this. Now, as PwC, we're of course also very much part of this whole ecosystem. We are operating in 150 countries. We employ 300,000 people around the world. So we need to practice what we preach. So yes, we feel that sustainability is a business opportunity, and we have committed to things like net zero in 2030. We want to go to fully renewable energies. We want to reduce the amount of flying around the world with all of our accountants and consultants. We are able to upskill. We've upskilled about 18 million people to reduce inequality in terms of digital upskilling. Our app we've made available. So there's things that we do. But also personally, I'm really committed to this. 7 years ago, I was asked by our global boards to come and help transform PwC. Well, it's an easy question, but actually, it's a very hard transformation. So I worked for our global board for about a year to really set out what our roadmap is for becoming purpose-led and values-driven. The word ESG wasn't even out there yet. I've done that as a project, worked with all of these territories to create this roadmap towards things like net zero, renewable energies, but also in the products and services that we employ to our clients, that we deploy to our clients. How can we be more sustainable? Now, after a year running that project, I was asked to come back to the Netherlands and actually take part of the advisory board and lead our consulting practice. Now, I can tell you this was even harder, Because when you're in the C-suite and you have to make these decisions every day, whether we go and see that client overseas because that client really wants to see us, or whether we challenge that client to do things online or do things differently. Now, that are trade-offs that we have to make every day. So personally, very committed to this. Now, let me give you two perspectives on ESG. One is the compliance perspective, because I strongly feel there is a huge opportunity for FinTech to help out in what is coming in terms of regulation the coming years. But there's also a huge opportunity for FinTech to tap into the possibilities of growth around sustainability and ESG. So let me give you these two perspectives, next 5 minutes. Regulation. There's already a lot of regulation that is hitting financial institutions in the Netherlands, and that regulation is really focused on 3 topics. First of all, it is about redirecting capital into more sustainable financial systems. Secondly, it's all around including ESG in your risk management. Are you aware of the climate risk that is hitting you as a company? Or are you aware of how your footprint actually is manifesting in the world? And last but not least, it's all around promoting more transparency and sustainability in how you operate as a company. And then for financial institutions, there is not only, of course, pressure by the regulators on ESG. There's also pressure by society, by your customers, by your suppliers, by everyone in your ecosystem that is demanding a more sustainable footprint going forward. Now, the banking system is, of course, itself needs to work on its footprint, but also it is probably the field that finances most of the carbon-intensive industries. So it's not only about your own footprint, but it's about the footprint of your whole ecosystem, your lending portfolio, your investments, and how you actually make them more sustainable. Now for FinTech, in terms of compliance, your opportunities. The data that you need to get, the data aggregation, how you get it, how you store it, how you source it, how you analyze it, is an extremely complicated task. The disclosures that will be required by regulation in the financial sector are immense. So if you're into data management and providing technology platforms that can help better data aggregation, data sourcing, or data management in the field of sustainability, this is an opportunity for you. Because sourcing that data from your lending portfolio or your investment portfolio in terms of, for example, carbon footprint, now that, you can imagine, is a very complicated data exercise. So if you're in FinTech, you can tap into this world. Now, there is also a massive knowledge gap, and there is a massive capability gap. So if you now can upskill yourself on what is going to hit the market in terms of regulation, then you can help your clients, your customers, and you can tap into that ecosystem of creating value just from a data, technology, reporting, and knowledge area. And now, like Menno said, there's also a lot of hope in this story. It's not only to scare you. As of today, my colleague Peter, who is also in the room, published a research. It's a research that we actually do every year. It's looking at how fintechs are cooperating with the financial system and for what reason they are cooperating. Now, the past years, as you can imagine, this was mainly digital transformation. It was all around the actual technology solutions for customers. What we found out and what we were happily surprised with is that actually this year 55% of the partnerships between the banking system and fintechs is ESG driven. So if you're not in the area yet of ESG, you are probably missing out on a business opportunity as a fintech. And as I just said, what are the areas that you can then tap into? It is improving product offering. So it's not only helping that data sourcing, technology regulation, but it's the area that Menno touched on. It's also around what type of products does the financial sector deliver to their customers? And how can you almost sustainalize those products in maybe incentivizing sustainable behavior in your lending opportunities, maybe in your investment portfolio, maybe in, and we see a lot of good examples already happening for banking and insurance companies that are offering their customer more sustainable options or helping them to make sustainable choices. And for this, it is important to understand customer behavior so you can nudge them into more sustainable choices. Now, we have seen sustainability going really from kind of how do we do no harm, from compliance into this business opportunity of creating value. So I actually think ESG is not a reporting framework, and luckily half of the room also thought the same. It's a transformation framework, but actually it is more of a value creation framework going into the future. Now let me round up because we only have a short. I think there are 4 areas where fintechs can really work with the financial sector to drive value. One is more trust. The whole regulation is all around creating transparency and more sustainability in that system, so investors can make the right decisions, customers can make the right decisions. So if you can help the sector to become more trustworthy and transparent through your data solutions, through your technology solutions, then I think there is a business opportunity for you out there. Secondly, more growth. As I just mentioned, there is a whole set of examples of more sustainable products, whether it's lending, whether it's mortgage, whether it's the way you nudge your consumers. One short example, and I'm happy that Bas is still here, bol.com. If you order a product, you get this range of products you may also like. Maybe as a suggestion, if you can then nudge your customers into, if you're considering these options, please note that this is a more sustainable option. Then if I have the choice and the product is alike, I would personally choose the sustainable option. So this is just a suggestion. So if you can help your ecosystem, help nudge the customers in making better decisions, then I think together we can make a difference. Lower the risk, of course. There is lots of risk in how you model this data. This is a massive opportunity for you to help on. And last but not least, lower the costs. The regulations that will come is unfortunately also costing a lot of time and effort, capability building. If you can share that load, if you can help your customers reduce that cost, then I think, again, this is a fantastic business opportunity. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Wendy. So I switch now to my moderating role. Please have a seat, and you can pass the microphone on to Patricia. So you covered mainly, focused on the G. You covered it already a little bit broader. But putting the opportunities for FinTech on a plate, thank you very much. And also addressing, here's your controller, also addressing customer behavior, how difficult it is to change. And on this specific topic, I've asked Patricia. She's heading the ESG office of the NN Bank, but also responsible for a sustainable proposition in mortgages herself. So I think you can make it very concrete how you experience customer behavior, Patricia. Yeah. Take it away.
Thank you, Menno. And I believe everyone's craving for lunch, so I try to keep it crisp today. Here are a lot of enthusiastic people over there. I guess that's about the buffet, but let's see. So my name is Patricia Plas, and why am I involved in this topic at all? Out of many choices we can make, why did I choose ESG and sustainability as a topic? It's a huge challenge at hand, and for me the click came a couple of years ago when I went on holiday in the mountains, in the Alps, and you actually see the glaciers melting in front of your eyes. You also see really the differences between the years and how it accelerated the last couple of 20 years, the whole melting of the glaciers. So that's when I raised my hand within NN and said, we need to do something more about ESG. And then for those who are not familiar with NN, because it's a very typical Dutch company, it's one of the largest insurance companies of the Netherlands. And within NN, we have NN Bank as well. And for NN Bank, mortgages is one of the main assets that we provide. Hence, it was very logical for us to focus on, okay, what can we do with those mortgages? And instead of doing this from the larger NN organization, we decided within NN, let's try to be more innovative, and let's try to do this via a corporate startup, being Wonu. It helps. It's a small team that we're at from a Wonu. We're only 8 to 9 people. It helps with shorter lines. It helps with making more bold moves and decisions, and it helps accelerating decision making. So, very much fun. I always say I'm living now on my own tropical island as Wonu. I can decide a lot. I have the help, financial help, but also knowledge help of a large NN organization. But that's how we try to accelerate this topic. My personal belief is also we need to take this step by step. Every challenge, every asset relating to sustainability needs its own tailor-made solutions. And that's also why I will try to focus only on residential mortgages in the upcoming minutes. Obviously, I have a large ESG role within NN Bank, so if there's any more topics you would like to address during lunch break or during the workshop, let me know. But this is all about mortgages. And something a lot of us can relate to, because how nice is it to live in a home that we all can afford and also feels very comfortable. And that's when we started Wonu. Oh, sorry, wrong button. Okay, which button do I need to use? Oh, that's one. Okay, it's fine. That doesn't seem to work. Yeah, try. Oh, this one. Oh, that one. Oh, even bigger. Oh, look. I'm working at a bank, obviously, not at a tech company. As Wonu, we were the first originators to fully establish for green mortgages. We're a 100% subsidiary of NN Bank, have our own license with the regulators, and we aim to serve 3 core groups. We have investors on the one hand who are looking for opportunities for more green investments. We are trying to help the intermediary. Our mortgages are being sold via the intermediary. And we have a consumer who we would like to help with achieving a sustainable home and unburden him or her in the process. What we analyzed within the whole market of mortgages is that the Dutch consumer faces numerous challenges on how to convert his own home into a more sustainable home, but also where to finance, what to finance, and how do those things relate to each other, and how do those interact with each other. So what Wonu aims is to provide the whole package. So we help you on the one hand on assessing what needs to be done for your specific home to be energy efficient, and on the other hand we help you with how to finance that and try to combine that and to ensure that the dream and the goals are being met. So if you look at Wonu, so what have we done? How are we doing this? We have, first of all, if you go to our website, wonu.nl, you'll find a tool where you can at least have a high-level overview of what specific needs can be for your own home. If we're interested in doing so, we visit your home at last. We, our partner Sustain, who's very much knowledgeable on energy measures, and we try to come up with a advice where we say, okay, this is what you need as a maximum investment amount in order to achieve an energy label A from your home. I don't know if anyone of you is familiar with the energy labels system that we use. So you have energy label G, that's the worst. So you don't have an energy efficient home at all. And you have energy neutral on the one hand, on the other side, which is, as it says, energy neutral home. And why is it important for us to focus at least on energy label A? If you look at the challenge we have, we need to be net zero in 2050. And that means that as of 2030, our average home should be at least energy label A+. And there's a different, more differentiator within the A labels as well. And that's why we focus on achieving energy label A. And what we do, we bring out this advice. We say this is the maximum amount you need to pay. and we ensure you achieve that energy label. Well, while achieving that energy label, you save on your energy costs, you had a comfortable home, you have an increase of your home compared to other similar homes that have not went through sustainability conversion. So win-win for everyone, and not the least safe for the climate, because your CO2 reduction will significantly decrease once you've transitioned towards your A label. So how does it work? And it's just high level. After accepting the mortgage and sustainability conversion offer, we unburden you fully in the process. So we have money reserved for you to enable you to go through that conversion. And we ensure via our partner Sustain that we execute the conversion. So you don't need to do anything except ensure when you're at home, when Sustain comes by, when they try to install solar panels, your heat pump, etc., etc. And what we try to do is also financially incentivize the consumer for this. So once you receive the lower energy label of your home, we immediately provide you a discount for your whole loan, for the remaining tenor of your loan, as a reward for making your home more energy efficient. The challenge with all this, and that's also something is a question for help towards the FinTech, is this is all very manual. So we have to visit your home, we have to do an inventory of your home, what needs to be done to make it more energy efficient. In order to meet our targets, in order to kind of save the planet, we need to make this more scalable. And that's the question we have from a mortgage lender perspective, how to make this scalable, because every home is different, every home is unique. How do we ensure that we all accelerate into our transformation into energy neutral homes? Obviously, we will need data, but we also need the more bold moves looking at initiatives. So if you have any ideas on that, how we can accelerate and make it more scalable, because it works. We found out it really works, this whole model, but it's very manual, as I said, and less scalable. So if you have any ideas, please, let's talk further on the workshop that we have this afternoon. Very curious to hear.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for this very concrete example and open invitation for the FinTech companies. So if you have this solution, join us at 1 o'clock after the lunch. We'll be in breakout number 2. If you please take a seat on, the E, the S, the G. And a big applause for your contribution. And finally, final speaker, and finally we can talk about social equality and financial inclusion. The S. And for this topic, thank you very much. The green button. For this topic, I've asked Chantal to elaborate on this. And actually, when I was spinning out of ABN AMRO, you were spinning in. But we met each other on this social impact topic, and I'm looking forward on your contribution, because you're not only doing this within the bank, so within your corporate, but also on a bigger scale. So please share that with the audience, Chantal.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, you can.
So I realize I'm between you and lunch, so I'll try and keep this quick. My name is Chantal, so I've been with ABN AMRO for a year and a half. And before that, I was with the Dutch Development Bank. And that's actually where I found the inspiration for the work I do today. So I visited many emerging markets and talking to banks as their role as an agent of change. And I ran many programs in Ghana and other places where we put together bankers and female entrepreneurs and really try to connect their worlds. And it was super interesting because there was so much unconscious bias going on between them, assumptions that they needed cheap loans, while actually in the picture here you see Gladys in the dress on the left, and she ran a car battery shop in the dirty streets of Accra. And she didn't need a cheap loan from her banker, Matilda, in the orange shirt. She needed a role model. She needed personal financial advice and a bookkeeping program. So this really started me to think about the situation in the Netherlands, and I didn't hear anything about the banks working on specific programs for female entrepreneurs or thinking as female clients might have different client needs. So why is this necessary that we invest in women? Because actually the situation is pretty disturbing, and there's a lot of international research on this. We have a huge financial gender gap in this world. So there are many statistics, I just chose 3. But when we all go into retirement, women have 30% less money. 70% of female-owned SMEs struggle to find financing. And here in the Netherlands, actually 52% of women is not financially independent, which is minimum wage, versus 33% of men. So within all these statistics, there's constantly a gender gap. So why is this the case? Well, in my thinking, and I'm interested in yours, is that there has been a lot of unconscious bias. The financial system has been set up by men and for men. But if you look at it from the other side, if we would be able to close this financial gender gap in the financial system, then actually the world would be in a much better place. And it's also a right to financial inclusion, to build a better life, and it provides you strength and perspective to be financially independent. So I realized that the spectrum of inclusion is, of course, much broader than gender, but I started at ABN AMRO a year and a half ago, and I agreed with the board that we would first focus on women and looking into their client needs. And why is this interesting, especially for, who of you is working at a FinTech? Okay, a couple. So you're much faster than the banks, and there's money on the table lying around, so pay attention. Good that you didn't go to lunch yet. So the benefits of this is really on the right side of this slide. So women are loyal, and this is not me just making this up. This is international research from McKinsey, BCG, Oliver Wyman. As you know, they control the household spending. They're interested in impact investing. They are great savers and prudent borrowers. But it's also, I think, a wise thing for a bank to work on this from a kind of a societal responsibility, yes, but also because of this business case. They will be able to attract more female clients, more satisfied clients, which is important because the NPS scores of banks are dramatic. Now, when I started at ABN AMRO, I thought it would be a good idea to first make the problem transparent. And there is all this international research, but not so much Dutch research. So we surveyed 5 focus groups of men and women, and we asked them questions about the barriers they experience towards banking and finance, and compared the differences. And I'll show you briefly in a minute the differences we found for female entrepreneurs. And now we are in the phase of trying to implement the recommendations and the solutions that we came up with in the report that we actually published. And it's online, it's available. If you Google this, then you'll find it. Or if you want it, just let me know, then I'll send it to you. And currently we're developing and implementing these improved propositions to counter the barriers that we found. So we looked at the life stages of these women, and for female entrepreneurs, the life stages of their enterprise, of course. So from the intention to the startup to the sustain and the scale phase. And it's actually where the most problems we found was more towards the consolidation and the scale phase. So apparently women have much more difficulty growing their business than men do. Now, why is that? So there is, at the bottom, we identified a couple of barriers. So first of all, I think there's a lack of financial awareness and education around financing and which type of financing fits the maturity of your enterprise. Also finding the right investors for the phase you're in. But what we also found, like in Ghana, is that here in the Netherlands, there's a lack of role models and sponsors and mentors and suitable networking events which really tailor to the needs of these women entrepreneurs. Now, we also looked at a group of young professionals, and I thought this might also be interesting for you. So my hypothesis was, okay, people between 18 and 35 with a bachelor's degree, that was the criteria of the group. I thought we wouldn't find a lot of differences in this group. This was really not true. So I was surprised to see that the question of, do you feel responsible for the household finances at home? 80% of men said yes, and 56% of the women said yes. So apparently in the Netherlands there is this cultural gender inequality thing going on still, with all this part-time working and cultural norms, perhaps, which imply that there is this gender gap at a young age, which is worrisome, because if it is at a young age, then how will we solve this over time? So the barriers we find here was also around lack of financial experience and education, unclear banking processes and documents, and lack of support or easily available advice. Now, of course, we also did qualitative research, a lot of interviews, and what kept coming back was that women don't feel seen or heard in the conversations and feel excluded in a mortgage conversation, their husband and the advisor kind of coming to an agreement. So a lot of complaints about this, but also a big mistrust between customers and the bank. And also, I think, a clear need around more inclusive communication and marketing and diverse pictures on websites, so that people recognize themselves. So we came up with a couple of solutions which we're currently trying to implement. And to my mind, it starts with self-reflection of me and my colleagues to overcome this unconscious bias, to think about always inviting the female client to the conversation as well, and not just talking to her husband, but really to develop a more inclusive advisory style. Measuring data, I heard a lot about that this morning, but when I arrived at ABN AMRO, no one knew actually how many women had investment accounts versus men. So it starts, of course, with measuring this, and we have now developed a data dashboard, which is a good starting point for any FinTech who would be thinking about this. The communication we talked about, and the ecosystem is perhaps something I'd like to mention. So I'm a strong believer of collaboration and trying to find the right stakeholders around the table, banks, FinTechs, but also government and networking organizations, to really accelerate the change necessary and to reach these female clients in a much more inclusive and accessible manner. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. A big hand for Chantal. Please have a seat. Maybe it is just very short, because we are at the fringe of lunch, right, Don? Yeah, but take a look at these powerful ladies representing the E, the S, and the G. It's actually G, well, whatever. You heard from their stories. Yeah, exactly. You heard from their stories. They have a broader experience and a broader view also how to take concrete steps and an invitation to do this together. So I would ask you, if you are triggered by these stories of the four of us, to join us after lunch in the break room number 2 and raise your question. We will have a talk. We will go deeper into the research you did, into the role of an insurer and how to make like the complete industry more inclusive. So if there aren't any questions now, you really must post now. No?
No, I would keep them for your workshop this
Keep them
afternoon.
up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think you've got plenty of time to discuss them. But I think it's really valuable what you've been sharing this morning. So thank you for that already. So it's get good food for thought. And it's nice to mix it up with some food for stomach, right?
Yeah. And bring a friend.
And bring a friend
with
to
a diverse
the EFC
background,
session.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
For sure.
Thank you.
Good idea. Let's give them a big hand, everyone. No, so thank you very much for joining. Indeed, please go to lunch, speed it up, and we'll see you back here at 1 p.m. And also the breakout sessions will start at 1 p.m. So please check out where you need to go.
Test. Maakt het uit? Testing.
So I'll take that from you afterwards.
Yeah, you can take it. Don't worry. I'll give you symbolically the mic.
Okay, so I've been upstairs, like in 100 interviews, they got me doing podcasts upstairs. So, I think I've done about 10 or 12 already. Personal. So, it's good fun. Yeah, it's good fun.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second part of the Amsterdam FinTech Week. And it's going to be a promising afternoon. So it's a summit, so we're going to go to the top. And you have a very steep program in front of you. but a lot of nice speakers, nice panels, nice topics and presentations. So just enjoy, sit back, relax, and please participate whenever you want to. The first panel discussion will be about digitalization and digital first. So without further delay, I would like to introduce Richard Dorothy as being the moderator with his panel, and he will introduce his own panel. And it's about digital, right? Here you go, Richard.
So, afternoon, everyone. Did everyone have a nice lunch? I'm sure they did. I'm Richard Doherty, CEO and founder of Scale Up Consulting and author of Unlock Hidden Profit Zones. And you know what? I've been thinking a lot about this session today, and I really believe that in the world we live in right now of unprecedented disruption and in all honesty, market turbulence, a digital-first strategy is and should be top of the agenda for all executives and leaders inside FinTech and financial services. And what does that give you? It gives you the ability to generate new value, to unlock new opportunities, and also deliver new efficiencies. And folks, you know, in a year like we've had in FinTech right now, we all nursing some bloody noses. Having these three elements that I just mentioned allows you to move forward into an era of new growth. But in all honesty, doing that requires some big thinking and some big action. And I'm really happy to have with me today some really great guests, some brilliant guests. Ken, CCO of Molly, Karen, the founder of Bright Pensions, and also Isaac, the product lead at Bright Pensions. They're going to be joining me in this discussion today. So come up on stage, guys, and let's go for it. So I think let's take this from the top. I know we all professionals, we all get digital, we all in that space, but let's put the groundwork in place so we all have a great conversation today, all right? And I think, you know, Isaac, if you can take us through, you know, what do you think are some of the key characteristics for companies out there to really get the most out of their digital experience and becoming a digital enterprise?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Thanks for asking. I think for most and foremost, it's a matter of companies seeing tech not as a cost center, but really as a core enabler of your business. So secondly, having said that, it's also that digital mindset should not be just limited to the tech organization, so the product managers, engineers, but it's like should be throughout the whole company, including sales, marketing, customer service, and so forth. I think these are actually the most two important. And what digital does, it allows you to be really data-driven and make quick iterations and make decisions based on customer insights.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I like all the things you mentioned. And just to pick up on a couple, I mean, customer centricity, right? Having the data at your fingertips to make those decisions that really impact you know, the customer, but also impact where your business is going. And you know, to bring yourself, Ken, into the conversation, what other elements do you think play a critical role in the evolution of companies in the digital age?
Yes, I think you mentioned it. So being very customer focused for me is the absolute key. There's a lot of processes that you can digitize, but if it doesn't really solve a problem for the customer, I think you're not really working on the right thing. So, I mean, as a startup of companies, to really think about like, what do you want to achieve? What is really the need, the job you need to do for the customer? And then think about how you're going to work on that one. I think second one is as you build your company, as you grow, data is really critical. And data for us as a company is a really key competitive advantage. I'll give you one example. So we can see a ton of data. So we do payments, transactions, and most of our customers are online web shops. So, and we know pretty much everything about these businesses. We know who they are, we know which sector they operate in, we can see the number of visitors in every single country, we can see how they're growing. So that's a really good insight, because based on that one, we can recommend the payment methods they need based on the vertical. We can recommend like which countries we should optimize their payments for, because we see the traffic, we see them growing, we see their needs. So, and as you build that up with your own data in terms of like how well do sales convert, you can really increase the whole performance of your company and also deliver the right thing for the customer.
No, I love that. To bring Karen into this conversation, you know, using data in the most effective way, having data is one thing, but using data in the most effective way is another thing. And it strikes me that if you're able to actually really understand your data, you're then sort of starting to think about other ways to monetize different parts of your business model. And maybe then start unlocking different opportunities for you as a business, and also maybe inside an ecosystem to really take advantage of.
Yeah, that's true. We see that especially on our employer side. So we offer the opportunities for employers to facilitate a pension for their employees. And with the tight labor markets as is, it's growing in importance to attract and retain personnel for a lot of especially scaling businesses. And we see that lowering the threshold for their employees to participate, as well as digitizing the whole flow, gives us a lot more insights as well, and enables us to increase participation as well. So it helps us grow, but it also helps the employer to be a good employer effectively.
And you know, are there specific case studies or working examples that you can give me of that have really made an impact for your business, or indeed for your customers?
Well, that's why we see what I was saying about the participation rate of employees. And depending on what you offer your employees, we see different participation rates, and we report that back to the employers as well, and help them tailor their offering to their employees and their employee benefits, so that the maximum number of employees can actually benefit that way.
No, I like it a lot. And, you know, Ken, to bring you guys and Molly, I mean, you guys have obviously been on a rapid journey and doing some great things inside the space. And, you know, if you look under the hood and you look at the data and you look at different opportunities to monetize and different opportunities to really unlock the power of the business you built on that platform, what are you seeing right now? And what real life examples can you give us and can you walk us through?
Yeah, so I mentioned how data helps us in the first step, like getting customers to become customers, which is really critical. The other one I would say is like we use a lot of data to help our customers succeed with making the transactions convert better. So as a payments company, like if you can increase the conversion of a consumer starting on the website and completing the transaction, that's one of the best ways we can help our customers grow. And there's a ton of data on that one. So as we got lots of history of data, we can see which transactions work well. We combine it with, fraud, for example, is a key reason why things could drop. So we optimize it with our systems. We also have additional products that are really working on optimizing the conversion. That's all powered by data. What we also do is, especially for the larger customers, we don't just limit our advice on the payment methods and on the checkout page. We also look at the customer's website and really start thinking, well, what can you do to make your website look better? And that could be small things in the checkout, but also, for example, like we know from experience that if you offer buy now, pay later solutions, that's proven 20% more revenues. But even things like before the checkout, you see on some websites, have you thought about this product? Or customers that buy this typically buy also that one. So again, like that's on data on the customer side, but we advise them actually that's how you could actually run your business much better. So
I love it, and being proactive in this manner. What is the feedback from your customers? If you go in out and you're giving value directly back to your customers day in, day out, week in, week out, what are they saying to you guys?
Yeah, that's the key thing. So our mission as a company is to be the most loved payments provider. And that's quite a unique position in the payment space. I work for two other payments providers, and I can hand on heart say that, it's not every company looks at it that way. Because we know if our customers grow, we grow ourselves. So that's a really strong connection. We've also invested in customer success management, another great way of using data to see like how you can help your customers. And our customers absolutely love us for it. Because we might not always have the most international product because we're focused on Europe, so we're not always the strongest on that side. But we do really make the difference when it comes down to customer service. And the feedback is sometimes when we're at events, people even recognize the customer success manager by their name and by their faces. And that really makes me proud that we're doing something right there.
But always on this journey, Isaac, there's challenges and there's obstacles. And what are you seeing today as maybe let's say the top 3 challenges or obstacles that businesses out there need to overcome in order to truly unleash the potential of digital?
Good one. I think coming to top 3. Well, number 1 for sure.
Or 1.
It's definitely company culture. Like especially for companies going from more traditional business to digital, it's a pretty tough cookie.
Yeah.
So there might be employee pushback or a senior management not supporting all the different initiatives. So that is in
Don't
my
work in
opinion
silo,
the
work
most
together,
important.
right?
Yeah. Because it can be scary for many leaders because it changes it. In the ideal world, it changes also your management model from a traditional management model to a model where you empower your people to run experiments and also to fail. And that can be quite scary. So I think, showing by example, having strong product leaders, having strong technology leaders, it really helps. And also a buy-in from senior management up to board level.
I like it. And just to bring Karen here, we mentioned strong leaders. And as a company, how do we, or as individuals, how do we build that culture around strong leadership, around leaders that don't always follow the herd maybe, and go out there and put themselves out there? What are you doing in your company to facilitate that?
Well, I think you need to be pragmatic at any level. So we're a business where compliance is part of at least half the product we actually offer is that you need to align both. And it requires you to be, you need to stick to the regulations, but sometimes it helps to think more proactively. You need people who have both the capability to understand the digital processes, but also have like a commercial spirit to them. But at the same time know where the boundaries are of the regulatory field we actually work in. And instead of just saying no, that doesn't comply, you need to come up with suggestions, and maybe if you do it this way, then it's okay, or this way, or this way. It really helps give the marketing side and IT people guidelines, which direction they can think, and they can design the product and the process to that it does comply, but still.
I hear what you're saying, and I think it's brilliant. But it's also making certain that externally you're part of the conversation, right? Especially from a compliance perspective. You don't want to be given mashed potatoes and sausages if you don't like mashed potatoes and sausages, right? And
well, it also requires people to involve compliance early on in any digital processes you are redesigning or a new process you are digitizing. So, and it requires a good dialogue.
A good dialogue between who? Between internal stakeholders, external stakeholders,
both.
A mixture of both?
Both, because a lot of external stakeholders don't know where your regulatory boundaries are. And if you give them free rein to start up with, they usually come up with something which doesn't comply at all, and you need to start from scratch yet again, which is like, if you talk about return on investment, it's a waste of your money then. So, and the earlier you involve the compliance part, the more efficient you can actually keep your design process.
And just, Ken, just staying on this compliance theme for a second, what lens are you guys looking at compliance through, and how are you maybe continuing to innovate, although there is more and more of, there's more and more need for this, for the understanding of compliance, and the burden of compliance is getting heavier.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it's interesting because both our businesses are quite heavily regulated.
Yeah.
I think the first lens that we always try to take is like, what does the regulator, what is a problem that the regulator is solving? Because sometimes when you just look at the regulation, you think, oh, this is really strict and it really doesn't help me, and what's the point? But there's always like something behind. This could be consumer protection when it comes down to buy now, pay later solutions, of course, financial fraud, protecting merchants from consumer fraud, all that kind of stuff. So I think the key thing is here really to understand like what does the regulator really want to achieve, but also starting, as Karen said, that conversation with the regulator about, okay, what do you want to achieve? Because very often what we want to achieve as a company is to make it as smooth as possible for our customers and their customers to make transactions to become a customer. And a good example from, this is back in the day, but most payments companies, so you always have to do things like bank verification and just showing that you are who you are as a customer. And most companies, they say, look, send me a copy of your bank account statement. And that was the rule. You need to send a copy of your bank account statement. And we said, well, actually, that's one thing that's super easy to fake. I mean, you can just change a name and people can just change an image, not that difficult. So we came up with a solution that said, look, we just do a 1 cent bank verification. You make 1 cent transaction, and then we check the name on the bank account is the same as the thing. So we got a lot of pushback on that one back in the day. But over time, the regulator became a lot more comfortable with it, and it kind of became the industry standard. And obviously right now with open banking, there are much better ways to do that. But I think that's the key thing. Start with what do you want to achieve, what do we as a company want to achieve, and see whether we can find a solution in that space.
Yeah, I love it. And bringing out, you said back in the day, a few years ago, I was involved in a project that was reg focused, and one of the mantras that we as a leadership team definitely kept on communicating was a simple mantra. It was know before you go, and by communicating that, then living that, and doing that, ultimately this regulatory project, which was industry, was a big industry project for this client in particular. They got a lot of value out of it. They got a lot of value out of it because they didn't just look at the regulation and get their sausage and mash. They looked at the regulation and actually decided, we decided that we're going to create a Ferrari instead of the usual. And there was a lot of digital transformation. There's a lot of connectiveness within inside that particular ecosystem to get the best out of a situation, working both internally and externally. And I think a lot can be said for taking a pragmatic approach to navigating your way through sometimes a complex and unclear situation. Isaac.
Yeah. So the question is really how to get it started.
Yeah.
So what do you need for that? So digital strategy is one thing, and strategy is more about what. But what comes first is the why. So as a company, you really should define like what's your vision? What is it that you try to achieve? It's always like finding a balance between adding customer value and business viability. So if you're on one side, so more on the customer side, you might be neglecting your business. On the other side, you might be losing customers because you're providing products they don't really need. So your vision should really dictate your strategy, and also that defines like what kind of people do you need. So what kind of process do you need, and what kind of budget do you need, and mix it up, combine that with having management buy-in, strong leaders. And also go out in the fields and experiment, talk to your customers and see what works and doesn't work.
And through this, you're able to really understand what your return on investment is, right?
Yeah.
And to bring Karen back into the conversation, what steps do you take as an executive to unlock that return on investment for your initiatives internally?
Well, on that front, we're a bit an odd dog out because we started by customizing an already standard product administration tool to build our service on top of, which for our starting phase was actually a brilliant move because it kept a lot of the risk and development risk and IT costs effectively very low on our side. And when you're scaling, when you start a company, you always expect growth to go through the roof immediately, but it always takes a lot longer than in reality. So it actually helped us to survive the initial first stage, and only once we became profitable, we started building our own system, actually having learned a lot from using like a standardized tool and system beforehand, which we tailored on some parts to our needs, but then you gain years of experience already in an existing tool, and you can improve so much better on that, starting again with an MVP, but at an MVP plus level already getting rid of a lot of the bugs and the hiccups you had in your initial processes and flows.
No, I like it, and I always refer to something I tell my clients. I'm going to tell you guys this as well. It's not the tech, unfortunately. It's something to do with people, which I also believe brings a lot of value to the conversation and the project, and to a company going in a certain direction. And I always tell them to look at 3 metrics. And if these 3 metrics are, if you're maximizing these 3 metrics, you're going to be moving forward in the direction you want to move forward. But for whatever reason, if one of these 3 metrics is out of sync, then there's going to be some obstacles that you have to sort out. And I like to refer to it as the LRC triangle. Leadership, relationships, and communication. If these 3 metrics or these 3 KPIs are looked at and really understood, you can then really start digging down into different parts of your company and maximizing whatever it is that you need to maximize, right? And as we move forward, Isaac, into the rest of this year, into next year, what do you think are some of the antidotes or some of the things that people need to really understand in order to get the best out of their digital experience. Maybe they're restarting that experience. Maybe they are just starting it. But what would be your advice?
My advice, how to make that happen? That's a really good question because it's quite broad. How to easily answer this? I believe it starts with really empowering people to do discovery and see what solutions they came up with to existing problems for customers. And indeed, as you mentioned, like technology in its sense always comes second. Technology is super important, and without technology, most of our businesses won't be existing. But I think like the way we use technology should be like a solution to problems, rather than the other way around. And that's like a mindset that has to be within your company.
Brilliant. And we're going to wrap up now. One final thought from Ken. What should people out there be thinking about as they look forward into 2023?
I think again, start with the customer. There's a lot of things changing in the economy. We don't know what's going to happen with like when people have to get hit by big energy bills in the fall and the winter. So that's the most important thing. Start with the customer, understand them. And I will also say, see it through, don't give up. I'm a very impatient person, but when we started some digital initiatives, in the beginning, it got worse before it got better. And then the key thing is don't stop the thing that you started at that one point where it got worse, but really see it through until you see the real impact.
And Karen, last words from you. Words of wisdom.
Well, I think what you need is resilience as well. It's starting any business, scaling it, plan for the worst, and hope it doesn't come to fruition, and stick with it, because in the end, people keep on fighting. They actually end up winning usually.
Brilliant. Thank you all for joining me today, and looking forward to meeting all of you after the show. Cheers.
Thanks.
All right, thank you all. Thank you all. And thanks for discussing digital. And I think it's a very sticky problem, leadership and understanding digital. I was happy to interview the former CEO of Molly, Mr. Ausums, and he got digital. So probably that's why I have such a wonderful company. Anyway, thank you very much for this panel discussion. And we're catching up in time. So I'm gonna introduce somebody with I think, a challenging topic today, with, green and cloud. So there will be a topic. So the official title is the twin transitions of green and digital. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Rowan from Google.
Hi everyone, it's a privilege to be here. I work for Google Cloud, working with financial brands globally on their transition into digital ecosystems. And today I want to talk about the twin transition of green and digital, which is European Union policy that these are twin transitions. And specifically looking at where can digital enterprises help serve customers in the transition to a green and digital economy in the Netherlands. And the Netherlands is interesting because, the Paris Agreement sets targets at a country level. It doesn't set targets for corporations or for consumers, it sets targets for countries. And every 5 years there's a review against progress review, and fresh targets are set against the 2050 goals for net zero. So in that context, the Netherlands and what the Netherlands needs to do in moving to a green and digital economy is going to impact on opportunities and business models in the Netherlands. So nation states are still going to be incredibly important in the years to come. And then secondly, I think I was about 8 or 9 years old in school when in early geography classes, and they explained that, you know, the Dutch reclaimed the land, they built dikes, and they created large swathes of land and how they managed the water. So I think I was about 8 years old when I heard that God created the world, but the Dutch created the Netherlands. And I suppose in that context, you know, a lot of other countries have a lot of faith in you that you can figure out what a green and digital Netherlands is going to look like by 2050. So lots of good questions today about how fintechs can collaborate with each other and with established providers, how to find new and profitable way of serving customers, empowering consumers to be sustainable, you know, regulatory landscape, and platformification. But a good framework to pull all these things together is these twin transitions of green and digital. So where can we expect an acceleration of digital ecosystems in the Netherlands? So lots of talk of ecosystems today, but these are digital ecosystems where market participants can collaborate digitally and extend customer journeys across two organizations. So digitization is key. Then how does open finance connect with other key initiatives and forces in the regulatory landscape? And then more practically, back in the office next week, how can digital enterprises help serve customers, serve in this transition to creating a green and digital Netherlands by 2050? So the foundation stone for all business strategies and business models is assumptions about the environment, what's going to happen in the environment. So I'm going to run through a number of assumptions, and obviously there's a broad margin for error when you're looking well out the curve in terms of the environment. But theme today is about collaboration, and if you want to collaborate effectively across the market with other enterprises, what's crucially important is that you have shared broad assumptions about the environment. You might have disagreements about things that are in the micro space, but at minimum, you need to have the same shared broad expectations about how the market and the environment's going to develop. So first assumption, data sharing collaboration will start to assemble a digital twin of the Netherlands. And this is going to comprise of many digital twins created by many organizations, with data moving between these organizations to inform and refine the twins. So people are going to start developing data sets about what business they think they should do and not do, and what's happening to the environment around them, to their customers and their suppliers. But in reality, no one organization is going to create a perfect model. To optimize their interventions, they're going to collaborate with their partners and share data across their digital twins. And so the digital twins need to be interoperable, and that's where APIs come in. Nobody can afford to hire hundreds or thousands of people to batch up data, do custom projects, and do once-off integrations across multiple enterprises. So increasingly, a highly connected green and digital economy will be an API economy. Won't be pushing the data out. You'll be consenting to, or your customers will be consenting to partners pulling the data out. So at an economic level, significant transition towards digital twins with near real-time data and sharing across organizations using APIs. Broad assumption. So every type of physical asset in the Netherlands that emits harmful gases or damages the environment can have a digital twin with an API that emits data about the physical asset. Key assumption. Second assumption, we talk about the circular economy, but the circular economy needs to be digitized. Obviously, the primary focus of many organizations is the digitization of its primary suppliers and its primary customer base. But thinking beyond that, if we're going to scale resource recovery and if we're going to scale product reuse in multiple secondary markets, these value chains need to be as digitized as the digitization of the primary value chains. And again, just as much as point-to-point integrations and once-off projects are uneconomic in your primary markets, in these secondary markets dedicated to product reuse and recovery, they also need to be digitized. So this also becomes part of your digital ecosystem. So again, at an economy level, broad assumption that high levels of digital connectivity, both for the primary use and the secondary use and recovery of products. Thirdly, there's going to be an increase in co-location of industrial clusters. This is already a thing, before sustainability became urgent, but companies, businesses do cluster close together, traditionally for economic and practical reasons. But we can only assume that this clustering is going to increase because of sustainability, because demand can be optimized for things like low carbon fuel sources or carbon capture and storage. We live in a semi-globalized world where some trade is fully globalized, some is quite local, but increasingly a long supply line is at more risk of being an unsustainable supply line. So more and more industrial clustering. And when we think about the mindset of industrial clustering, geography matters, to have a sustainable economy, but also businesses cluster close together because coordination mechanisms need to scale and organizational boundaries need to blur. And that's why they physically do it. And if you think about the mindset in digital ecosystems, obviously technical architecture matters, but coordination mechanisms need to scale and organizational boundaries need to blur. So companies closer together, even if independently owned, and increasingly sharing data at scale with each other about what they have, what they're using, primary purposes, and the circular economy. A broad assumption, but if you're going to collaborate on specific business initiatives across organizations, you need to have harmony with your partners about your broad assumptions. So we hear a lot about open finance and open banking, and has it been a success in PSD2 and what will be in PSD3, but how could it connect with other significant interventions on the regulatory landscape? So stakeholders in Europe and in the Netherlands obviously will very much track how good a job certainly the banking industry is doing in allocating balance sheet to the green transition. And they've started out a green asset ratio. And there could be arguments for several years between banks and the regulators about whether it's 8% or 18% based on the taxonomy, but the key number to think of is it needs to be over 80% by 2050. So the green economy needs to be fully financed by 2050. And in that context, simple arithmetic, there are two ways to grow the green asset ratio. You can grow it in a growing loan book, or you can grow it in a shrinking loan book. And a shrinking loan book is incredibly bad news for the Netherlands. Okay, so the mainstream economy is ultimately leveraged with debt finance. All of those factories and industrial machines and commercial buildings and residential homes and vehicles and transport systems, they're not funded fully with equity. There's equity in them, but they're leveraged up with debt. And in that context, if we can't get debt into this emerging new green economy, it's going to be fundamentally a lot smaller than the existing brown economy because it can't get access to the capital that it needs to scale. So thinking as an industry, and if fintechs are looking for opportunities to collaborate with lenders, whether challenger lenders or incumbents, to maximize the opportunity and the necessity to grow the green asset ratio in a growing loan book, the lender's business model needs to get access to as much potential demand for green loans as possible. Okay. And again, in the world of broad assumptions, if a lender to a Dutch brown business model or brown business or brown asset wants to pull back €1 million of loans, of debt finance from a business or a building or an asset that is deemed not able to make the transition, that lender might have to find 5 replacement loans of 200,000 each because this new emerging economy is immature. Okay, broad numbers, but then given that this economy is immature and many of these propositions may not be ready for debt finance because the concept is unproven, it's not fully viable collateral in terms of resale value, or the borrower is over leveraged or has insufficient cash, the lender might want to say no 95 times, so every 5 times they say yes. So to avoid a deleveraging of the Dutch economy, if for every €1 million of inappropriate long-term lending that gets pulled back, 100 new leads might need to be found, okay, to avoid deleveraging the economy, which is a very significant challenge in terms of the origination of business. So I mentioned at the start that I work with Google Cloud's financial brand clients going into embedded finance. And this is something that we've discussed for several years, that customers spend hours a day on third-party non-financial apps compared to branded financial apps. Okay, and I suppose a few years ago, having these conversations, digital ecosystems and open business models maybe seemed a bit exotic to many European financial brands, but that conversation is changing, and there's a growing realization that, you know, in the pre-digital 20th century, lenders opened up branch networks of hundreds of branches because they wanted to grow and diversify their balance sheets. They wanted to put branches in the mature suburbs where older people had deposits, and they put branches in the young suburbs where young people wanted to borrow for their homes. And in this fashion, they were able to create a diversified balance sheet and grow their balance sheet. So what was a branch for? Well, it was to embed the starting of the customer journey to the bank's balance sheet, where they were spending hours every day. That's what the branch was. It was the end point of the bank's network. It was the starting point to transactions on the bank's balance sheet. They used branches to acquire new banking volumes, acquire new customers, to enter new segments, and occasionally directly to monetize services inside those branches. So branch banking was the embedded finance of the pre-digital 20th century. Okay. Now we're seeing in a digitally connected economy of the 21st century, we're seeing open banking becoming the equivalent of branch banking. It's where banks are now realizing that they can originate new banking volumes, acquire new customers, reach new market segments, and occasionally monetize, like they occasionally monetize some branch services. They are becoming the end point beyond their own apps of their digital networks. So where can digital enterprises help serve customers in the transition to a green and digital economy? You know, and there was a great presentation earlier today talking about sustainable mortgages, and a very clever offer where a homeowner can get a guaranteed discount on their mortgage if they upgrade to energy level A, and the bank has a partner that comes in and specifies the projects, whether it's a new boiler or solar panels, the range of projects, and their maximum cost to get to energy level A. And the plea at the end was, how can this be digitized? Okay, and that's the question for the FinTech industry in the Netherlands to answer. How can that be digitized? Because at a European level, there's hundreds of millions of buildings that need to be refurbished. Okay, so when we talk about the twin transitions of green and digital, the reality is that a green economy has to be a highly connected digital economy. Cannot be done with pieces of paper and a pen. Okay, so somewhere along the way, you know, the scalability of digital photographs and video and artificial intelligence and machine learning has to be applied to all of these highly diverse environments to accelerate the fulfillment. And this is a key point because we hear a lot about, you know, green hydrogen and nuclear fusion and all of these green swans that will come along and do everything for us by 2050. But the reality is that new energy innovations take a vast amount of time to mature and to be ready for deployment and financing. And to put that in context, the first solar panel cell was demonstrated by Bell Labs in 1954. So in the context of 2050, we have to really think about the next 10 years, and the next 10 years has to be about mobilizing the deployment and the financing of existing green tech that we know works and makes a significant impact. So how is that going to impact on serving customers? Well, you know, although people are well-meaning and want to do the right thing for themselves and for their children and their grandchildren, it's not going to turn them into consumers that are not curious, impatient, and demanding, okay? And this is a key thing, is that just because people do want a clean planet for their grandchildren doesn't mean they don't have practical concerns about the cost and difficulty of getting these things done in relation to their lifestyles and their assets, okay? And in that curiosity, researching everything about their green transition on non-financial surfaces will take place before any intent is formed to finance that change. Okay, and this is a crucial thing. So if you think about it, there must be 10 times as many, at least, customer journeys where somebody is a business or a householder is going into various non-financial sites, checking to see what potentially might be done or could be done in relation to a more green life and more sustainable assets. And the ambiguity, it's already ambiguous in terms of, well, can my home be upgraded, or can my fuel source in my factory be changed, or can I put a solar array in the grounds of my school? All those type of questions are ambiguous enough without the additional ambiguous problem of how is this to be paid for? Okay, and if it's beyond my current capabilities, can I borrow, and what will that cost? Okay, and are there particular products that the borrower or the lender would insist that I use? So this calls out the need for digital ecosystems. Okay, we cannot have this integration between the non-financial and the financial service providers taking place on a point-to-point customized integration basis. If the Netherlands wants to have a green and digital economy by 2050 that has the right impact on environmental damage, has to be a highly connected economy in a repeatable, modular, and scalable economic way. Because this curiosity needs to be capitalized on. This curiosity needs to be turned into commitment and then into consumption and spending. But people will still be impatient. And in that context, if you think about solar panels, which are a highly visible, mature green tech, first demonstrated the ability to turn light into electricity in 1954. They've done research on this, and how do they spread? How do they spread? Well, they don't spread based on who can afford them, and they don't spread according to who's been trained on environmental science. They spread based on peer-to-peer diffusion or neighborhood effects. So if you're a lender or a FinTech and you're promoting solar panels or some aspect of solar panels, carefully consider your direct marketing budget, because something that's vastly more impactful than your direct emails is their neighbor gets solar panels. Okay, and that's what the research shows. So in that context, the digital customer journey to finance a solar panel begins when the homeowner sees number 12 across the road getting solar panels. They take a digital photo of the van parked outside, and they go into a non-financial app and begin to examine, if I get the same solar panels as that, can I put 3, 4, or 5 solar panels on my roof? Okay, and how much might that save in terms of energy costs? And if at that point, the same homeowner can't identify whether they get 3, 4, or 5 solar panels, and if they finance that over 3, 4, or 5 years, and if they decide they might like to do it, but not sure they can afford it, and not sure where the money's going to come from, and they say, you know what, I'll do it next year or the year after, that's really bad news for the Netherlands becoming a green and digital economy by 2050. Okay, so they're going to be curious and they're going to be impatient. And in the context of the FinTech industry challenge, that's for the FinTech industry to fix, both incumbent and challenger in the Netherlands, is that when somebody begins that digital customer journey, when they see their neighbor getting solar panels, that the potential financing of that customer journey is included in the most low friction way as possible. So the principles of achieving low friction in customer adoption are utterly crucially important in the sustainability context, because people will still be people. So just a few more minutes and then hopefully time for any questions or discussion or challenge. So the only thing we can be certain about in the transition to a green and digital Netherlands by 2050 is volatility and diversity. Okay, no single project is going to make that building energy level A or is going to make that factory sustainable. It's going to be a multitude of changes that require specialist technologies provided by specialists. Okay, so it's going to be highly diverse and it's going to be volatile. You know, the first version of the heat pump won't be the best one a better one will come along with a different provider. In between financial and non-financial, there needs to be a lot more partnering and a lot more data sharing right across the economy. But those partnerships will change as the technologies change and evolve. So what can we say about the economy? Lots more partnering at scale, lots of being able to absorb volatility and diversity. And in that context, that is a generic description of the intrinsic value of a digital ecosystem. An ecosystem adjusts far better to change than a single business model that's trying to do everything itself. So there'll be volatility in investment patterns. You know, venture capitalists will go towards some green tech, then they go in a different direction. That's going to bring volatility. You know, there's going to be different regional impacts. You know, coastal flooding is a concern here, river flooding in Germany. You know, I have long conversations with bankers in Australia about heat. So regional impacts of climate change will differ, and therefore the technology remedies will differ. There'll be volatility of public policy interventions. At the moment, we're seeing transformation frameworks like ESG, we're seeing some subsidies, but if countries fall a long way behind target under the Paris Agreement, we'll see taxes, we'll see penalties. There'll be stick as well as carrot. That's going to change, and that's going to impact on individual businesses and partnerships. And there'll be volatility of green tech adoption. It's not just based on who can afford it, it's based on their neighbors, it's based on the diversity of the effectiveness of the providers. How fast can we digitize the green services providers? So business models to capture business opportunities must not get locked into temporary demand patterns, and therefore point-to-point integrations, once-off projects for digitization don't make sense. You need to have a permanent, modular, optional way of digitally partnering, which are APIs. And recognize that this will be evolutionary, that some of the stuff that comes along will be greener, but not green enough. And some of the excellent technologies that come along will come along with providers that don't have enough capital. And we have to wait for another provider to come in with enough capital to fully scale up. So in that context, these are broad assumptions, but if you want to, you should have them anyway in the context of your own business strategy. But if you want to actually collaborate, especially around the green things, given that it's so, you know, it's going to be so volatile and diverse for many, many years to come. Like if any of us knew exactly which technologies were going to prevail, we could all give up our jobs and become venture capitalists. We don't know that. What we can actually get to understand is how, as businesses, we need to be able to collaborate and connect in a scalable, optional way. This is not pie in the sky stuff. We see pockets of this already happening. We see some vendors in the Netherlands doing a fantastic job, of financial brands doing a great job of starting to treat software engineers that work for their partners and for fintechs as customers. You know, and this isn't rocket science. If you look at the ABN AMRO developer portal, their blog updates every few days with examples. You know, it doesn't have to be a new API. They're treating software engineers that work for their customers and their partners as customers to be engaged with and to be listened to and to exchange opinions with and exchange insights with. And if the Netherlands wants to become a green and digital economy by 2050, that has the right impact on the environment as signed up under the Paris Agreement, every single major actor in the Dutch economy needs to become fluent at treating software engineers who work for their partners and their customers as customers in their own right, because a highly scaled green and digital economy will be an API economy. Can't be done the old way. It needs to be scalable, it needs to be flexible, and as standardized as possible. So that's it. I should have warned you I'm Irish and I talk a lot, but there's 4.5 minutes left for any questions or disagreements on that.
No questions for Paul? No. You have a question?
I always have a question. Well, thanks for your talk, Paul. I think it's really interesting. I think how technology can also should coincide basically with the societal transition. but not always is technology as accessible to the general public, right? So you see that the feeling that we have in society that we actually need this transition. At the same time, to understand the technology that they could use to get better at it. Do you have any suggestions on how we could bridge that?
That's a great question. When I think about the broad consumer base in the marketplace and the green and digital transition, and I say, okay, put myself in the shoes of the Prime Minister. And I come back from the Paris Agreement review meeting and, they were not very nice to me. Our country is behind schedule and we're not making it happen, okay? And I go back and I look at supply and demand in my economy, and I look at the demand side and I see millions of voters with all that diversity of understanding and appetite. And the weapons I have are subsidies, taxes, policies, public investment. And then I look on the supply side and I go, well, I've licensed those companies, I've regulated those. So I can disincentivize significant business models or ways of doing business that I think is harming their adoption. So ultimately, there's green lobby groups talking about that banks should have to put 100% regulatory capital weighting on any new fossil fuel lending. In other words, so if they stop lending to certain business models, why would I buy shares in an oil refinery? Because as a shareholder, I expect them to borrow money. If they can just raise equity, I'll get diluted. My shareholding won't be worth as much. So I think when you're considering these broad assumptions about the marketplace, you have to ask yourself, when the regulators decide that more intrusive action is needed, they'll possibly recognize that it's easier to turn levers on the supply side than do it on the demand side, and then focus on what I might not be allowed to do. And will I be forced to be an open business model? So the draft Data Act in Europe has an article that says, if I'm a user and I build a smart home, I buy a smart home system, or I use an app with my car, and it generates user-generated data. If I want to share that with a third party, then the vendor of that system is obliged to let me share that data. It's PSD2 for the Internet of Things. So in that context, I think that trying to make these assumptions, and then think, well, okay, could it get very, very regulated and intrusive? My broad assumption is they'll turn to the supply side to intervene before they try and deal with the demand side.
Thank you, Paul.
My protection is a broad assumption.
Thank you. Irish talk a lot.
Yeah,
you also drink a lot. I don't know if there's a connection between the two, but anyway, last question, and a short answer, please. But thank you very much.
Yeah.
It takes one to know one, as we say.
Yeah.
Here's a question. I think that the issue with this ESG and green and all the footprint, I think there's something where Google could help, in my opinion. Now it's become a totally ethical debate. The government tells us what's right, what's wrong. I think that's not the way to go. It's about transparency. If I want to invest in fossil fuel, it's my choice, but I need to know that it is fossil fuel, not something else. On the flip side, I have a great difficulty, even in the work that I do myself, where people say, oh, this is an ESG fund and this is green. Because all the data is so subjective. How can Google help to give us true, transparent insights on what is green and what is not green in, for instance, an investment fund?
Hello. It's hard to know how anybody can provide precise definitions of what is sustainable and what is green. Transparency does help. What I personal view is that we should focus on what's relatively predictable. So in that context, if those broad assumptions with a 30-40% margin of error are correct about how the economy will have to operate, and customer demand or government intervention will push everyone in that direction, around data sharing and high-scale data sharing and customer experiences that go across providers, then get into the cloud. have an API strategy. It's not so much can we predict exactly what's going to happen now. It's how economically can we change our business strategy when our first set of assumptions have been proven to be wrong by this amount. So it's how can I make smart investments around digitization to build optionality and modularity into my business model, rather than saying, I've got to figure out precisely what's going to happen. The broad question is, in terms of how I do business, will I be able to absorb a good amount of volatility and diversity in both supply and demand? So as things change, I'm not too rigid. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I would say recognize that there's no one true answer at this stage. A lot of volatility and diversity is to come. Focus on how you do business and how you can mitigate that volatility and diversity, because there's going to be pleasant and nasty surprises ahead.
All right, thank you for the last words. Paul, thank you very much for your presentation and your view on green. So you earned your beer, I guess. Hey. All right, and now up for the next topic. The Dutch National Bank and the Dutch regulator are meeting FinTech, and they're going to discuss innovation, regulatory enablement, and open finance. So Ernst Jan Stokvis is going to host this event, and I see him over there. Ernst Jan. Here you go. You're going to moderate the next roundtable. They're setting it up for you, so we have to wait a few moments, I guess. Is your whole panel here? Yeah? Yes. Everybody here? Okay, good. Then I think I'll let you introduce your own panel, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, okay. Yeah.
Hello.
En moet je juist niet knijpen.
Okay, thank you. Let me briefly introduce myself. I am Ernst Jan Stokvis. I am an academic doing my professional doctorate in Prague about innovation and strategy. My thesis is about learning how to transform into a digital twin. So thinking about simulations or business models instead of old thinking of exploration. That's my topic of my dissertation. Enough about me. Let me introduce the panel. Hopefully you can briefly introduce yourself. And also later we want to discuss the definition of open finance. I'm going to ask the panel after they introduce themselves very quickly. We're going to have discussions later. We have prepared 3 FinTech and kind of use cases to clarify the definition, because we think there's no clear definition yet about open finance. So, Koen, take it away.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. My name is Koen Terwel. I work with the Dutch Central Bank. And I work in supervisory policy, mainly working on tech-related issues. And my link to open finance, why it matters to me, is because along with AFM, we just published yesterday a discussion paper on data mobility in the financial sector, which is basically our first preliminary policy vision of how we view open finance and data sharing in the financial sector. So very, very pleased to be here today. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jack Sharp, Head of Business Development for Suede Labs. So Suede Labs is, in essence, a regulatory reporting solution, and we help financial institutions fix the data problems that they've had over many years, in essence, sort of drive a lot more efficiencies and accuracy upstream before they deliver the reports to the regulator.
Hi, my name is Mirel Ter Braak. I work for the Authority for Financial Markets in the Netherlands, also known as the Conduct Regulator, opposed to the Prudential Regulator in Central Bank. Yes, and I'm a policy advisor within the AFM, dealing with different kinds of innovation-related topics.
Good afternoon, Martijn Bos. I'm responsible for EU policy at Plaid. Plaid is an global open banking / open platform, open finance platform. We currently connect about 12,000 banks to over 6,000 digital financial services apps. So we power millions of people in finding a better financial outcome for themselves. We are regulated by the DNB here in the Netherlands and by the FCA in London for account information and payment initiation services. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abhishek Dwivedi, founder of Rexa. We have been in this space for quite a while now, primarily focused on money laundering detection and investigation. And one of our vision is how we can connect the banks, join hands together for doing it right, so doing the investigations together. So, thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, I would like to cover a topic that we discussed already in the beginning, is that what is your definition of open finance? And then later we can have more applied use cases and also end stage and vision of this. But first, maybe you can take it away for it's a small, I think it's a very generic topic, open finance. What is your narrow definition of open finance for your use cases?
So the way we see open finance in our area is, and it's not talked about much, it's about the way we see it is how banks can share information among one another. And that, of course, the how part we can go in detail, but it's all about, let's say, giving a very practical use case. You have customers who have accounts everywhere, even criminals have accounts everywhere. How can banks share anonymous information among each other to give that holistic view across the board? So if someone has an account at ING, ABN, and whatnot, how can banks share this piece of information? So our use case relates more about banks sharing the information for the better good or greater good in a way.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so our definition is slightly different, as most of our work pertains a little bit more to the consumer outcomes related to open finance. And when we look at the definitions, I think we have two sort of subsets. One is more immediate term when we look at PSD2's evolution, PSD3 expanding the scope of account access, and then one which is a slightly more longer term, which is how do we include cross-sectoral data into the financial sector, and how can we use that data to come to an outcome for consumers? So that's hopefully where we hope to land down the line.
Okay. Yeah, Jack, go ahead.
So I guess we're also slightly different in the sense that we're quite focused on the open relationship between financial institutions and the regulators. So for Suede, that really revolves around not our solution, but the open source data standard that we started with a grant from the European Commission in 2014. So what we're really trying to do there is harmonize data both within financial institutions across their departments, but then across financial institutions, and be able to adopt that for all financial institutions, but also the regulator adopting that as well. So the idea being, and the benefits of that, are that there's a far more collaborative wisdom of the community aspect to regulatory reporting. We often say that there's really no competitive advantage of doing regulatory reports better. We're really just trying to get the reports out the door, make sure that the industry is stable, and so we're really just driving to make sure that that happens in a much more efficient way, given the high total cost of ownership for the whole industry at the moment. I think it's at about 20 billion, which is just far too much.
Yeah, I mean, our definition of open finance, I think we've heard different elements here that are all really important. So it's more consumer-centric, giving consumers essentially the ability to share data. And in our view, that goes beyond just sort of traditional financial data. More and more, of course, non-traditional data is becoming important in financial services. So I think our definition of what open finance is sort of the ability to share data that is relevant for the delivery of financial services, and that can also include, sharing between institutions, and it can also indeed include sharing with the regulator. So I think what we've heard here is a pretty broad definition with different angles, and that's how we would see it as well.
Yeah, and maybe just a small addition from a policy perspective, because there are a lot of different developments going on at the European Commission at the moment. So we talk about open finance, and the financial silo of the European Commission is thinking of an open finance proposal. But on the other hand, different parts of the European Commission also thinking about the data and actually publishing initiatives, maybe known to you as well, on data. And in the paper, Koen talked about, we try to link our thoughts on data in the financial industry also to the other sorts of data that can be interesting, and add this element of reciprocity to it. So the broader initiatives I refer to are, for instance, the Data Act, but also the Digital Markets Act, Digital Service Act, those sorts of regulations in the EU right now.
Okay, thank you for all those definitions. What we have done is we've prepared three kind of waves of how to apply this as in a use case. First, we have the retail sector. Next, we can have a look from this perceived definitions towards a database set. And the next is from wholesale banking or wholesale point of view, from wholesale to regulator. So first we're going to start with the retail market, and that's also for you as an audience to actually see that there's a different applied use case to a very broad topic. And for this we want to have some clarity to you how to actually look for this as challenges, and also to look at your scaling up or to your creating a value with this. So for retail market, we can start for this now as a use case. Thank you.
The only one with the B2C component here. Well, actually, our business is mainly B2B, but our clients are all sort of in the retail space. So as such, we have a keen interest in the data sources that we can pull from for our solutions. And right now, we're looking at the PSD2 mandate, which is current accounts, and sometimes a savings account if it doesn't have a fixed counter account, right? And that's just simply not enough to enable all of the use cases that we could do from a technological perspective. I mean, we're really looking at taking information from mortgage accounts, utilities accounts, investment accounts, even sort of car insurance accounts that we can link to your day-to-day spending with, and sort of determine what kind of a driver you might be, right? So that's something that we're really looking at moving towards in an open finance perspective, and that's where I think for us the really interesting part of this conversation starts, which is the cross-sectoral data right. So yesterday during the prep, you said something very interesting, sort of assigning the property right of the data that's generated by the user to the user themselves, right? So that's really looking at data that's been generated by an IoT device. Could be your fridge, could be your car, and then that's your data that you can use as you see fit. And what that also means is that you could move that to a TPP, such as Plaid, that can help connect that with your current account or your financial information and your financial behavior to come to a really hyper-personalized outcome in a way that we haven't seen before. But in order to do that, we need to have a lot of different sectors working together in a very interoperable manner. And I think that's something that we're advocating for very strongly, because we really do see the consumer benefit that comes out of that.
Okay, thank you. We can have a discussion later on how we actually see the trust or the audience that actually, or the consumers can actually are allowed to give it, but they're not really willing to share it. So that's for discussion later, also from the audience. But let's do it case by case, and we can have the next one from a database point of view then.
So yeah, I guess from our perspective, as I said, the vision is more so within the relationship between financial institutions and regulators, and it's kind of already started. So, excuse me. For that, there's been a lot of feasibility assessments. I'm not sure if the DNB have done it. They released a paper, obviously, but the BaFin and the PRA have released sort of feasibility assessments about this sort of futuristic supervision, digital supervision. And what that looks like is that there's far more open architecture between financial institutions and the regulator, the ability to sort of push or pull more granular data rather than looking at report level data, which has been seen to be just very unsustainable. With crypto coming in, with the pandemic, etc., more and more regulatory requirements are needed and are imposed on financial institutions, and it's already too much of a burden for both them and the regulators to then digest and make sure it's accurate. So being able to apply a common data standard, common definitions where financial institutions can define their data, can really talk to each other, collaborate, understand, and reduce that heavy need of interpreting what the regulator is saying to them and what they're making them do, will just drive huge amounts of efficiencies and will reduce the whole sort of total cost of ownership. So the vision that we like to look at is a little bit into the future, very sort of Star Wars-esque, but the regulator having, I guess, an open dashboard, which is almost near real time, and they're just consuming all the data from the financial institutions. It's all standardized. They're doing the calculations themselves and taking that burden off the institution, and getting almost close real time just understandings of the most important ratios, metrics that they can then act on fast and ensure a more stable ecosystem. So that's the vision. Things have already started to come into play to sort of help towards that. We've been working with regulators to help inform their data strategy based off our expertise with our particular clients. And yeah, it's proven to be quite extensible, which is always promising, and we've been able to move into new jurisdictions and still maintain that level of granularity within the data standard.
Okay, thanks. Next, from your side?
Our side is a bit more unconventional. When you talk about banks sharing data among each other, then it becomes, our trade secrets are out. So something, and hence I would like to even narrow down the business case further into for the greater good. In a sense, you do need to share information from the financial institution's perspective. Either you are an insurance provider or you are a bank and so on. If there is some sort of investigation, you would like to know what this entity, this company, this person has been doing across the board. Because when we talk about money laundering and terrorism financing, these guys are smart. They don't go to just one bank or just one real estate developer to launder their funds. They do it across the board. So getting that connectivity and allowing the opportunity to share the data. And of course, it can be anonymized again. Let's not go on the how part. But once that data sharing does happen, that kind of open finance end state will help the society in a bigger way. Because everyone can act, or when I say everyone, it's about the financial institutions. They will have the same level of information, and their judgment can be calculated. That, hey, I have 100% information, and hence I do such and such for this customer, so and so. So that's our vision, how data sharing among these institutions can enable better judgment, finding criminals in a much more predictable way, if that makes sense.
So basically, you're saying that I think for everyone, instead of a closed mindset, we have to open up our mindset, and we have to think about opening up data, but also collaboration and working amongst each other, which will create value for the whole ecosystem. So now, that's also, I think, the best thing why we are using this use case, because people can learn from each other working together. So it's about resources, it's about knowledge, it's about science even. That you can also work together. So you have to open up your business model from a closed business model to an open business model, I would say, where you create value within the ecosystem. And I think that is very key, I think. Yeah. So, I think, go ahead, Koen. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think so. Basically, what we're hearing is as you said, it's sort of a switch from data that is closed, that is siloed, towards data that can be shared and can be used more readily. And I think that's sort of the overarching theme of open finance. If I look at the customer-centric use case, let's say, where I think you made a couple of important points, Martin. You said, well, first of all, it's not just about financial data, but we need to look beyond financial data, right? We need to look at IoT data or big tech data or whatever it may be that is becoming more relevant, and consumers should be able to own that and control it. And in the paper that we published yesterday, and by the way, I would just urge everybody to read it and respond, of course. I think what we're saying is the same thing. So Mirel, of course, mentioned there's a lot of different pieces of regulation sort of floating around Brussels now that open up the ability for consumers to share their data. But what we're saying is we need to really look at that holistically. In the short term, of course, there will be different bits and pieces of regulation, open finance for financial data, IoT data, that's covered by a different piece of regulation. But we do believe in the longer term we should move towards interoperability or reciprocity, basically having a single piece of regulation that allows consumers to share their data more broadly. But with that, with enhanced data sharing, also in our view comes enhanced responsibility for those entities that receive the data, right? If you're a financial entity and you're able to stream data in real time, we believe that just asking for consent is not necessarily going to be enough anymore, right? And there's going to be a responsibility to think about how do we use the data, what is ethical, what is desirable, also from a, you know, from a societal perspective. So I think with the consumer side, what's important is, yes, a greater ability to share data, but also greater responsibility on those who receive and use the data. And I think that would be sort of our view on that.
If I may add something to complement it, we have to specify what the data will be used for. So as long as there are proper boundaries in, yes, the data has to be shared, yes, it is going to be used for ABC use cases, I think that will bring some comfort in the wider mass and the community, financial institutions or consumers and so on. However, what we see is, yeah, we have to share the data. And if you just say you have to share the data, everyone becomes uncomfortable. What are you going to use my data for? Are you tracking my every movement, my all purchases, and so on? So if we talk about sharing, there has to be specific boundaries. Okay, yes, and I say yes, but is always a no, but the thing is you have to limit boundaries. Once you set the boundaries, then you also give confidence to the data owner that your data is being used for such and such purposes. And that's something we have to keep in mind whenever we talk about sharing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, can I add on to that quickly? I think to your point as well, like, let there be no doubt that informed consent will always be the basis of data sharing. And I agree with you that with increased access comes increased responsibility. But there's also just sort of a data security component there that is going to be risk-based, and that's going to be part of being regulated as an entity by public authorities, right? So we hope to enter into really constructive dialogue there to find out what are the bandwidths, what are the risks that we can take with the data we have, what kind of data are we collecting, how is that commensurate to the risk we're taking, and most importantly, how do we ensure the safety for the end consumer and ensure that they get the outcome that they're hoping for, which is a better financial service, but also increasing their trust overall in data sharing as a vital part of the information economy moving forward. And I think the DNB did already publish a few reports on consumer trust. They weren't too promising, I think, a few years ago. But I think those things are changing very much. And we look forward to, I think Mirel wants to jump in.
Yeah, I think this is also a topic that needs to grow in the longer term, you know. It's not just when launching a proposal, it will be there, you know. So it will take time, and so will trust. If there's added value in the solution, I think customers will come. But again, I'm not working on a commercial side. I'm a supervisor. I think to add on, what we find important is that it's not just a simple check of, oh, a person has given consent. It goes much further. The responsibility has been explained, but also how can that be arranged? So in the paper, we share some ideas of how that can be arranged, so that linkages need to be made between the GDPR but also financial regulation, because we have certain important principles and rules in our regulation about, for instance, the duty of care, but also the whole product governance process a company needs to go through in developing a new product. And if data is becoming more important in and I can imagine it's becoming more important if you want to fine-tune the product to your customer base or identify which customers will use it and so forth. I think we need to try to have the right checks and balances in place on the data component in these processes.
Yeah, anything to add? Or
I agree with Mirel, of course. And I just like to get back, perhaps very briefly, to what James said, which is, more on the how do regulators use data and how can we sort of, have real-time access to granular data. I think it's a very interesting vision. It's something, of course, we're working on. There are tricky things to deal with there, so I think you need to work through those. One other thing that I think is that open finance can actually also help us in terms of supervision, and not just through, serving as an impetus for further data standardization, but also in the paper we suggest that standardized product information be made available. And that, of course, can help comparison services. It can make the financial markets more efficient and more transparent, but also it can help us as supervisors better understand what type of products are out there, are being introduced, what the developments in the market are. So I completely agree. I think we can do a lot more with data from institutions, but also open finance can be an important impetus for that.
Yeah, so what you see is that the learning capability should be high, because I remember I wrote a paper once on interoperability, and there you saw that there's no ISO standard, for example. The data from companies is not there to actually work with other APIs. And that's some paper I wrote about it, and we have to learn as an industry. We have to see. That's why I think it's good to have a use case on these data. But that is, I think, it's why the end state. What is your view on the horizon of open finance? That's something also we discussed. What is a very clear path to go there? I would say. And that's so. Any views on that? What is the end stage of where we should go?
So I guess in terms of the end stage of sort of discussion in terms of the vision, I guess, of where we would want this to go to between the financial institutions, the regulators, I guess the key questions, and something that I posed to Koen and Mirel kind of meanly, because they probably can't answer, but just around that level of error that will be allowed as a cushion as there's a transformation. If financial institutions want to get very granular and standardized with their data, if they want to use these machine learning automation tools, there's going to be a transition period where there's going to be certain amounts of error, and in regulatory reporting that's completely not allowed. We need to have accuracy across the board, and it needs to make sure that everything's correct and lines up. So I guess the idea is that the question that we would end up posing is that regulatory reports get submitted, monthly, quarterly, biannually. If we were to do a trade-off between having more regular data being sent to the regulator, but with a higher percentage error, and allowing that to train the machine learning and train the automation to get better at it, would that be allowed? And as I said, probably not one for now, but a more philosophical one as we move forward. I think another thing that overarches that, before even talking about that pull architecture, those discussions have been had, but financial institutions aren't going to be very happy at allowing the regulator to pull data whenever they want and having that open access. So defining when they're allowed to take the data, what data they're allowed to take, and being very strict on that may make financial institutions more open to doing so. But again, that's a sort of a conversation that needs to continue to be had to get to that stage of open communication and more efficient system.
And if I may add, from our use case perspective, where we are thinking banks can talk to each other, share data across each other. Of course, the ultimate vision is how you get a customer's holistic view across the industry. So no matter which financial institution you are, if you pick a customer, either a company or an individual, you see what they are doing across the board. So that's the ultimate goal. However, in the short term, what will be, let's say, as a vision, is the comfort factor. Are the financial institutions going to be comfortable sharing the data in the first place? So if we cross that barrier in the first place, that will open up a lot of opportunities. And that barrier is sort of a very big barrier. So that has to be broken at some point. So that's where I see one step at a time.
Yeah, to add on to that, I think the barrier is not only with financial institutions sharing data, but also people, everyone in this room sharing your data for your own benefit in a financial services relationship. But when you ask about what is the end stage, what's the sort of the final outcome we hope to see, I don't think there is one. It's an evolution that continues over and over again until, you know, none of us are longer here, but we won't be talking about finance anymore in the future, I think, right? We'll all be absorbed into some sort of data economy that works in a sort of reciprocal and interoperable way. But for now, as we evolve out of open banking, we have a few really key asks for open finance, and I think we've sort of elaborated on those, and hopefully we can find common ground between regulators, the market, and then also, of course, all the people who need to participate in that.
Yeah, so then then you see the society will be a stakeholder whereby the market has to educate the people so they can see the trust. They will give you the trust, and you will have transparency over the data, and there's no rogue things going on.
Yeah, exactly. So information security standards are really
you have
key.
to educate the people. That's
absolutely
always the key, of course.
They don't know that they want it until they want it. So that's our job. Yeah.
So you add value for society as well. So
correct.
Not only for the incumbents, but also the fintech, but society as a stakeholder needs to have the value then and see why they have to share or can share the data.
Yeah, absolutely. And then that's for another conversation perhaps, but that also ties into sort of marginalized communities that from a financial inclusion perspective, you open a lot more doors for people who've been traditionally underserved, and you really do a lot of societal good with that. So.
Exactly. Yeah. Any other views?
No,
Go ahead.
No, maybe you. I was just wondering if there were any questions also from the audience. It might be good to involve them, but you go first.
No question? Yeah.
You need to throw this down.
Thank you. I have a question actually, and it is about the terminology here. We are talking about open finance, right? So I am actually an engineer. I'm the founder of Dust Network. When I'm in engineeristic term, I'm thinking about openness. I'm thinking about composability. I'm thinking about, data. Not only data actually, but process that compose with each other, and I'm thinking about basically the openness of a certain systems. What I have been hearing from you guys is basically terminology that kind of worries me a little bit, because it seems like your conversation is centered around data sharing, is centered around customers and businesses. When I am thinking about open finance, instead, or an open whatever, in this case, finance, I think it's one of the most interesting of all the arguments. I'm actually thinking more in terms of protocols rather than services. I'm thinking more in terms of self-sovereignty rather than basically sharing data. I'm thinking more about the capability of actually prevent measurements that have got to do with law enforcement with automation. This is what open seems to me. So I wanted to ask you if essentially, where do you see a role of an open protocol in an open finance context? Also, from the perspective that no consumer ever wants to share anything, and which is something that it is needed by businesses more than consumers.
Well, maybe next time we should invite some engineers. But yeah, I think in the paper there's also a little bit about infrastructure, APIs, and how to work with that. But I have to admit, it's more about, at least from my perspective, or perhaps also Koen, it's more about the policy part of it. But there's a few notes on infrastructure that are interesting, but I'm not really I'm not really comfortable talking about it because I'm not an engineer. So then we really need to invite others as well.
Martijn, do you want Yeah, I mean, I couldn't hear all of it, so I must apologize. I think that if you're talking about, well, we're not just talking about data sharing, et cetera, between consumers, businesses, et cetera. Yes, there has to be an overarching framework, I suppose, that actually enables data to be shared or data to be exchanged. That is absolutely true, and I think that's a big part of the regulatory discussion is going to be how can we actually make sure that we're not just dealing with silos that are sort of held by certain entities, but that you can actually be, I think you mentioned the word sovereignty and data sovereignty, that actually the data owner, the person who generates the data is actually sovereign in terms of who the data is shared with or is not shared with, right? So there has to be the opportunity to sort of to share if you want and to not share if you don't want. I think the additional thing that we're talking about in our paper as well is meaningful data sovereignty. People talk a lot about data sovereignty, meaning me or you or anybody else here somehow has perfect ability to share or not to share. And we all know that that's not how it really works, that individuals find it difficult to anticipate what the impact is going to be if I share data. And that sometimes triggers an attitude of I don't want to share anything. I just want to go, So what we're saying, and that's where I think the aspect of additional responsibility comes from, is to say, okay, if somebody chooses to share their data, that doesn't relieve the person or the entity receiving the data from their responsibility to think about what is ethical, what is in the interest of this person. And again, you cannot do that at an individual level as a company or as a bank or as an insurance company perhaps, but you can do it at least, we say, in terms of putting in place processes about how do we deal with data, what data do we use, what don't we use. So that's what I mean by, so I think our concept is more of one of meaningful data sovereignty. And I'm not sure if that answers the question, but maybe we can talk about it afterwards as well.
Thank you. Any more questions? Anyone?
Been so clear.
Yeah. If not, yeah.
All right. If not, thank you very much, panel, for discussing this all with under your supervision, Ernst-Jan. And I think this is the end of the session then for you. I don't have any questions for you actually either. So if there are really no questions from the audience, then I think this session is over and we will come back at 3 o'clock with platformification and the customer demands. Thank you very much.
is het zeker.
Ja, zeker. Ga maar zitten. Nou, ik zit even op het hoekje hier, dat lijkt me het meest makkelijk. En de rest mag je gewoon zitten waar je wil. Ja, nou goed. Ja. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the highlight of this afternoon? Platformification. Nou, there. Zit jij daar? Ja. Nou ja, oké. Ladies and gentlemen, in the main hall, the highlight of the afternoon, platformification. Komt allen.
All right, everyone. We're about to get started again on the main stage. Bring it on.
Hello.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you again, and we're very much looking forward to the next session about platformification.
Hello.
This is really what it's about, right? So we know that this is really what's going to make a difference because everyone wants to be the platform, like just everyone wants to be a business leader. And there's always the question is who's going to be the business follower, of course. And if everyone's a platform, who's actually making use of all these platforms? But then again, it's a big battle, I think, for the power play in the industry. So, and we've got some powerful people here. To start with our moderator, Brian van Wachem of RedSnap. Definitely the guy to know about, getting into your markets and getting people to see your power. I want to give you the floor to take it away and introduce your panelists. Have a great time.
Thank you very much, Don. Thank you very much. Sit tight, hang in, and we're gonna start. So, welcome to the panel discussion. I will introduce you a little bit later, but first, of course, we're gonna explain a little bit why we are talking about platformification, right? So, one, it's a hot topic, yes. Secondly, I think we see a number of different business models emerge from this, yeah? And obviously, we're all very curious, the end customer. So, what he has to gain. So in the next 45 minutes, we're gonna learn and we're gonna answer the question, what is platformification? Because we're gonna start with that. And also, what is the benefit for, ultimately, the client? Yeah? So, but before we do that, I first wanna introduce you this very diverse panel. Yeah? All white men.
Nice.
But unfortunately, they're all very wise, so that's good. So the first, Richard Straver.
Yes.
And Richard Straver, he's the founder of Online Payment Platform. And Online Payment Platform is a payment service provider for platforms and marketplaces. Yeah, that's good for now. And then we have, Mr. Derks. Yeah, and Mr. Derks is head of desk. You need to explain that later on. Head of desk, yeah, of IBAN First. And IBAN First is basically providing a platform for doing international payments. Yeah. Then we have Jeroen de Bel. And Jeroen de Bel is the founder of FinTech. FinTech is a FinTech consultancy group and basically supporting banks on their digital journey. Yeah. And we have Kees Jan, but forget about Kees Jan for the English speaking, so we call you KG. Yeah, KJ. Koppenaal from Mambu, and Mambu is a SaaS core banking platform provider. Yeah. So welcome, panel. You're all here. So let's kick off immediately. Let's talk about platformification, because when I studied the subject, I was reading about platformification, and I think that we all want to know, what is it are we really talking about? What is platformification? So, to make it easy, I'm going to ask you, everyone, but to make it easy, I Googled it in Investipedia, and I need to quote this right. So, platformification is a relatively new business model happening in FinTech that is enabling companies to lift out entire operations and benefit from mutualization. I was like, all right, I need a few clever guys to explain that to me, right? So to start with you, what do you think what platformification is?
Sure. So I think that the definition is definitely wrong. So that's great. No, I don't think platformification is something that only relates to fintech or finance. I think any platform or any place online where users can create or add to the platform is basically a platform. So you've got any kind of platform like art platforms, you've got creation platforms, you've got publishing platforms, you've got social platforms, you've got many, many different platforms. Of course, you also have e-commerce platforms. And if you talk about the definition of an e-commerce platform, I think it's any online place where two parties can meet and potentially trade with each other. And that, for me, is the definition of an e-commerce platform. Definition of just a platform is any online place where users can contribute.
All right, and KG, and what do you think about this? What is your, or maybe the Mambu definition of a platform, from platformification?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, that definition of platformification, no clue what that means. Whether it's right or wrong, I could not say, since I have no clue what it actually would say. So we are a software provider. So our angle is slightly different than, for example, yours is obviously. But at the end of the day, what we also see is that, from my perspective, platformification is also much more about bringing, as a customer, and that's in our situation, for example, a bank, being here at Holland FinTech, give a customer the ability to create their own end state by bringing in various platforms that interact with each other, create a best of breeds. So instead of having to buy everything from one and the same, being able to get exactly what you need for your requirements in the specific country or countries that you're active in.
Okay. Well, that's a different view, indeed. Any other views?
Yeah, I would like to add something to that.
Okay.
I think, at least in my view, platformification, it's a difficult word, as you mentioned, and try to give some substance to it, but we see it as making things much easier for the client and much more transparent than it used to be. You have these banking platforms are all tied up with several software packages and platforms together. We try to, put everything in one place and make the connection easily for the client. So he doesn't need to bother with, okay, how do I connect with my other banking system or other platform here and there? Just make everything simple and connectable.
Okay. Jeroen, agree?
Yeah, perhaps two words to add to that. Firstly, what comes to mind is that it's all about providing a one-stop shop to the customer, whereby the customer can consume a variety of solutions, not just for one product, one need, but a variety of use cases. And secondly, and that's some trend we see in recent years, it used to be all about islands, the island of Facebook and the ecosystem and Google, et cetera, et cetera. And what you now see is that also they are opening up, and it's your own services as well as third parties. And I guess that's what we can all relate to, and all your services also subscribe to.
Okay, well, I'll stay with you. So we see new business models evolve around platformification. Yeah. So what do you see in the banking space? What are the consequences for banks, for example?
Yeah, so it's a broad topic when it comes to the consequences, but what we see is one topic related to platforms is, well, firstly was the big techs coming in, that it was sort of scary, and then it was a matter of sort of trying to ignore the trend. It's not happening. Well, obviously that doesn't work, because it is. And secondly, then there was some realization, okay, if platforms are the future, we want to be the go-to platform. Every bank wanted to build some sort of financial management app. Doesn't work either, because they're not in the best position to do so. And what we now see slowly is the realization that they have a different role in that they're more like the solution provider in the ecosystem, and that it requires different way of thinking, different way of servicing your products, different relation with the products, and that's what only the banks start to realize now and start to explore and understand better.
Okay, so the banks are actually waking up on this topic.
Let's say it's early in the morning and they start to wake up.
Okay, the alarm bell went off at least. Yeah. So can I call you, I know it's not different, but I call you the platform providers, right? So what do you see, what kind of business models do you see
I think that these business models open up the transparency in the financial world. Because when we started the company, we said, okay, the FX business is the last banking secret. Because it's very difficult to see exactly what markup that you pay if you do a currency transaction. So we said, okay, we want to give more transparency to the SMEs, because multinationals and big corporates, they have all a professional treasury, so they exactly know what the price is, how products work. And we said, okay, we want to give this kind of service also to the SMEs. So and SMEs represent 70% of our GDP, so we think that's important. So I think transparency and opening up, and you may earn money from a client. He doesn't care. As long as he gets a good service, it's all okay, but be open and transparent about it.
All right, so what we see, I mean, we're a payment service provider. We do payments for marketplaces and platforms, so we generally talk to the likes of Marktplaats or eBay. And what we see there is they're moving from a ad-driven business model towards more a CPS model. So they integrate payments, for example, C2C payments, where you first just needed to contact each other on the marketplace and you just shared your bank account and they just wire the money. Now they integrate payments, first of all, to make a better product and user experience. But second, and maybe foremost, I don't know, it's a CPS. So it's a new business model that's purely based on success, of actually selling something and then deriving a cut out of that sale. So we see many classified marketplaces moving more towards kind of a typical e-commerce purchasing kind of platform and using CPS as a real driver for their revenues. Then there's other platforms that have very different reasons that are not purely based on revenue. For example, let's take a look at IKEA. They're opening up and making a second-hand marketplace for their end users, but that's more data-driven and loyalty-driven. So they don't want to drive a lot of revenues from that interaction, but they purely want to provide their end users, which are the people that have purchased previously with IKEA, a better place to get rid of their stuff and therefore having an even better and closer relationship with IKEA. So that's what they're opening up their platform for. So we see a very wide range, but most of the parties that we see are really using at least our platform and the platformification to drive efficiency, drive user friendliness, and drive revenue.
Okay. So what's your lens on this one, KJ?
Looking at what you were just mentioning, you have the traditional banks. And to be honest, I think in the Netherlands, the traditional banks are, at this moment in time, absolutely not moving at all, simply because they're in a very comfortable position. If you look at the Big Four, they have, 80% of the market. People don't want to move. I'm also still with the same bank as I was when I was 4, simply because it's easy. So in the Netherlands, I don't think that there's much change happening due to the whole platformification activities, open banking, etc. There are some new entrants in the market, like yourselves, absolutely, but it's relatively limited. If you look, for example, outside of the Netherlands, if you go to South Europe, if you go to Eastern Europe, you see tremendous amounts of opportunity, simply because the whole current situation is not very good. There's a couple of banks, there is a lot of even still a lot of underserved people, underserved bank people, but also costs are extremely high. So there the chances are much better than here in the Netherlands.
And also the banking sector as a whole in Holland is very well developed. If you compare that to other countries in Europe, especially but also if you go a bit east to Germany, it's really, really different than what you see in Holland. So here the banking is really good developed, but if you go outside, if you go in Europe, there are many chances.
So
but at the same time, it also means that for us as customers, end customers of the bank, that's also a downside, because there is much more potential than we will actually get.
And even there we can improve.
Yeah, I think one point we're missing is the fight for the end customer. And you're right, the banks in the Netherlands, they are sort of relatively in a comfortable position. Things are reasonably well. In the Netherlands, we're enjoying one of the most efficient banking systems. So we're in a good place, but still we cannot ignore sort of platforms are happening, and the likes of Google and Apple are coming, and they are trying to take over the customer. And it's all about getting a monopoly on the customer, a monopoly on the services the customer uses, the data, and trying to reap sort of a share out of the revenue generated over the customer. And that really massively impacts the position of banks.
Well, that's actually a nice bridge, Jeroen, to my next question, because seriously, you're laughing, man.
Sorry.
Because this whole platformification, is that a consequence of customer demand, or are there other drivers that is driving platformification?
If I may respond firstly, it's a mixture of events, really. It's technology, obviously, developing, allowing more possibilities. We have customer used to that digital environment and expecting a more seamless experience, that everything is available right now, anytime, anywhere, in a seamless fashion, and that caters to the likes of Booking.com, Marktplaats, etc. And also it's new competition. Organizations outside of banking are moving into this platform play and embedding into banking as well. And banks need to catch up, keep up with it, to do something with their position, because they are affected.
Do you agree on the?
Well, I think it's like a kind of a natural phenomena of any capitalistic play. I mean, you have to stay ahead of the curve, and if others are coming around and doing stuff even better, cheaper, more efficient, more friendly, and it's more fun, then customers are going to go there. So it's a constant game of innovating and trying to make things better, and therefore customers will go left or right. When they used to go right to you and now they're going left, you're going to naturally think, why is this happening? And you're going to find out, and in many cases, it's platformification that's driving them towards another place, because it's more efficient, and again, more fun and cheaper, etc. So if you look at like traditional vacation rentals, like first, let's say a decade ago, nobody could rent somebody else's house somewhere in a cool place in Ibiza or in the Alps or what have you. So everybody used to just book with hotels. Nowadays, lots of people are using the platforms and renting from other people because it's more fun. It's sometimes cheaper and more efficient. So what do the likes of Booking have to do that used to just serve the hotel market? They also have to incorporate the Airbnb experience. So it's very, very natural phenomena that these companies are constantly trying to catch up with where the boundaries are being pushed.
Oh, sorry.
But in the end of the day, coming back to your question, it's not the end customers who demand that this needs to happen. It's much more the technology is there, open banking, the whole API-based structure, everything, and that enables smart people to see a hole in a market somewhere, to see an opportunity where the big traditional, in this case banks, miss the spot, and they just jump in it, and then indeed you get what you say. People go left because left is easier, quicker, and it's cheaper. So it's also the fact that there's technology, and the financial industry is very slow, traditional, and old-fashioned.
To adopt. Yeah, so talking about the value chain, right, with platformifications, because it's the same with apps, right? I understand there are a lot of platforms possible, but we also know that there are a lot of financial apps, and I don't want to have 500 apps on my phone, right? I want to go to one place, marketplace, where I can do all my different financial services, yeah, at my fingertips. So is that the same with platformification? I mean, do you see, let's call it also the big tech development, that there are players in the market developing as a super platform? Let's start with you.
No, sorry. I don't see that happening at this moment. So what I see is that you have several specialist platforms which are also focusing, first of all, on their service and their business model. And next to that, make the platform compatible and connection with other platforms. So that it's easy for the end customer to have one dashboard logging into one platform. And I think that's essential, because if you want to do everything, you're going to be the old big bank again. Yeah? And then your systems will be outdated over 10 years. So keep up the things that you do well, keep that improving, keep on innovating, make it agile, so you can really move when things change. And I think it's dangerous to really build the big platform again, which covers everything. And because then I'm afraid we're going to look like the old bank nowadays.
Yeah, but we talked about capitalism, right? So everybody wants to be the 100-pound gorilla on the mountain. So somebody will grab that position, correct?
Well, yes, that's correct. But the 100-pound gorilla is going to be cut up into 100 pieces at some point. So it's again kind of a wave where, look at e-commerce. When it just arrived, you had all these little shops popping up, and then you got Bol.com and Amazon swallowing and being the big 100-pound gorilla. But now you've got several of these, and they're being, so you've got Alibaba now, and Amazon, and Bol.com, and now you're going to have about 20 of these 100-pound gorillas, so they're 20-pound gorillas at least, So they're being cut up. So what you see is that once a big gorilla takes over the market, they're never going to be good enough to ace every little niche that is actually happening within this entire ecosystem. So another great example, I think, is like eBay. eBay used to be the one and only marketplace you should go to and sell stuff. Well, nowadays, are you going to eBay to sell your ticket, or to ticket swap? Or look at handmade goods. Are you going to go to Etsy to send your handmade goods, or to eBay? And so on and so on. So you see that at some point, somebody's becoming that 100-pound gorilla, but then the subcategories become that big in and by itself that it allows for a niche player to own and be very much better at that very particular category or vertical. And then they they cut out that piece out of the 100-pound gorilla. And so this just keeps happening. So every time there's going to be gorillas coming, and then the gorilla shows you which pieces they're still not doing well enough, and then they're big enough for companies to thrive just by that category alone. And this, again, kind of a natural phenomenon.
I guess what you see is two main movements. One is sort of subscribing to what you're saying, is sort of, as opposed to one big continent, you get sort of very different islands, and particularly, I guess, financial services a bit more so due to regulations, some impediments that are in the way. So you have different islands for a variety of use cases. And also another thing, and I think the gentleman here can relate to that, is that it's more opening up, as opposed to first it was only in one ecosystem and they could not talk to each other. There would be closed environments, and now you see the industry opening up, being able to connect with multiple providers, as well as also banks are acknowledging that now in sort of the BaaS environment, that they, as opposed to try to keep up with customer experience, they acknowledge that they cannot keep up, and they see it more like a distribution channel and change their perspective, that they focus on the back end, let others do the customer experience. That sort of trend, what you see.
Absolutely, and it's also about what you know as a company about your end customers. Because in the end of the day, data is key. And what you also see is that there are now also new entrants into FinTech who know a lot about their own customers. If you take, for example, the telcos, which is also a segment that we serve intensively throughout the world. Yeah, a telco knows everything about you as a client. They also know how you pay. They also know how much they can sell to you. So doing a wallet as a telco is a very easy step for them to take, but also a very easy step for me as an end customer to actually accept. So it's also about the 100-pound gorilla. In the end of the day, it's the gorillas which serve the end customer best who will win the fight.
I agree.
And it's also thinking out of the box, are doing things differently. I think a hot topic at this moment is compliance, for example. What you see when we tell our clients, okay, if you want to make a cross-border payment, you have to upload the underlying invoice. At that moment, he is making this payment, so the invoice is in his hand or in his desk. So he can easily upload it. And he said, I never have to do this at the bank. Now, that's the problem. That's the issue that the banks are facing now, repairing all the compliance issues that they have, because they do it afterwards. We do it up front. So it's also thinking about different processes and try to be smart on that and tackle the issue from the beginning as soon as you can.
So just curious. So your target clients are not the banks, right? Your target clients are really the end customers, correct?
Yes.
You're not trying to seek any cooperation with banks and say.
Oh, we do. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we cooperate with banks. So we partner with. We don't bash the banks. We want to cooperate with them because we also need them. Yeah, for the liquidity, for example, for the currency hedging, but also for the payment platforms that we also use together with the banks. But it's a different kind of mindset. For example, the payment industry is quite complex and for the most people intransparent. Because if you need to make a dollar payment to China, not many people, or not many of my customers at least, small and medium-sized enterprise, know that the dollar payment always goes through a US bank. Because the US government, the US central bank, wants to keep grip on all the dollar payments. But we make it transparent with a payment track and trace system that the client can see exactly how this payment flow develops and when the money arrives.
So the banks don't like you, basically.
No, they like us because we are also a client of the bank, but then for the treasury part.
Okay. So, sorry, you want to say?
Not just to add on that, it's the point like, do you like these innovators or not? And that really requires a change in mindset. And I would say most banks are in that position that you say, we don't like it or something new and scary, and that makes a difference to the ones that do embrace it, do realize it, because that's what you need, a different mindset to these things and acknowledge your strengths and your weaknesses.
Okay. So let's go back to platformification and also some of the challenges. So you build a platform, let's call it that way. And so what are the challenges you faced the last couple of years when you build it? Because
okay, maybe, I mean, we are called online payment platform, so that's why we think we built a platform. But I wouldn't say we are a platform, which kind of defeats the whole name. But we're not, because we don't provide an online place where you can contribute, or we don't provide the place where you can trade. We merely assist the place where you trade if a transaction happens. So if you really look at a platform and look at the challenges that they face, it's not the challenges that we faced. And I think the most challenging part of building a successful online platform is first and foremost, of course, having a compelling mission, place, or whatever, offering something that's actually different, which is, can be quite hard, of course. And then if you have done that, then the second hardest thing is the chicken and egg problem of platforms. So most often you will want a lot of offers and demand, but you have to have something to start off with. And if you have neither, there's no reason for anybody to start to contribute or use your platform. So the hardest part when starting a new platform is to create the traction on the platform. And well, I heard a pretty good advice or tip. Actually, you can find it back in our platform stories video format that we make. We interview a lot of founders of platforms. And one of them was Brenger. You might have heard of Brenger. Brenger is a shipping service for large goods in the Netherlands, but they're expanding towards in Europe. Anyway, they started out and they didn't have anybody that would ship the goods, obviously, because there was no demand. So nobody would sign up to ship. So what they did is in the first, I think, half year, they just bought a few vans and literally the founders were shipping the goods around themselves. Just making sure that, you know, at least when somebody put up an assignment, that it was actually being handled and that there was some traction taking place. So that's like the little snowflakes that you have to kind of drop and push yourselves for the avalanche at some point to take place. I think that's kind of the hardest thing. Of course, after that, you're going to have to look at how do you scale? How do you go international? How do you comply with everything? How does your infrastructure look? How can you make sure that it's secure, that you don't breach any GDPR, etc. But that comes later. The hardest part is making something compelling and actually getting users to use it.
Or instead of making something completely new, just do something which is already there, but then much better and much more suited towards the customer. If you take, for example, ABN AMRO here, well, everybody knows them. They had already an SME lending proposition where it would take you 2-3 weeks before you had an offer on a loan, yes or no. And then they said, you know what, we want to do it fully online and we want to do it in like 20 minutes. Well, it was not possible. So that's when they had to go and look for a different setup, a different platformification of their question, and in the end created a whole new layout through New 10, where also Mambu was part of that solution, in which they were actually able to do so. So was it new? No. Was it much better than it was before? Absolutely.
The user experience went up dramatically,
It's a user experience, which in the end, because in the end of the day, whether you have something completely new, which is great, or something which is already there and you make it better. In the end of the day, if you know how to wow your customers, you will be in the winning streak.
Yeah. So what kind of challenges did you face the last couple of years?
Well, many, of course, many. But no, there are a few things. First of all, it is finding the right people. Yeah, that's a challenge, but that becomes easier the more successful you are. Yeah? So I agree with you. Get things rolling. That's the most difficult part. So in the beginning, you need funding and you need to be able to develop your ideas, to get things from the ground. And so you have to seed before you harvest, and that's the difficult part in starting a new company like this. No one knows us in the beginning, so it's really you need to have the deep pockets to overcome this part, and then things are starting to roll, and then it's you're off.
Okay.
Yeah, so obviously it's a two-sided market, right? Whereby you need to have both the users and the providers, and you need them both in balance and sufficient skill to start. I think what's interesting, what we see now happening is due to technology opening up these platforms, that you get sort of the how you say it, you don't have the combination per se anymore. You can have a platform just catering to users and the user experience, or at the back end, platforms catering to just the banks itself that providers can tap into. For FX, we have those solutions, white label FX solutions. And where we're going with banking also, that you have sort of universal banking platforms that customers can sign up to and then can do their banking. So that's a change in how these platforms operate.
Yeah, so let's elaborate on that one. So can you look in your crystal ball and can you predict how banks will react to this whole platformification and the developments around platformification and the customer demands, basically?
Yes. So a few questions in one, but if you talk about banks, how they react, I'll come to question 4, 5, and 6 later. But no, if they react, I wish they would all acknowledge. And what my expectation is that they find it hard to actually change their mind and change the way they operate. And bit by bit, they're being disintermediated. They try to hold on to the front end, try to hold on to becoming the main app. So I see them losing position, being sort of pushed to the back. Some providers take it as the opportunity, sort of the BaaS play, whereby they just actively partner with fintechs that do the customer experience and they provide the solutions behind it. But also I think the Googles, Apples of this world will come in, and bit by bit banks are being marginalized and become more product factories.
Okay, all right. So a topic where we can actually disagree about, because it's all too peaceful here. No. So again, the crystal ball. What would your ultimate fintech platform look like, Richard?
Well, I think that China may not always be the best example, but they do have a pretty awesome fintech platform there called Alipay. And they're paving the way, I think, for many here, integrating lending inside the journey when the lend actually has to take place, for example. Making sure that, or combining basically e-commerce payment flows and the funds with traditional banking, with lending, therefore, with insurance, etc. So Alipay is kind of what many see here in Europe, but also in the States, as kind of the Valhalla of fintech platform. And to be honest, even for us, it is also inspiring. Like talking about things like lending inflow. For example, to give you a little example of that, so we facilitate C2C car payments on Gumtree UK. Gumtree is the largest marketplace in UK, and there, when you want to purchase a car from each other, obviously you're going to come around and look at the car, and then at some point you want to make a payment for the car. And once you want to do that, we use open banking to initiate the payment, but also use AIS, so account information, to check before if they even have enough funds. And if they don't, you can immediately allow them, you can scan their whole settlement statements, etc., and know what they could potentially lend. And then within a split second, you can allow them, for example, to lend £1,000 on top of the 4,000 because they can't afford the 5,000 at that very moment. So that, I think, is very smart, because it brings huge efficiency, because you actually engage at the moment where it's required. And I think that those are the things that at least we incorporate, and I think that there will never be one overall platform in terms of finance that rules everything, like in China with Alipay, because the market dynamics here are just way different, which is much better.
At the same time, if you look at Alipay, they are creating £1 million gorilla there at this moment in time, which we just concluded will not be the right end solution.
No, it's not the right end solution, but then they're not a real capitalistic society, so they won't have the problem, or actually, they won't see that many niche players popping up, because they'll be killed. So, I mean, pushed down, repressed, or whatever. So that's luckily here we have a real capitalistic society, at least something I like. And here you won't see that happening, because everybody can participate in the play, and governments are actually trying to reduce powers becoming too big at one central stage.
But at the same time, just also coming back to your point also made by Jeroen, looking at will there be a platform, the platform that will be overall? No, I don't think so at all. It will be much more about seamless integration. If you look at Apple Pay, I use also Apple Pay as the only way to pay. But does that make me an Apple customer? No, I'm still a customer of the Rabobank. I'm still the customer of the same old traditional bank. At the same time, if you know how to seamlessly integrate the different solutions which are out there, then you can be a player in that space. But in the end, we still do a nice location somewhere on Ibiza via Airbnb, a traditional hotel for the business trip we do via Booking.com, and we still pay via Apple Pay or Google Pay.
Yeah, but I still have a problem with thinking that through, right? Because if you look at the value chain and you have different platforms integrating, all seamlessly integrating together, and I'm an end customer, and I pay something for a service or a good, and it goes wrong, who am I going to call? I mean...
That depends on what kind of platform that you use. Yeah?
Sure. Exactly.
Because what I mentioned earlier, if I have an issue with my LinkedIn profile, there's no telephone number. You can't call anyone.
Yep.
Yeah? So, and that's also why we say, okay, the platform is important. It is supportive to our service, but there's always the human touch, because we are in the finance industry. The volumes that our clients trade are not in the hundreds, but they are in the 100,000 or the millions. Yeah? So trust is also a very big part of the service that we offer.
Okay, but do you feel responsible? I mean, do
Yes.
you do KYC, the AML, the fraud detection, those kind of things?
Yes.
You do
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
okay. And if my payment doesn't come into China, I'm going to call you,
You can
correct?
call us, yes, correct.
Okay, all right.
And we solve it.
All right. So what's your view on the ultimate
I have a slightly
finance?
different view. So it's really the question, will there be one big giant winner takes all, or various platforms? In my ultimate vision, the question will happen, but it's a better place whereby there are multiple platforms and they are decoupled from the solutions that they offer. So you do not have to go to Marktplaats itself or the Marktplaats products offered or Bol or you name it. But you can have another platform that has a better UX tailored to your needs, and they integrate together. And thereby, it's more competition on the customer experience, the prices, level of service, etc., as opposed to the size of the platform. And that's what it has become now, sort of monopolies on their own ecosystems. And I'd like the world to go to more open, more independent places that compete more on the value and customer experience they provide.
Are there any different views? Otherwise, we have a few minutes left. So is it nice maybe to, are there any urgent or just nice questions from the audience?
Because if you talk about customer, and we're talking about collaboration today, also about ESG, aren't we going kind of away from the whole guerrilla thinking? And to what extent? Because in the beginning of the discussion, you were very much talking about frictionless and ease. But aren't people becoming more and more aware of what they're actually doing and with whom they're doing that with, what their footprint is, what their social impact is, etc. And isn't that what this is all about? And aren't we maybe going beyond the whole platform thinking? Isn't it something, because we're decentralizing in all kinds of ways?
Actually, yes.
Who wants to pick up this question?
I can kick off, yeah, of course. No, but I think you have a really good point. Because if you look at a traditional bank, it does everything. We pick out one specific service that we try to do best, better than the others. And that's why we want to stand out, and we hope that our companies choose our service, because we do it nicer or better or cheaper or faster, whatever. And I also think there is place for several competitors, and it's also good to have competition, because then you keep also innovation. Because if there's no competition anymore, then you can relax and sit back. And then nothing is going to happen anymore. So you need competition, and you need several boutiques where you can choose from and which suits you best. That's what I think.
But it's also what you're used to, because if you look at If you look at us, five Dutch men on a row, we're all banking most likely with one of the traditional Dutch banks here. If I look at my colleagues who in Amsterdam come from anywhere in the world, all of them, they go for the likes of an N26 as a provider, simply because they go mental with the whole KYC and the whole way of how the Dutch banks operate. So it's also about perception of how you look at things. And to be honest, I think if you look at ESG and these kind of things, I think that is a very, very small portion of how people look. It's much more, it's really all about customer experience. If you bring the right customer experience and your costs are reasonable, not even good, but reasonable, you're already in the safe zone.
Yeah, talking about your initial question about ESG and platforms, I'd like to iterate a few points. Firstly, it's all about the customer. And if the customer cares about ESG, and obviously it is, it's becoming more important, that will determine the fate of the platforms that not meet those needs. And second point I want to iterate, it's about multiple islands or multiple platforms that I see arising. And there will be more room, more berth for new places that have a better eye for ESG as opposed to the traditional big giants like Amazon or such, or alternatives we can think of. So those are the developments that I see.
All right, unfortunately, guys, we have to close off. I do think we touched upon on what platformification is, what kind of business models there are out there, and also what it means for clients like us, but also for your clients, KG. I want to thank everybody for listening to us, and I want to close it off, and I want to thank the panel for being on stage. Thank you very much. And I think we can immediately go through the, yeah? Yeah? All right. We're going to go to the next topic. Don't go away, please. We go to the next topic. And the moderator will be Annemieke Robeek. Annemieke. Oh, okay. Okay. Get her. Oh, take 5. Okay, sorry. I can do some tap dancing or something. 5. Yeah. All right. Yeah, good. Thank you. All right. Good. Yeah, we have. Ja, Annemieke Robeek. Annemieke Robeek. No, leave it.
Ze komen net aan, het wou deze vraag, maar we wachten wel een paar minuutjes eventjes voordat iedereen
ja, is goed,
er is. En dan,
wacht even. Okay. Nou, het gaat hartstikke goed.
Volgens mij doe je het hartstikke leuk.
Ja. Nee, ja, we proberen een beetje. Hi, Annemieke. Ik ga je gewoon aankondigen en jij doet gewoon de aankondiging van je eigen panel en zo, hè?
Ja.
Ik kondig je gewoon alleen maar aan. Ja?
Have fun is
exactly.
prime objective.
Yes.
En dit is dan de laatste toch al, of niet?
Ja, nou de zaal zal eigenlijk...
Want de closing keynote is...
Die is om 5:30. Dus ze hebben 3 kwartier met elkaar op het podium. Ze hebben wel 3 kwartier voorbereid volgens mij.
Ja? Oké. How to include all digital banking.
Ik ga wel even kijken of het mensen...
Ja, zullen we even mensen dan willen? All right, the second highlight of the afternoon. Digital banking for the unbanked starts in 2 minutes. Connie, go. Oh ja. Nee, jij moet om 4 uur, hè? Ik kom kijken. All right, in 2 minutes. Banking, digital banking for the unbanked. Nee, maar ik wil mensen even hierheen.
Oh ja, heel goed, heel goed.
Ja? 2 minutes. Banking for the unbanked. Digital banking for the unbanked. Starts in 1 minute. Waar is hij? denk ik. Jij mag niet weg, hè? Je bent, je bent de enige die er nog zit. Dus,
ja, ik ben eigenlijk
stay put.
een netwerk die gewoon besloten. Het laatste deel is nu gesloten. Hup hier. Want wat zit hier nou? Ja, deze zit vol.
Ja, was het vol?
Ja, die zat helemaal vol. Daar kom ik net uit.
Ja.
Oh, hoe lang duurt dat nog? Hoe lang duurt dat nog?
Tot
die zijn met een panel, maar die zou je kunnen...
Tot 4 uur duurt dat.
Maar
ja, die zijn al 40 minuten bezig.
Ja, die hadden eerst een presentatie en toen een panel.
Maar je kunt ze niet, het podium nu niet opsturen.
Maar dit moet gewoon een beetje agressie. Tot 4 uur.
Ja, dat ze om half
ja, door?
Ja, dan loopt dit leeg.
Ja,
ja,
precies.
we kunnen gewoon even...
En dan gaan jullie daar staan? Of dan ga ik dan
Ik ga even... Dat gaan we even doen. Ja,
Oké.
even, en dan...
Het programma nu nog om 4 uur. Annemieke Robeek, digital banking for the unbanked. Hey, we start at 4 o'clock. Yeah, because those 2 meeting rooms are full. And we want people give the opportunity to come out. Okay. And then we start at 4. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Fine. Yep? Okay.
Ik pak even een tasje en ik ga even mensen hierheen brengen. Beginnen bij de top.
Goed zo. Ja, ik doe wel mee. Ik doe wel mee. Want,
Soms is het even gewoon mouwen oprollen en...
ja, 10 voor 4. Ja, over... Sorry.
All right, everyone. Yes, all right, everyone. We're going to start the session again on the main stage. Please, everyone, take a seat. We've got a few more input sessions for you before we head out to drinks, and then we'll talk all about this, and we'll have a lot of fun. But please bear with us for a little bit for some content and some discussions that we think you should definitely follow. So please come over to the main stage, take a seat. We'll start within 1 minute. All right, everyone, we're very much looking forward to giving you the next session. We're going to hear from a very nice panel discussion with some distinguished people to actually take you through some of the latest developments. Then, of course, I should have my right paper here, otherwise I can't read up who's actually going to be here. So, thank you for joining, everyone. We've got Annemieke Robeek. Please come forward. She's about to be our next president of Holland FinTech. So, presiding the board of Holland FinTech. So, we're really grateful to have her here and actually give a bit of her intent and viewpoints of the sector for herself. We also have Gerald Gruber and Arfang Sonko to join here. Please give them a very big hand to welcome them. And let's start this panel session to understand actually what we can do to serve the underbanked. Please take it away. Yeah, they work. They're on. Yeah.
They work. Okay, thank you so much. Then I'm very grateful that we have this topic on the agenda today, because banking the underbanked and banking the unbanked is a big issue in a moving world, in a world in flux, where so many people move from one part of the world to the other. And banking is a necessity. But how to get your account? And how can you serve those people? And in how far can we do that with the new digital technologies in a much easier and more efficient way, but also make it transparent and safe? And what kind of institutions are working on this issue to make a smooth inclusion of many people in advanced countries, but also in developing countries, part of that global financial network. I'm very happy to introduce to you from Bank Gerald Gruber and from Rewire Arfang Sonko. Perhaps to start with, can you say a little bit more, Arfang, about what is Rewire?
Sure, and thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be here. It was good to share ideas about how to include everyone in the financial systems. So Rewire is a financial institution, digital platform, offering financial solutions to working migrants based in Europe or in the UK. So our clients are coming from East Asia, Africa, and they're all working migrants. And we offer embedded insurance, financial solutions, account, card, and money remittance.
Yeah, and the target market are particularly people who send remittances, isn't it?
I would say remittance is the core business. We started with remittance, and then started from the remittance solution, we started to open new additional services, added value services around financial inclusion, meaning that having a payment method, the ability to receive the salary by having a European IBAN or a UK IBAN, and also ability to have cross-border financial solutions, because our clients are coming from Asia or from Africa, so they still have families, they still have financial interests in their home countries, but they're also contributing in the European economic activities.
They work here or they study here.
Definitely. So we are offering cross-border solution both in Europe, but also throughout local partners, financial solution also here in the home countries.
Thank you. And Gerald, Bunk, in the Netherlands we all know Bunk, but what does Bunk do for the underbanked?
Well, that's a good question. First of all, welcome to the about 20 people who still made it to Friday late afternoon. Thank you for joining our session. I think before I can answer your question, I think we need to define the term a bit better, because unbanked can mean many things. The initial association most people will have is probably playing towards your audience, right? People coming from less developed countries with limited access to the financial system. The question then is, why do they have no access? Is it because for economic reasons? Is it technical or infrastructure reasons? Or is it regulatory reasons? Now, we at Bank, we believe banking services should be available to anyone. That doesn't necessarily mean that we are catering to the low end of the market, but we address a segment of people, I would argue that, especially now within Europe, that are migrating, working cross-border, living an international life, having difficulties to open a bank account in other countries.
And if you don't have a bank account, you get stuck immediately.
You will find it very hard to start your life, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I had the same experience. I'm Austrian, so I'm not Dutch, as you can hear, not English either, as you can hear. And when I moved here, it wasn't that easy. You need a BSN first. It takes you time. You need to sort out all the administrative stuff. And I think we found a way around that and to make it really, really easy for people to onboard, to join, to become part of the financial system, right? And then we can take it from there, because once you're in, then you can have access to different financial services.
And can you both give us some insights in how you worked around to get these people an IBAN or an account? What did you do on the one hand, and you already said it is on different layers, but how did you work around?
There's different barriers, for instance, there are cultural differences, there's a language, also the bureaucracy, like with the BSN number, to be registered, to find a house, and then if you have everything, then you can open an account. And one of the other point also, when you talk about technology, it's also about the approach. It's not about technical solutions, but also how you tackle these issues, and it's also about offering. The people need also to adhere to the requirements. And this is also one of the challenges also about this financial inclusion. And for international workers, but even for people living in Europe, they might have also faced some challenges before opening an account. I would say account rather than bank account, because we have different kind of account. So it can be a mobile account, bank account, or other different kind of solutions. But I think the most important thing is the approach. To understand, to have a tight relationship with your end users, with your potential clients, to understand their needs, and based on that, to develop something to address the specific challenges.
And you work in different communities, you said, huh?
Yes, definitely. And we started by the recruitment. Our people are also migrants. So I migrated from Senegal to France, and then here to come to the Netherlands. But also we have committee managers coming from the same committees as our customers, so they speak the same language. And also the platform is designed around their needs, but also different languages. So it's also part of the inclusion. The language is also a step if you want to include everyone to the financial solution. So we have, as you mentioned, we have the unbanked, but we also have the underbanked. So those who have a bank account, but also they don't have the same access in terms of access to the financial services as you and I both have. Sometimes it's not the same. They may face some challenges also.
And with Rewire, you can give them access to that or help them with that.
So what we are trying to do is, like, we notice that sometimes, even if they have access to the financial services, they can sometimes write to 4 different financial solutions. So what we are trying to do is to identify the specific needs and to have everything in one platform. That means that to have the account, to be able to support your family abroad, but also when it's about our people, like as I said, that they still have their family abroad. Sometimes I think also spending some years in Europe and then going back home. So it's also about how to prepare the future in their home countries. So that means also having partnerships with local partners, like in the home countries, to build their future in Europe, but also in their home countries.
Yeah. And how did you do that at Bunk?
I think if the underlying assumption is everybody should have access, and then you think around this from a very user-centric point of view, you can, and that's what we did, we find ways around limitations others think they are there because they think risk-based, they think product-centric, right? And if I have a large branch network and my costs are a lot higher, then I would probably be a bit reluctant to sign on anybody, not knowing if I will ever make money from those. Yeah. Yeah, so, and that's what we did. And you can open an account with Bank in 5 minutes, right? You can get Dutch IBANs, if you're you can get French IBANs, we can give you German IBANs, Spanish IBANs, basically whatever we need, almost whatever you need, because we also challenged regulatory, let's say, European regulation. Right? One of the
I
findings
know how
is,
hard it is. I worked 10 years for ABN.
It's very fascinating because you have regulation on European levels and you have regulation on country levels, and they are not coherent.
No.
There's contradictions between them, and if you dig deep enough, you will find areas to take advantage of.
Yeah. So you both have managed with your companies to offer services for the underbanked and the unbanked. And what are then the challenges ahead? And how far is this, I think, growing market becoming a market also interesting for other banks or other providers? Is that a challenge? Or is the challenge even more the regulatory and the supervision? Or could you elaborate a bit on that?
Oh, I can give it a try. I think it depends a bit on the segment you're talking about, right? I mean, one underserved segment, and that's true for many European countries, is small companies. Yeah? About 25% of our user base are SMEs, but it's actually more micro companies, really. It's sole entrepreneurs or young startups that just founded, handful of people. For them, it's really tough to get a good banking service, right? So that's one opportunity. What else is ahead? By onboarding so many people, or making it so easy to onboard, you have to be very good in figuring out the bad apples when they're in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah? So that is a technology challenge where we deploy all our expertise. We've developed our own core banking stack and our own processing systems and our own transaction monitoring, AI-based stuff. So hopefully we're doing a good job at that, but that is definitely a challenge because otherwise you'll end up in deep trouble.
Yeah, and then you're liable. Yeah.
You see some of our competitors with German origins have serious issues with their regulator.
Regulators, exactly, yeah. And how did you do that, Anfang?
Yeah, sure. And I would say also, globally, the financial institution was designed, tailored, based on the Western population's requirements. So banks in general in the 70s did a great job by offering global solutions to be able to use the cards anywhere around the world. But now the main thing is also how to address specific needs. That means also in terms of risk-based approach. Yep. To categorize the users, like if we talk about the Nigerian, the Filipinos, the Thai communities, they have different behaviors depending if they're living in Germany, in the Netherlands, or in Italy, or in the UK, for the same community. So all the technology also is to define a risk-based approach, define different risk, and also different mitigation measures in order to offer the right solution to the right customers. And also in order to reduce, as a financial institution, to reduce also our risk exposure. So on one hand, to reduce the risk, but also to offer the right solution to the right people.
I imagine you cannot talk to everybody So you must have indeed, as you already suggested, you must have specific techniques or algorithms to sort out with whom you're working, with whom you would like to bank. And how far can you do that under the European privacy law? Is that a hurdle to take or not?
I don't see that as a hurdle, to be honest. I mean, we have our very clearly defined target segment, and we found, I think, a good way to identify and address these people online.
Okay,
right?
that's how
Not
you do
personally,
it.
obviously,
No.
right? It's just targeting the right group of people with ads, getting them to onboard, to download the app, give it a try, try it out for 4 weeks, and then hopefully stay and bank with us. So that's less of a concern.
And if you come, if you work with people who come from countries where there are sanctions, or how do you work around that? Or are you allowed to?
If it's under sanction, we're not allowed to. So we just respect the rules. We're not trying to serve but we are. We have our compliance team identifying the specific points, also what is allowed, what is not allowed, what is not clearly clarified. We have also developed a deep relationship with the regulators. If you have any doubt, also we have ongoing discussions with the regulators. It can be the DNB in the Netherlands, but if I'm thinking about offering a specific product in another European countries, we first contact the DNB, but also other European regulators to explain the project, the risk exposure, how we mitigate the risk, and also to define. But we always stick to the rules.
So in some way you can say all the regulatory hurdles are taken first by your companies.
I think
that is a great service, of course, but people very often don't know how difficult that is. And you can't bank on that.
It is true. I think one thing we do, and I'm sure that's true for both of our companies, is we think about those regulatory and administrative hurdles, and we try to find a way that makes it as easy as possible for the prospective user to join.
And
now,
there the digital comes in.
To give an example, because you were mentioning people under sanction. If they're sanctioned, then no, that's a no-go, because otherwise we'll be shut down immediately. But only a couple of months ago, we see an influx of people from Ukraine. Bank was the first company in the Netherlands who offered free accounts to Ukrainians by thinking in a very creative way on, okay, how do we do that? How do we work with regulators, with communities, to make sure we can identify people based on their national IDs in Cyrillic, which nobody here, at least in our team, would understand in the first place. And we managed that, and including translating the app, everything was done, I think, took us 3 weeks.
3 weeks only?
3 weeks, and 3 weeks after basically Feb 24, we had people sitting in some of the communities physically, which is very atypical. It's not our business model, but in this case we did it, and signing up refugees, give them a bank account. I think that's a good example on how you can leverage. It's more mindset than technology to bring people on board.
That's interesting, because if we, for instance, think about developing countries or countries in Africa, then we think about leapfrogging with digital technology, as we also did with the mobile telephone, for instance, and then do that in a different way. Is it what you do now for the remittances, for refugees, for specific international groups? Isn't that a very interesting laboratory to do banking in booming Africa in 10 years' time?
Yeah, and just want to what you mentioned about the Ukraine, because it was an interesting situation, and it was the same thing. So we started also to identify how can we better serve the customers, because I saw behind any remittance you have a human story, the personal stories behind that and so on. And there was also some threshold before the war, from the money coming outside from Ukraine to Europe, but from outside from Europe to Ukraine, Ukraine also is the biggest recipient, European recipient countries. And there's a discussion with the European Commission to lower the fees in terms of remittance. But what we realize that the fees are already lower than what is officially the target now to reduce the cost. But this was also interesting. Talking about Africa and also about Asia, there's two ways, like for the sending market, but also the receiving. So also if one of the things also to think about is for the payout. Is it, if you think only about like the European framework, we think automatically about sending money from a bank account to another bank account. But depending on the country, sometimes it's wallet first, mobile first, or cash out. So it's also important to develop different partnerships, local partners, or to have direct footprint in different countries, but also to know about the culture. So this is why also it's important also to have people from these communities within the company. Yeah. And so depending on the countries, we can see what is the better way, how should we tackle the specific issues. So we have the tech and also the people.
Yeah, because I think in the end, with the services you provide, you also give much more transparency in the banking itself, also to countries or from countries to Europe, where normally it is quite difficult to make it very transparent.
We're trying to do our best.
Yeah, I think you should be loved by the DNB. But also, how do you make money with the companies you have? You know, when you do this kind of what perhaps many of us think are niche transactions, how can you make money? You
want to go first?
So
I can go.
I think it's a misconception, to be honest, right?
Yeah, but that's good. Explain that. Elaborate that.
I mean, again, we need to differentiate. Arfang is certainly going to talk about remittance and the business model there. We have a purely subscription-based model, right? Everybody pays the same. It's not super cheap. And we don't necessarily target the economically lower end of the market. No. Yeah? When I talk unbanked, I also talk about, as I said at the beginning, people who have, come in cross-border from other countries, have administrative issues. Yeah? And
you make life easier for them.
We just offer them the best possible service, and then they're actually willing to pay a monthly fee. It's not... All our users per se are profitable. Okay. Yeah? And we can do that because we're still a very slim organization. We take a lot of advantage of technology, obviously. We own a lot, as I said earlier, of the technology ourselves. And that's how we can operate and provide a different type of service than more traditional banks with large brick-and-mortar branches out there can actually do.
Yeah. And bank, we know as a bank, and we see as a bank, and also really as a digital bank, and makes life easier, indeed, also for people like me.
Thanks for promoting our slogan.
Yeah. But how is that with Rewire? Because I think you didn't start as a bank, isn't it?
No, we are not a bank.
No.
We are e-money institution. And being digital only also helped to reduce the cost. There's no branches, no agencies, nothing, no physical presence. Everything is online. But also the business model, what we do is we are offering money remittance, but not only. It has a card, a wallet, and also a subscription program. But there's also FX rates because we are sending money from, so in Europe, they're sending in euro and they're receiving the funds, for example, in Nigeria, in Naira. So there's FX rates also, which the user also can see in the app. So everything is transparent, but we have like the remittance fees and the FX fees.
Yeah, exactly. So it's fees-based then, yeah.
Correct.
And it's subscription-based for bank.
Yes, it is.
I think then that's then the difference, indeed, yeah. How do you work with people from, let's say, the target groups? Arfang already said something about it, and you're a great example of it yourself. But how does bank does that?
I'm not sure I understand the question, to be honest.
How international is bank if you relate it to the target groups? As, for instance, Arfang is really, connected to all those communities and has people from those communities working as professionals.
We are, I'd say, a pretty good reflection of our user base. Bank here in the Netherlands has 40 plus different nationalities.
Great.
Yeah. Most of us in Amsterdam, partially in Rotterdam, partially in Sofia in Bulgaria. So we reflect a very international cross-European crowd. I myself, I'm commuting between Austria and Vienna, right? So I'm a trans-European migrant, if you want to call it that way. And I was facing issues we are now solving, right? It's maybe a stupid example in an underbanked scenario, but I bought a car in Germany and I wanted to get it back to Austria, and you need to get a license plate for a few days, and then you need to leave the German authorities a German IBAN. Otherwise, no way. So where the heck do I get a German IBAN from? And it's the simple things like that. So this whole IBAN discrimination thing is really a big issue in Europe for people who work across borders.
Yeah.
We
which
tackled
is,
that.
which is for technomates a very natural way to live and work and go.
It shouldn't be a problem in the first place, right?
Yeah.
If we weren't so stupid on a No, the European level is actually fine. On a country level, we're stupid. And undermining positive intentions.
Okay.
Don't get me started on that.
Are there still challenges to increase your target groups? So how to get more clients?
I would say that for us, more than 50% of our clients come to us organically. So the first thing is to know your customer, their needs, to tailor the right solution. And if they're satisfied with the solution, it's so easy to the power of mouth, so to speak about your product. And we define it, we have offline and online discussions, focus groups, when we also present the solution, but also learn from our customers or potential customers what would be rewired in 6 months, in 8 months, or in a year. And based on that, we are always trying to adapt to our customers' needs, and also they're aware of that. Being involved in the product also, it's a kind of that our customers are happy also to be involved in our solutions, because they know that sometimes we can have a focus group in Berlin 6 months ago, and then they see that it has been implemented. Yeah. So they're more than happy to talk about the solutions. So this is how we grow. And this is the main thing, but also we have social media and so on. But the main...
And what are your own targets in percentages to grow in the next 3 years, for instance?
The main target, we are planning to have 40% growth month on month in the year.
40% growth?
Yes, correct. Specifically for specific communities, we're already... the plan.
Aren't banks afraid of you guys?
I don't think you'd have to ask the traditional banks whether they are. What I noticed, and this is not bank specific, right? And I worked in Austria before in the wider financial services and banking space. And when one of our now competitors came along, 2013 or so, they were laughed at by the bank board members, right? They were ridiculed. After they were there for a couple of years and had grown to a certain number of users, that had turned completely. And at some point they were respected. I don't think we're feared or anything, right? I think it becomes more of an eye-to-eye level discussion, right? And our CEO, he can, have an eye-to-eye discussion with any other banking CEO. It's not fear, but it's also not ridicule anymore.
Yeah, it's not really cool anymore. But at the same time, you really fulfill an enormous service for people who would never get access to that with normal banks.
Yeah, and I would, for myself, I won't see the banks as the competitors, because we are not offering the same solutions, we're not targeting the same users. Let's take the example for the Filipinos. In the Philippines, they have what they call SSS program. It's a social insurance program for Filipinos workers in and from the Philippines. So by contributing to the social security, they can have access to protection in terms of, in case of sickness, maternity leave, or I don't know, unemployment. So it's for Filipinos in the Philippines, but also Filipinos living in Europe. So we are offering through the platform the ability to subscribe and to contribute directly from Germany to the Philippines, for instance. I'm not sure that if the other banks are offering these kind of solutions, but the product since the inception, it hasn't been designed to be global. It has been designed to meet with specific needs for specific communities. So we are not, but we are working with banks, like with local banks for other financial institutions worldwide. So I see them more like partners rather than competitors.
Okay. And can you elaborate a little bit more about, let's say, FinTech solutions? Because both of you say a lot about the groups and how to make life easy, or how to work with the regulators and circumvent certain hurdles. But what are the, let's say, more digital and FinTech aspects of your work?
How would you define that? What's a FinTech solution? I mean, in our case, we've built a core banking system, a card processing system, a transaction monitoring system, all ourselves. Not me personally, but our team. So that's a lot of technology and a lot of finance. So I would say that qualifies as FinTech, right?
Yeah, yes. You say Bunk is the FinTech bank.
Well, for a long time, to be honest, we called ourselves a tech company with a banking license.
Exactly.
That has changed a bit. Yeah, we now perceive ourselves more as a bank to some extent. Yeah, that takes a lot of advantage of technology. Yeah.
But you say don't play the technology card too hard, because you're a bank and you provide the services.
No, that's not what I'm saying. A lot of the things we're doing, we can do because we own the whole technology.
Okay.
Right? A lot of services would not be possible if we didn't have a group of really, really talented developers that can actually make all this happen.
And how are you related with the more broader FinTech ecosystem? So the smaller, the startups, the scale-ups, or is it all within Bunk itself, or is Bunk in fact the bank which is the living laboratory for many of the FinTech companies?
No, and I don't think anybody in his right mind today will strive to become as monolithic and as traditional banks are and try to do anything in-house, which is not true anymore either. But I think one of the main differences between neo-banks, if we want to call it that way, and the whole FinTech ecosystem versus what we've seen 20 years ago is that the idea of collaboration is ingrained in anybody's mind. Because everybody starts in a niche somewhere, and everybody needs others to actually deliver all the services their customers need.
Exactly, yeah.
So we have a lot of integrations, right? We do investments through a partner. We allow cash deposits and withdrawals at stores through a partner. We do foreign exchange accounts, so dollars, Swiss francs, whatever you want, through a partner. It's all integrated, so we are the face to the customer. We provide the service.
But there is
the
a whole
technology in the
network
back
and
there's a
technology
whole
behind.
network of others contributing to that experience.
And that's the same with you?
Exactly, and I've just noticed that we are working with the same partner for the cash deposit.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
And
but you're not in the same markets, huh? So you could collaborate
it's
as
Europe,
well.
yeah, but definitely, we are working as a platform. So we have our core business, but also depending on the specific needs, we are also collaborating with different partners to offer the right solution. For the insurance, for instance, we recently launched an embedded insurance. For any customer sending more than 200 euros, they're automatically covered by the insurance in Europe for 30 days without any additional cost. But we are not an insurance company, so we developed a partnership with the global insurer to offer this solution to our end users. So at the end, the user has access to this solution through the platform, but it's transparent. They know that it's being offered by a third party, and also when it's about money remittance of covering different countries, different currencies, and so on. So you need to have different partners. So what we're trying to do is the combination between the platform and also the people to know about their needs, but also technically to make it happen. And so this is our main goal, to work as a platform.
Are there questions from your side? Oh.
I've got a question,
Yeah.
because a bank account is very important, right? And you're bringing down hurdles to to onboard the unbanked. And you're looking to Africa and Asia, but there's actually a very large group, which is actually an opportunity for you, which are on the verge of being unbanked, which are the accidental Americans, right? So I'm one myself. In the Netherlands, you have 40,000 accidental Americans, and ABN AMRO, ING, Bing Bank, without any question, canceled my bank account and said, there's pressure from the American government, we have to close your bank account.
Yeah.
So what do you think about those unbanked people?
Oh.
Funny enough, I've had discussions with, what's it called, American Overseas, and the guy who runs it. It is indeed interesting, an interesting segment. We never got beyond the discussion stage, to be honest. I don't remember exactly why, but I agree with you, and I think, again, we did research on the regulation and all that, and as long as we can ensure that you guys do not do any investments, we would even be able to offer you accounts. But it is tricky, again, and it's cumbersome, and large banks with millions of users would probably not care.
Yeah.
Well, it's a cost question, actually. So it costs the banks money to submit reports to the IRS. So they said just, well, it's too expensive, sorry, we closed the bank account. And Americans are pretty rich people, so.
Yeah, but the bank account itself was not the problem, but you cannot offer any service. And that's why the bank account is not enough. And that's exactly, I think, what Gerald and Arfang are saying, that via the services you provide, you get a bank account, an IBAN, and the services. And not only here, but also to many places in the world, which are normally difficult to reach. And I think that is a niche, but it's a growing niche with 40% growth, as you said, Arfang. Yeah, but also, I don't know what the growth expectation of Bank is, but it is for a growing population, isn't it?
In our case, I would argue there is a lot of room left in the segment for us to grow.
Yes.
Well,
this was banking the underbankable and unbankable, and perhaps a whole group of, how do you say that with the Americans?
Accidental Americans.
Accidental Americans, yeah. If you're born there, you are an American, but if you live here, you have a problem. And I know that that's a very big group. So there is a whole area to grow in the Netherlands, in Europe, across Europe, but also globally. And I would like to thank you very, very much for giving this very often unknown insights into banking. We didn't know, but it's so important. And it's also so socially important that you do this. Thank you so much. May I have
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annemieke. Thank you very much, and also the panelists.
Yeah, thank you, Arfang. Thank you, Gerald. Great to have you here. Thank you very much for joining us here. I think this is about the time where I'm supposed to thank the team for putting this all together. As this photo is coming up. No, so we're very happy to have you all here, and I think you've got to see already a very nice picture of the team that put the event together here. And we're not completely done yet, because we've got a half an hour of good content still coming your way. We've got a very special keynote speaker at the end. So I'd like everyone that's down at the back We're not serving any beers until 5, so please come on over and move over here and take a seat. And we're more than happy to actually, of course, serve you drinks afterwards, and then we can catch up and have a bit of fun before we head into the weekend. I think if we're all ready, yeah, last people, everyone, just please move in. Looking forward to have you here. You can just sit down and relax a little bit before you have to stand all the time with your drinks later on. Yeah, you can bring it on. Can you also put this down? All right. Then, without further ado, I'm very keen to introduce our last speaker of the day on the main stage. That's Laura van Geest. She's the president of the Financial Markets Authority here in the Netherlands. A very important regulator, looks after consumer interests as well as the financial markets. So quite a tough job to play, I would say. We've already had a colleague of hers explain a little bit about the challenges in the regulatory market and how that can facilitate technology. And Laura, we're very keen to hear from you what your vision is on technology from an AFM perspective. So thank you very much for joining us. Let's give her a big hand indeed.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Andy Warhol and the pop art movement were a disruptive force in the art world of the 1960s. Silkscreen painting as an art technique, a Campbell soup can as an object worth of painting, cross-sectoral as a way of working, not just a visual artist, but also a producer of the well-known rock band The Velvet Underground with Lou Reed, debunker of the idea of the artist with using assistants to increase his productivity, host at his studio, The Factory, a hotspot for creators of all stripes and also for underground celebrities, and perhaps best known for his 15 minutes quote. Okay. His 15 minutes quote. In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes. The world was never the same afterwards. So you see where I'm heading. Digitalization is a disruptive force as well. With digitalization, the economy will be transformed. New technologies develop and leave their mark. New products and services will spring to life from unexpected sources. Existing products will get an extreme makeover. Production processes get revamped, distribution systems redesigned. New players will enter the market, old players reinvent themselves, either under their own steam or by absorbing startups. Now, of course, some of them will be forced out of business, and some startups will never make it. This is the brave new world of creative destruction, after all. The future is yours as you're sitting in this hall. Perhaps you are a startup, hoping to become the next Amazon, Google, or closer to home, Adyen, to become a household name like Andy Warhol. But perhaps you are an inventor, interested in creating new things, but not so much in running a big business. You're interested in your 15 minutes of fame, but quite willing to be absorbed by a bigger player. Or perhaps you are a well-established party, on the lookout for the new and interesting ideas that will help your business to stay in business, new products or smart RegTech solutions. Now, I hope that this Amsterdam FinTech Week was just as creative and inspiring as Andy Warhol's Factory, with lots of opportunities to look at the world in terms of potential, openings, growth, possibilities, you name it. And now you have to listen to a regulator like me, generally cast in the role of, dare I say it, party pooper. Yes, we like innovation, and yes, we like progress, and yes, we see the upside, but we are in business of seeing risks. Financial well-being in the Netherlands, fair and transparent markets, the purposes of the AFM are not a safe asset that takes care of itself. Should these innovations in the world of financial services not be complemented by innovations in our world, the regulatory world? So how do I see the world develop? And what does this imply for you as FinTech sector and for us as regulators? Because we're in it together. Now, first, let me start off with some trends. Data makes the world go round. Network effects are strong. People love the products that big tech delivers. Firms love the cost savings that big term delivers. AI and DLT enhance efficiency and create new possibilities. Sectoral boundaries will be redrawn. National boundaries will disappear. More and more financial services will be provided by data and IT enterprises. New parties will enter, established parties will transform themselves. Digital distribution channels will be the new norm, opening up the market to the whole of EU consumers and business to business. And this creates enormous opportunities for new and better products, for targeted distribution and cost savings. So there's no doubt about that. But there are also risks, and I'm a regulator. Let me mention a couple. Fair competition. Big tech has ample access to data through its online platforms. And the more consumers and suppliers are linked to one and a certain platform, the more attractive it becomes. And this will pose problems for all of you. How do we prevent monopolistic behavior and ensure fair pricing? DLT. Financial sector participants are interested in the opportunities of new technologies, smart contracts, more rapid settlement, opportunities to cut costs. Entirely new business models and companies will develop, partly outside our view. Think of the world of DeFi. Innovation is great, but financial stability and consumer protection are not innate to the financial system. And I think that the recent crypto winter is a case in point. Outsourcing. Financial firms need to run their operations in a controlled and ethical manner. But how do you ensure this when you outsource more and more of your operations, especially your IT operations? How thorough are you in your outsourcing and contract management? And what about these providers themselves? Who supervises them? Not unimportant if you see no alternative but to migrate to the cloud. And privacy. Yes, there are rules to safeguard privacy, the GDPR. But people quite often prioritize convenience over privacy. And they have no qualms of sharing their data. They do this without taking into account the effects or the repercussions for themselves and others. So how do we ensure privacy? How do we ensure that privacy doesn't become a luxury product that people on a tight budget can ill afford? Something to think about whenever you grumble about the limits that GDPR poses to you. Solidarity. With all this data and AI floating around, insurers will be better placed to assess risks and to price accordingly. On the one hand, it is an effective feedback mechanism and helps to contain moral hazard. It keeps insurance affordable. On the other hand, personalized pricing is a dead-end street as far as solidarity is concerned. If you are a bad risk, personalized pricing means higher and higher premiums you in the end can no longer afford. And in the end, we all become a bad risk as the pools become smaller. Now, Dutch insurers work with an ethical code, but how long will they be able to keep this up when the world becomes more and more bigger? And finally, crime. Digitalization may lower the bar for crime. It becomes anonymous and can be undertaken from afar. Think of cybercrime, mis-selling, fraud. And it's difficult to deal with, especially because it's cross-border. On the other hand, smart AI may be an efficient means to assess risks and to help to deploy the scarce resources. So what is the way forward? As policymakers and regulators, we have to acknowledge that digitalization is not an exercise in business as usual, of tinkering at the margins. The transformation of the economy provides major benefits, lower costs, new products that people love. And so we should not try and block this and try to drag us back to the dark ages before the smartphone, before AI, before DLT. On the other hand, we cannot just rest on our laurels and surrender the public values we all cherish to the forces that be. If the economy reinvents itself, we as policymakers and regulators must follow suit. A rethink is needed how best to deliver on our mission. What does this mean in real life? More action at EU level, more action outside the classical arena of financial regulators, and more cooperation between regulators of all stripes. It does not necessarily mean more rules, by no means, but it does mean more coordination. So let me elaborate a little bit. The EU is the natural level to arrange things. Big tech needs to be made to listen, and it is just easier done at the EU level than at the local level. And if you want to avoid supervisory arbitrage, EU legislation is warranted in a world of true cross-border operations. If a level playing field, network effects, and abuse of monopolistic market power is an issue, competition policy is the logical remedy. First steps have already been taken with the recent adoption of DSA and DMA, but more may follow. Horizontal legislation across sectors is the tool to cover the use of data. And yes, there is also room for classical financial sector regulations. As the crypto world intermingles more and more with consumers and the normal financial sector, we need to act to ensure consumer protection and financial stability. As outsourcing of IT becomes the norm, new rules are necessary to ensure digital operational resilience. Now, for you, this implies that you need to become familiar with this EU lettuce soup of DMA, DSA, DORA, MiCAR, etc. And it also means that you need to deal with more and different regulators than just AFM and DNB. Think of the ACM, the AP, the European Commission, and the European supervisory bodies. Now, I think we can only deal with this if we work together. As regulators, we do not have all the answers. New territories imply new phenomena that we need to get to know. This is an argument in favor of exploratory, collaborative approach as we feel our way forward. As Dutch regulators, we try to keep abreast of the developments in the sector and are open to dialogue with parties that want to explore new avenues. And this is important for various reasons. First, to ensure informed and useful legislation at the EU level, legislation and supervisory convergence that really delivers. Second, to foster or at least not needlessly harm FinTech developments in the Netherlands, hence the Innovation Hub that we run together with DNB. It provides you with support if you have queries about supervision and regulations when you are contemplating new innovative products or services. And yes, our support is available both to new and existing firms, whether you already enjoy our supervision or not. And a third reason to work together is the administrative burden that is associated with supervision. Firms need to comply with all these rules, and regulators need to supervise. With all this new data and new technologies, new opportunities present themselves to deal with the unavoidable costs of supervision. Regulators plug into the blockchain or into data sets, as opposed to all these data transmissions we undertake at present. Supervisory tech, RegTech provide interesting opportunities to get our goals aligned. Now, I'm getting to a close, so you can go to the drinks perhaps. A regulator is not a happy camper by nature. However, I hope you get a sense that I think that digitalization is not only inevitable, but also desirable for consumers, business, and even compliance officers and the regulators. We just need to get the conditions right. Digitalization will leave its mark on the world. It's up to us to make sure that we will look back with as much awe and enthusiasm as we look back on the heritage of Andy Warhol, be it his quote, his many artworks, his influence on the Velvet Underground, or just the fact that modern art was never the same. Now, in the factory, people crashed on a red sofa, coming down after a night of hard partying and a trip on LSD. I do not know what the FinTech Week organizers have in store for you. I presume something more mundane, like drinks. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Don. Hier, Don.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Laura. I think it's been great. I was a bit bedazzled with all the abbreviations. So I think that's already a big study subject for most of the people in the hall. Because indeed, if you add the European legislators towards the Dutch legislators, you really have to be good at your abbreviations in any case. But I think it's an inspiring story with, I think, good hope. I think it's nice to see how the thinking about innovation is progressing as well at the regulator side, where we've seen different swings as well, you know, being more lenient towards innovation and being more, well, sometimes more afraid of what might happen with certain developments. So thank you very much for sharing that. I'm just curious if I could ask you one thing. I think it's just what kind of way do you think it's best to learn from market development? So how do you feel that the interaction between participants in the market that are working on new innovations, how would you like to get, let's say, knowledgeable about that at the AFM? How do you do that, and is there something we can do for that actually?
Well, I think there's not one silver bullet to get acquainted with developments. So I think on the one hand, we of course have people that are more academically interested. So they work, for instance, at the University of Delft. So they're really at the forefront and know what developments are. They even teach people there, students there. Next to it, we also kind of get acquainted with just reading papers and discussing things with colleagues. The third way is especially this innovation hub, where people that contemplate new ideas can come and we get a sense of where they're heading and what the problems are that they run into. Sometimes we also go on a work visit, so it's a varied approach. I think, so for instance, on insurance, what is a specific topic that keeps me awake at night sometimes? We also had interaction with a digital provider of insurance, and just to listen how they look at it and how they do this in different countries than in our own. We also had an interaction with the Singaporeese authorities. Now, they also have their way of working, so you can get inspired by literature, by interacting with your colleagues in the Netherlands, with interacting with your colleagues abroad, and also with financial participants or people that are thinking about innovative approaches. And I would say that especially if there's someone who is interested in exploring RegTech and supervisory tech, which is kind of a hobby, but like most hobbies, I think about it in theory, but I don't have a really practical sense yet. I would be really interested if people would come and visit us.
I'm pretty sure that we've got a couple of people in the room here who have some ideas for you about that. So we'll definitely make the link there. And I think that's actually also a very good call, because I think the world that's changing so fast by technology, you at some point need more technology to actually keep an eye on it as well. So I think it's a smart move as well to invest in that. So thank you for that, and also good that you mentioned actually the Innovation Hub, because that's also one where you can find it also on, for example, the Holland FinTech website or AFM or Dutch Central Bank website to get acquainted with how to test your solutions with people from the financial regulatory authorities to just figure out how they would deal with it. Thank you very much, Laura. Let's give her a very big hand. Laura van Geest, President of the AFM. Then I would like to ask my colleague Sylvia to get our next subject towards the stage. I hope she can hear me. We'll check it out, otherwise I'll have to wait a little bit. We're getting some interesting slides here. Apparently I'm supposed to make a commercial for Campbell soup. No, just kidding. Could you perhaps ask Sylvia to bring the painting? Yeah? Thanks. So we're going to wrap it up now in just a few minutes. Can you go to the next slide? There should be some interesting slides still coming up. Without soup. Can you move the slides? Yeah? Oh, sorry. Apparently. Well, thank you. Okay, yeah, this is not the one I was looking for. Do we have another one? Because we have a bit of a scoop for you here today, if the slides will work. That's always the question. Nothing left? Okay, apparently this is all improvisation. Okay, but we've got one big slide coming up over there. Let's please give a very big hand for our fabulous painter. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, well, I think it looks fabulous. Do you have time for a few questions? Yeah? Of course. Here, let's do it like this. Here you go. So thanks.
Testing.
Right? Well, I think congratulations. I think you created something marvelous out of nothing, you know, starting with the white paper just this morning.
Yeah, true. Thank you. Only today.
What does your journey of today look like? I mean, funny buzz, all kind of different financial terms flowing around in your head, and at the same time, this creative process going on. I think.
Well, yeah. To be honest, like 3 years ago, before all the COVID and stuff, I tried to show my process of painting out to the world. So yeah, since then it's been a very long time. So for me, it's also like really something new, and especially on an event like this, because it's something totally different than the FinTech world. But yeah, that felt really exciting. A challenge.
So what is your inspiration for this, right? So what keeps you? What kind of creative process is going on in your head when you're working on this?
Oh, creative person. Yeah, it's like.
I mean, are you just focusing on the colors, or is it something kind of expression you're trying to build? What's happening?
Well, I'm really focusing always on the recognizable, that you can recognize the person. Yeah, it's like also the colors, of course, and to make it like one big connection. You could say that it really connects with each other. And that's something that I cannot really practice or prepare for. It's something that you have to do in the moment. So yeah, what I can really focus on is always like that everything's good, the expression of the face, and then when the time comes for the colors, it has to be in the moment.
Yeah. Nice. And that's of course why it's a painting and not a book, right? So that's why indeed the words might be a bit harder, but the process is clearly having a very good success at the end, right? So I think that's great. Great that you shared it with us.
True.
And actually, what I want to do is actually to wrap up the day in a nice way, is to auction this this fabulous painting, right? I should say clearly that is not done yet, right?
True.
Well. That's always right with when you talk to an artist, it's actually never done. But we give them a little bit more time. But then in the end, you can get this painting, which was live painted here, and you can hang it anywhere. And we'll be giving that to a good cause. We think it's really important that we actually make a contribution there, and we think this is a nice way of doing that. And we hope that you're willing to play along here on that. And actually, one of the goals in any case we picked up in the discussions recently is that we've seen there's a lot of energy poverty currently going on in the Netherlands. And what that does is it actually puts a lot of strain on the food banks, right? So the food banks currently are struggling to actually make ends meet and provide enough food for everyone who's currently not able to buy their own groceries. And we think that we should really make a contribution there to see how in any case, this painting is willing to do that. So we're going to go for an auction system. This is the first one, so we're going to have to practice this a little bit. Anyone with a... So I see a hand there at the back. Yeah, what are you saying, sir? Oh, yeah.
It's Andy Warhol.
Lara van Geest already made a reference to it. She actually saw the painting as well, and she made a link to it in her speech as well. So quite nice. So no, indeed, Andy Warhol. Yeah.
Yeah, Andy Warhol is also, like me, a very colorful person. Yeah, also, true, you did.
Yeah, for sure. It's good to think of things in a different way. He definitely is a good master of showing that, right?
Yeah.
All right. Then we're going to give this a try. We're going to do it in a traditional way by, if you raise your hand, we'll just go up 100 euros. Right? Shall we do that? I think that's the easiest way. I'm sorry? No, yes. What should we start with? What would be a good basic price?
Well, what would you guys give a little child to live for 1 month? To eat for 1 month, I would say. Okay.
Yeah, but let's try to price that, shall we say, 500 euros. Is that a good start?
Yeah,
right?
sure.
I think
yeah.
that's something that's doable, right?
Yeah, that's pretty doable.
All right. Yes. I'm sorry, you'd like to bid? I can't hear it. 500? Yeah, you're the 500. Okay, so we got the first bid, 500. It's right over there. 600? Can we do it? 600, is that okay? All right, we'll go for 600. 750 we have here. Anyone else interested in this painting? It's a beautiful one, so it actually gets more colorful along the way when it's finally done, right? But it's made right here with all this inspiration of us here today. 800? 800 it is. Anyone? Yeah? 850? 850 it is. Anyone else willing to bid for this lovely painting? It's definitely worth more than
a little bit of more
right?
information. Most of the work that I do, of all my work that I do, I always take like 2 weeks minimum for it, and I ask like 4 weeks to really finish it. And if you guys have seen the Nelson Mandela that sat next to me, that's one of my finished products. And yeah, it takes me a lot of time to really get to that process.
Yeah. Yeah, 850 then we are. Or did we have that already? It's getting late. 850? Yeah, okay. Oh, it's 850, okay, sorry. 900? Yeah, sorry. Yeah. 1250 we have here, so we're jumping up. 1250. Is there anyone else in the game? I think Annemieke has her eyes on this painting. That's in any case for sure. Yeah? No, this is it. Yeah, this is it. We have this one. Yeah, sorry. Should we take Nelson Mandela next time? Okay, now 1250 we have. Is there anyone else still interested? What can we do? Just clear. No one? Online? Anyone? No? All right. Now I think we'll leave it at this. If there's no other interest, double check, going once, going twice. That's how it's supposed to be, I believe. Congratulations, Annemieke. Let's give her a big hand. Very generous, and I think a lovely painting for you as well. So we'll definitely connect you to make sure you'll get the finished product in the end towards you. So thank you very much for doing this here. I think it's a great assignment that you did.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Awesome.
You're welcome. And I think thank you for enlightening us and also showing us a different perspective of the world than APIs, open banking, and other stuff that we were talking about here today.
It was my pleasure.
All right. Thanks a lot. Let's give him a big hand, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you.
All right. Then I'm going to check back in on the slides if we were actually, because I'm still missing one slide. I'm not sure. I'm looking at Sylvia there if she has any clue. But otherwise, I think we're going to wrap this up, and we're going to give you a bit of a spoiler. We actually finished the Dutch FinTech map here today. It was done. And I actually wanted to show it to you, the new Dutch FinTech map with over 1,700 companies. But I don't have it, right? It's supposed to be on the slide, but it's not. So it's a bit of a bummer. But we're going to just, I think, show it to you all digitally. We're going to give it to you, unless someone is... No, I think it's gone. It disappeared already. Sorry, it's a pension. Apparently, it's a fungible one, despite of all the current trends. That leaves nothing here than, I think, just to wrap it up. And thank you very much for your attention, your inspiration, your energy. And I really hope that you'll be able to have a lot more fun as well during drinks to wrap it up, going to the weekend. We're very much looking forward to take you on to XFW23 very soon, as we will start up the preparations for next year. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Please reach out if you weren't able to connect just yet to anyone through either the Brella app or just let us know, someone from the Holland FinTech team, to see how we can help you out. That's it for now. That's all, folks. Please head for the drinks. It's in the speaker lounge. See you all soon. And thank you, team.